crazy. I just wanna be a freak, yeah. I just wanna rise to the top, yeah. I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see, yeah. You won't see that I will get it, cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious, yeah. In my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way, yeah. I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space, yeah. Making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane, yeah. I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop running if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a trust in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just keep on the feed, don't say don't get it like.
City, still so far from home. I've searched for you on my
Oh,
Don't drop.
my. Come
Don't
on.
drop. This
Bring
could be
out
it.
the
A
knife.
nice right from the back, goes up into the face. Instead, it's the classic. A right click into the head, spots out another. These duels isolated. He has the one-on-one.
There's no way.
And he's winning them, but 30 seconds max. A mad dash. He has to get this spike, has to do it quickly. And it's just one left alive, unshaken, ready to present. Spots it out the peak. Good, but Lyco's just better.
Get this attack on the defense will only be that much easier, but because getting one more in the flash coordination with the breach, they're just all dying one after another.
Oh.
Be able to buy next round, but GSP nobody sees him.
Oh.
No, his headshot knives on both beautiful playing from GSP, just shots down all time. Big Sin gets 3K, cannot get the ace, but the 4K is his. Unless they want to go A.
Yep, that's going to be that initial pick on Tanaka, and Deviant is going to go absolutely crazy here. And that is going to be the spike down at A right now. Only 2 members of Radiant Ruba here left alive, and that is the 4K.
Op wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now unshaken having to face against a 1v4. It's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
Let's win and get out of here. Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on this wonderful Wednesday, April 14th evening, where we do have a GLG Pit of Valor coming right at you. I'm the Doctor, being joined on my right here by Vincent. How you doing today, my man?
I'm feeling awesome. I'm ready to go. I mean, I'm so excited. Another Pit of Valor. And I mean, we're here every single week. You know what it is. You know how we do. And this should be a good one. I think that honestly, we've got some amazing teams. I heard beforehand that we had like all teams check in, which is impressive. Never does that happen because you know how it goes. Teams usually, just showing up a little late to things, not making that check in time. Everybody's ready to go, and that's what's awesome about it. And maybe the reason that they're here is because SYR Esports has done the amazing thing of sponsoring today's Pit of Valor. What that means is we got $100 reduce instead of just the normal 50. We've seen what has happened prior to this. Whenever we have an awesome sponsor who is willing to put up that extra little bit of cash, it just makes everything a little bit better, doesn't it, Doc?
Yeah, and especially, with us still being free to entry, we have a ton of returning teams. We have a bunch of new teams as well, all vying for that $100 prize pool. So I'm super excited. It's the early stages of the tournament we're going to be hopping into in just a second. And these can sometimes be, in my opinion, some of the more spicier ones. Like round 1, I feel like we don't have a lot of 13-0s. Round 2, we maybe get 1 or 2.
Yeah, it kind of... Honestly, I feel like it just depends on how lucky you are on the day, because there is literally everything from the, amazing overtime craziness to the, random, oh, you've got a bad draw against, because it's free to enter, me and the boys could come enter and we're all trash cans here. So like, you know what I mean? Like occasionally that happens too. That's just my read on it. So I'm thinking that I'm feeling good. Put it that way. I am feeling good. But, whilst we get everything prepped and ready for our first matchup, let me tell you a little bit about SYR Esports. Doc, have you heard of these guys? Do you know what they're all about?
No, I am a new fresh face here. I haven't heard anything.
Alrighty. Well, let me remind both you and the audience about what they do. Number one, a community of professional gamers and esports fan. I think I'm one of those. Big fan of the esports. That began as just a group of friends. You know what I'm saying? That's the best way to start, and then turned into a gaming organization with support of a bunch of sponsors and affiliated organizations. And that's what's awesome, right? Just like me and you, we enjoy the esports. We enjoy it, a little bit here and there.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, only commentators. It's fine. Just a bit, but yeah, no. And the cool thing is that they got involved hosting teams, leagues, tournaments, giveaways, all that kind of awesome stuff. And it's just great to have them on board. So SYR Esports, you can check them out by taking a look at their Discord, or going over to Twitter and looking for SYR Esports, or potentially over on their Twitch page right now, or over at the GLG page, I believe. But yeah, I've definitely take a look. It should be a good time. And again, shout out to SYR for sponsoring this Pit of Valor. It is amazing to have that extra $50. And I mean, listen, $100 on the line. You don't have to pay to enter. It's great. Sign up.
Free money.
Yeah, quite literally free money.
You just got to beat 63 other teams to get there, which, we've been absolutely super thrilled to have the support that we've been getting, from the Valorant community lately. We've been topping out those 64 slots for multiple weeks in a row now. So just absolutely fantastic people out there in the community. They're just trying to get their game on. Speaking of getting their game on, Vincent, we do have our first matchup of the night ready in just a second. I have the teams at least, along with the map pick. So we are going to be seeing Rock Bottom face off against Dallas Vendetta. So 2 teams new to the Pit of Valor here. So we're loving that. Super excited to see how they shape up. Going through our pick ban here, we do have Dallas banning away Split and Haven, whereas Rock Bottom banned away Icebox and chose Ascent. So we are going to find out in just a second who gets which side there. We're going to hop into this best of one in just a couple minutes here.
Yeah, and I mean, you said new to Pit of Valor. I think Dallas are new to Pit of Valor, but that being said, they are a pretty, not necessarily having the best results roster wise, I would say, but they are a very well known team. They, in fairness, have done a lot of losing as of lately, but. I also would say, in fairness, they've been losing to some really good teams. To Pugstars, for example, if you recall, I believe all the way back they were in the Able Esports qualifier, if I'm recalling correctly, or Akella, who was at the main Valium event, who's really solid squad. They lost there at the NSG Summer Champ event. So like has had some unfortunate losses as of late, but against some really good teams. And so for me, especially coming into, in fairness, some players that we haven't really seen in Rock Bottom, I'm kind of excited to see what Dallas Vendetta can do, because they've really been doing a good job getting up there through the qualifiers and getting into spots where they're just playing against really good squads. And unfortunately, when that happens, you do get drawn against some incredible teams that that you are not favored to beat, let's just say.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at other esports brands that are kind of made on just taking the L, like CLG, Dignitas, brands like this that just do nothing except lose, and yet everybody knows their name. So eventually you will get there. So Dallas, listen, TSM fan all the way through, multiple game TSM fan, and listen, all we do is win, just not in League of Legends anymore, so it's fine. So we do have Dallas Vendetta choosing to start on defense here, and we are going to be going to Ascent once again. So Vincent, defense Ascent, we've seen some teams just absolutely rock solid here before.
We definitely have, no question about it, and that's the thing. I have to expect that we're going to see Dallas Vendetta come out victorious in this one. I want to see what Rock Bottom can put in and show us for what is a team, again, that we haven't really seen here in the Pit of Valor. At least I haven't seen. I won't take that credit. I'm not the end all be all of knowledge about Pit of Valors, so I definitely could have missed them. I just have not seen them. I did look them up just to see if there are any, if they've flown under the radar for me. And they did play in the second stage of Challengers 1, and they got knocked out by Time in a close best of 3 series. So again, Time In's a good team, so like they're probably going to be handed an L on that one too. But you know what? They took a map off them, so props there. And I'm excited to see what Rock Bottom could put on. But from my perspective, Doc, this is going to be a Dallas Vendetta map unless something goes crazy, especially considering that Dallas Vendetta, I'm pretty sure that they really like Ascent. I say that considering that we're in North America, and if you don't like Ascent and you play in North America, then you're just basically screwed. But yeah,
so
I'm pretty
true.
sure that's a map that they like to play.
Oh man, it's actually ridiculous how often we see this map. And I do want to point out to those of you, if you're following along at home on the Battlefy, and so you're looking at these teams, and we're sitting here talking up Dallas and be like, yeah, they're a good team, they lose all the time, but they lose to good people, like they're a strong team. You may notice the seeding there doesn't quite parlay that, but again, it is random seeding as well on top of free entry, so you could find yourself bottom of the barrel seeding wise, but as a better team, just come out ahead. So don't worry about the seeding if you're following along. There we go, on the Battlefy. Seeding, it's random, doesn't matter. Don't feel bad about it if you're 44th or anything lower. But yeah, Ascent is just it's everywhere. You can't escape it, especially in best of ones where you want as much as possible within your control to make sure that you can put your best foot forward, get the best lead possible, and hopefully close out a map that way. Whereas when you go to things like Bind or Split or Icebox or things like that, like there's so much that's just not in your control, and you just have to be the better team in those scenarios. So take it to Ascent, nice, simple, plain Jane map. You just do your set play and come out ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's certainly simple when you put it that way, but on the server it's anything but. And I think that we are. Yeah, I mean it is like I sit here and I'm like thinking in my mind palace. I'm like, okay, so you just do this and X, Y, and Z, and this equals that, and then I'll get into the server and I'll be like, oh, Well, you have to hit shots.
Yeah.
So I've just lost already. Like
Yeah, just recon dart, B garage, spray with the Odin, get the ace, go to the next round, and it turns out they went A. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you're sad. That's what you're gonna do. Be sad, like me in my ranked games. But yeah, no, I mean it is certainly simple when you look at the potential. Like, okay, do this and this and this, and then you win. But you got a whole team playing against you, and on top of that, you got to hit those shots, and that's really, to me, I think that not knowing anything about Rock Bottom, but knowing that they took a map off time in, I feel like the shooting part of things isn't necessarily going to be a problem for either side here. I have to imagine, and I mean, just to be clear, like I mentioned, Pugstars and Akella, like this team, like playing Space Station Gaming, just has Dallas Vendetta, like they're losing that in a relatively dominant loss, but again, to Rise, to Radiant Roombas, like there's a lot of good teams on this list, and so I definitely don't want to. I don't want to take anything away from Dallas when I meme on them a little bit to say, a great team that has been losing. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
They've been making improvements. They've been playing against really solid opponents, which actually makes me have a lot of faith for them, dog, because whenever you are playing against really solid opponents, you absolutely are put into positions where you can improve exponentially.
Yeah, and so as we head into agent select here, Vincent, I was, gonna ask you a little bit. You and I were talking about how Viper is kind of pretty good, but I don't think we're actually gonna see her yet, and there's a lot of reasons for that. Probably too many for us to count here. So I mean, talk to me about what we're seeing locked in here.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like Viper was being played in the last challengers by some very good teams. So like I think we could have seen it, but in this case, it seems that both of these teams electing to go with something a little bit more formal, something a little bit more normal. I say normal in that Laxi still has an Astra, but I'll get to that in a minute, Doc. Otherwise, this is very, very normal for Ascent on the Dallas Vendetta side of things. Dreams onto the Breach is maybe the most odd in that that's maybe more of an EU thing, but I think it's really strong here, and I'm never going to be unhappy about seeing a Breach. The Astra, though, is what is a big red flag. Knowing that it's viable, yes, but difficult to get away with just having the Astra as your main controller. I'm curious to see how Dallas Vendetta are going to put Laxi to use. The other side of things, though, looking very, very standard, basically full meta, especially with Matt now locking in on that Killjoy.
Yeah, I think the Astra is super fun. We saw a ton of it in last week's Pit of Valor, so it does have its place, but like you said, as your only controller, largely, your main smoke as well, it's a little tough. Like, yes, cyber cages and cloud bursts working can get the job done, but those aren't designed for those long, extended stallouts that, obviously Brim excels at, but Omen gets the job done as well. It's a very different style of smoke.
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the time, right? It's what, 7 seconds or even less now for the cloudburst, and I think it's like 9 or something for the cage.
3.5 or 4.
Yeah, I mean, they were shortened. They were 7 at one point, and then they've been shortened recently. So yeah, I think 3 or 4. I think you're right. But it's not quite that short for the cage, but certainly shorter than the 15 seconds that you have with the Astra, or even 19 if you go for the Brimstone. So it's certainly not the same, like you're saying.
Yeah, and so I mean, you're talking about like seeing a breach that we don't normally see versus like, we're sitting here talking about Brimstone and stuff, which is another agent that comes and goes, depending on the team, if they're more reliant on, these Molotov strats, or if they're just going to outgun you and try and, outplay you. But I mean, looking here, obviously, we do have Rock Bottom on just straight meta, right? Like the Phoenix is probably the oddball out here where you would typically expect something like a Reyna or a Raze, but it still definitely gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely does. And we are seeing the push. At least it looks to be going over towards A. Dark cover in response. And there's a lot of sound happening over there as Laxi utilizes some of that Astra utility that we were talking about in order to push back that push as that moves over towards mid. The cloud burst there. Just a couple of seconds, but long enough to persuade Austin to move away as Toast takes the first engagement over a B.
Oh, and dinked right away, taken down. Second on the board is Toast as Overcooked trades back, but here's Austin trying to get something done, forced to dash away, and Dreams got the cover.
Man, that is brutal. This hold over at the site, absolutely so strong, right? One player left alive, tagged down as well. And there goes Matt Hooligan with a nice shot. I would say, by the way, Hooligan, maybe the most known player for Dallas Vendetta here. Maybe that's incorrect to say, but certainly the biggest name in my book. And you know, my book is not as if it's the only thing there. So, but I think Hooligan is certainly a player I'll be on the lookout for.
Yeah, and I mean, I've definitely watched Hooligan before, so I know what they're kind of about. And, you know, looking back to the first round there, they had a pretty good strategy, right? Get the Astra utility out, make them use up the smoke or the suck or whatever it is, and then rotate off and try and get a plant on the B. The problem was they just didn't have the cover. And as we see Austin just peeking here, bunch of free kills as they trade out. Dreams picks up the final 2, and it's a sneak around. We all know what they're about.
The timing right there, Doc. It's just outrageous.
Yeah.
Poor Makai throws it around the corner, the ball, only exactly at the same time does the flashpoint come around from Dreams, and it's just like everyone's blind. Oh, that's just devastating. Dreams and Toast and Austin all coming up big there. But Dallas Vendetta, there is that eco round like you were talking about. Now, this is when things get serious. We've got Rock Bottom picking up the rifles, and holy cow, Austin, this is a forward position.
That is very aggressive and not standard procedure there, as Austin does just get completely laid out there. But it gets a little bit of information. May have seen 2 members. I don't know if they actually saw both or if they only saw the one there. But Authority?
I think so.
Yeah, it's gonna take some cat control. Twitch chat will let us know. They're always really on point about making sure we're correct in our pronunciations here.
Don't tell Twitch chat, but I don't have them up.
Oh, I don't either. I just wait for production to whisper in my ear sweet nothings. Be like, hey, idiot, you're wrong. And I go, oh, thanks, production. Good job.
By the way, production's name is Vermilion Rose, and absolutely awesome. I really appreciate it. But nonetheless, that is frags, and 2 of them happening over towards mid. We saw the opening pick go the way of Rock Bottom off the back of some very aggressive pushing through Austin, but that time it was the aggression for Rock Bottom coming up absolutely huge. Laxi in a pretty good spot.
No shot.
Oh, that's crazy. Laxi got 2, but nonetheless, enough players were there that I don't think there's any way you line all of them up.
It was pretty close, it felt like, and I got a little concerned there for a moment. I was like, there's no way they actually lose this round at this point. I mean, it was a 5v2 because of the upgraded weaponry there, and so that was, you know, something to take note of, is that, you know, that was the gimme round there for Dallas Vendetta. You know, they had the SMGs, they weren't really too involved. They were just kind of like, well, you know, if we win, great. If we lose, we'll just buy up next round, as they've so done. They even have that Odin, you know, prepared. And something that Rock Bottom that I noticed is that they had the Odin last round and chose not to pick it up, and then coming into this round they have a member on a judge.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It certainly isn't ideal, and that's where Laxi getting those extra couple kills are really impactful in a round like that. If they just, you know, get all the kills and then win, like, that's very different. But getting those couple of kills, it's, you know, just 2 players surviving. So, nonetheless, an opening pick once more for Rock Bottom, as they have done that twice in a row at this point.
Joke's over. You're dead.
This push, this time, going a little bit onto A, and maybe a little bit more normal. That being said, the push off the back of the running back, not going to be successful. Trying to do something in the background as Hooligan does find one before it gets taken down by Authority, who's coming up on a bit of a tear, has 2 frags already. At least 1 player left alive. That is the Odin that you were discussing on the Sova in heaven.
And you can see here that, you know, Rock Bottom, they have no clue where they are. They can make a guesstimate of where they're going to be, and so they just go take the numbers game, go to the B site, clear it out there with Odin, or Omin, excuse me. Make sure that there's no sneaky surprises hanging out. Now, HP bars here very low for the most part on Rock Bottom as well. 10 HP here, 56 on another, but Toast fully health still has to catch 3 separate angles looking at him.
And it would have been ideal to find something with that. Oh, nice dodge on the paranoia. Unfortunately, unable to control the wild spray of that Odin to recover onto that second player. Maybe should have been right clicking. Maybe I don't know. I'm not good enough with that weapon to really determine, but it seems like could have maybe been a little bit easier to deal with the spray control. Nonetheless, that's now 2 rounds in a row that Rock Bottom have picked up.
The Odin's basically just magic in my book. Like, if you know how to control it, you're a wizard. If you don't, you're a normal human being. You're a muggle, in other words. So don't feel bad about not hitting your spray controls with the Odin, because it's like a wand. It didn't choose you. You got to move on to something else, more normal, like a Phantom or a Vandal. Maybe even the Sheriff that we see kitted out here pretty much across the board for Dallas Vendetta.
I see. I've just not been understanding the weapon right until this point. Thank you for enlightening me, Doc. That's very, very wonderful of you.
Yeah.
Giving a little information there.
That's what I'm here for.
Exactly. We'd love to see it. Hooligan tried to get a bit aggressive, and
oh, wow.
God
That's
help anyone who existed in that corner, because they certainly wouldn't have existed for long. Fortunately, no one's home. But
it's a lot of utility being used,
yes.
I feel, too.
Like the hot hands there, the double.
It was both shock darts, too,
yeah,
I think.
Exactly. Like, well, listen, I'm sure they know what they're doing. They have gotten that opening pick a couple of rounds in a row, and they've gotten 2 rounds in a row as well.
And there it goes again. So that's 3 in a row now for Rock Bottom. Looking pretty good so far. They don't have anything left as the curveball flies over. Plus, you do get your hot hands back if you get a couple kills. So these kills all going over to Authority, though. So no shot for the hot hands, pretty much, it would seem. Still 3 on 5. Doable. Definitely winnable.
Laxi a little bit, frustrated on the spray. Yeah, McDoherty, maybe. Oh, there it is. Nice little ace from McDoherty. I love to see it. And, well, hold on. Did they drop the Odin again? Did nobody? Okay, no. Matt got the Odin. Whew! I was scared.
So Matt's had the Odin. I don't know what they were playing around with there, but look at the economy, though, Vincent. It's looking pretty good on the side of Rock Bottom. It's not, stellar. We're not at 9K cap already, so they still have a little bit of ways to go. But, 5,300, 4,400, these are at least, double buys heading into the next round, at any rate.
You're right about that. I mean, this is a good position to be in if you're Dallas Vendetta, especially as you just lost the lead for the first time in the game. Laxi opening things up, taking that first pick, something we haven't seen as of late, and Laxi continues to do just that. But Shroud has something to say in mid, taking control and taking frags. Now it's the 3-on-3 as both teams are left wondering what happened in that very fast engagement. As Shrouds continues up mid, could get a really good position, Doc, depending on how aware Toast is of this.
Yeah, it also depends on how aggressively they hold their angle, right? Like Toast making a ton of noise, so Shrouds know exactly where they are, but are they going to give up on holding this angle, or are they going to hold it for too long? You can see that, they also don't know where the spike is at yet. So you have Hooligan on the camera here, keeping an eye on to A entrance, but until something actually comes through, he's not going to have any callouts to have. And so you can see Toast is just toying with the idea of, do I rotate? Do I stay here? What do I have to do? What's the best play? And Shroud's, holding this angle hard. Finally going to make a move. Doesn't quite get the kill. Doesn't actually land any shots either. So in a tough spot here. Finally gets the kill as Laxi trades back.
Yeah, that's a big trade as well for Laxi. Would need the ace, I believe, in order to clutch this round out. But 95 HP, 40 armor. Certainly very, very doable, especially considering Cosmic Divide and basically all this utility is available. So we have certainly a possibility to come out victorious here. Both players are far back. First, getting baited out, but that is with that shot. Laxi going to be, you know, aware of what's going on. That shot again. They don't have to peek here. They know that Laxi can't be defusing and shooting. There's that first one. Knows where the second was, and the spray control's there. Laxi, an ace, but not enough time to defuse that spike. Unfortunately, still a beautiful couple of frags and really puts the economy into the dumps there despite the victory.
Pretty crazy that they get both frags, right? Like, how often do you see a pincer maneuver like that not end up in dying? Like, they had some crazy timing to be able to get that first kill onto Authority and then be able to 180 it and take out Makai as well. Absolutely lights out play there. It does hamper the economy here from Rock Bottom, but in their case, they have 4 rounds of winning bonus already. And so, you know, it did cost Overcooked their whole life savings now that they're down to 100 credits. But on the side of Dallas, they are just piecemealing together a buy, and so they've like 2 rifles and pistols, I think is what it looked like. So not the strongest buy to be coming into, you know, the halfway point of the half.
Yeah, I mean, you know, this buy right now from Dallas, they're applying for the food stamps. Let's just say that. Like, they're struggling a bit. Only a couple of rifles that pulled out, and those sheriffs, of course, can be very effective. We know how effective they can be, but they are certainly very difficult to contend with. And, well, a methodical setup here for the offense. Not really giving too much away early. There's that flashpoint, hoping to find somebody off the back of that, but fortunately everybody was able to get away with ease, and in fact taking a lot of damage there for Hooligan off the back of that piece. So nothing really doing at this point as more flashpoints come in, but this time nobody's home, Doc.
So now we're out of flashes on the side of Dallas at all. Actually, that was the only 3 flashes they had, and all they did was lose 40 points of HP. So pretty bad trade deal, if you ask me, but I'm not a business genius, so I'm sure there's somebody that could pass that off as a good trade deal. We do get to run it back into the doorway. Knowledge being gained here of where people are, and even with that, Toast still manages to get a kill, and the spike will go down.
Crowd nearly gave their life for that spike, but fortunately had to dash away, and oh, what a find as well onto Laxi, who was just getting into the area to throw out some more stars, and now the push off the back of that comes in. Shrouds gets stunned, but doesn't matter. Still hits the shot onto Austin, and there's 2 players left alive. You gotta hurry this up, otherwise that usage is not even gonna matter, and well, it doesn't matter as it is, because Makai picks up the double frag to close out the round. This has been Rock Bottom in control for quite a while at this point, Doc.
It would definitely seem like they took your pre-show words quite personally, Vincent, as they are just lights out right now, just smacking the Vendettas and, you know, continuing to have a healthy economy. So looking at the last round, I always personally hate using ultimates on like half buys, especially that late into the round, right? Like if it's a 2v3, 3v5 and you have 2 sheriffs, I say just hold on to it, right? Like, yes, you earn the orbs back as Austin picks up 1 for themselves, but like, to me, I feel wasteful, but I'm also the RPG player that has like 77 cheese wheels at the final boss. So like, man, Austin coast to coast picking up frags.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were talking, Doc, about, you know, the fact that Rock Bottom have continually been getting those opening picks. I guess that's certainly a way to change it up, isn't it? Get the operator out and let Austin do Austin things. He's done a good job of it. But onto your point, I agree with you. I don't necessarily love the investment there, but I do think that 5 rounds in a row, like you had maybe an opportunity. You could argue there was an opportunity, and I don't dislike them going for it. Dallas Vendetta know that, you know, at 5 rounds, like this blows up into a really bad half really quickly. You know, from 5 to 2, it's like, oh, well, you know, this is relatively close. And then you lose 2 more rounds, and now it's suddenly 7 to 2, and it's like, oh God, no.
Yeah, I think this would have been probably a better round to use the Rolling Thunder in, you know, potentially to dissuade a plant or something like that. But that's why I'm on the commentary seat. That's why I don't actually play this game for money. But looking here, It's a 5v3. 2 members on the site here with the op shot actually waiting to come through. We are going to get the suck coming in from Astra to try and delay this even further. And with only 10 seconds left, this spike is not going to go down. Spike's not even anywhere near a site. They're calling for the save.
I mean, this is much needed, this save, I think. You know, you have to go for it. But again, this is a solid round. This is exactly what you wanted. And, okay, that aftershock, oh, nearly takes one player out, but fortunately able to get away with their life.
Pretty scary situation to find yourself in. Bullets coming through, the walls melting right in front of your face, and you just simply don't know where to go. So,
that's the terrifying part.
Yeah, you never know what to do in that situation. So they do survive the wall, though. So they do bring it into the next round. They got to spend 1,000 credits to rebuy their armor, which is tough luck. But looking at their economy, they're not too perturbed. Full buys across the board on both teams. Things are looking good. Very aggressive play from Austin, who gave the op shot over to somebody else. And what a great frag. That's so good.
Okay, that's the classic Pugstar strategy, by the way. I saw that for the first time in a Pugstars game. I forget who the coach is who came up with it. I'm gonna find your name and give you credit once we get back. I saw him on Twitter, but yeah, that's such a brilliant strategy. I love it. The dash in up top, wait for the sonar dart and get the frags off the back of it. Absolutely brilliant, and they did a great job of utilizing that there. I mean, yeah, it's what one might call a cheesy strategy, but it works, and that's all that matters. So easy does it. Austin going to be hanging out right outside of that lockdown and nearly found a shot despite that on the timing. Nobody locked down or detained, as it is a 5v4 retake in the favor of Dallas Vendetta.
That could have been pretty scary too if that, Tailwind had been a little bit more aggressive into the wall there and then they get detained. Because then, we've all seen how that works. It can really light up the offense, and so now we get the Astro Wall coming out. We've talked about this at length being almost more detrimental to the attacking team, well, the retaking team, than the defending team, and I would say that's probably pretty true here as Rock Bottom pick up the round's win.
I mean, I don't know if the issue there was the cosmic divide, but I mean, either way, it certainly didn't make anything worse or better at the very least. I think that somehow you turn that from a man advantage to a lost round. That's a big mistake, no matter how you slice it, because you missed the trade. All you had to do was trade effectively, and unfortunately fallen flat as Dallas Vendetta on that count. That being said, we are seeing another commitment when it comes to the weaponry. They do have rifles this round, and actually I think that we're going to see the Blade Storm committed, and yeah, that was committed already. I just didn't hear the info. That was my bad, but yeah, Austin sitting ready and waiting and minute.
Tailwind's into the bullet stream. Hate to see that, but yeah. Last round, I think getting off of Heaven is problematic for a lot of teams, because that seems to be where just everything falls apart. We saw, 3 members die just in the jump down from Heaven, so that all of a sudden just obliterated your man advantage. So it's a tough thing to do, I think, but so far so good. Shroud's going with the Sudoku play here, opens up a very similar man advantage for Dallas. Let's see if they can hold on to it this time.
Well, in fairness, last round it was a really, really nice gimmick play, and this round it was straight, suicide.
Gimmick.
30 seconds left.
But whatever. Same result, like you said. As there goes that running back being utilized to get a forward position. Kai, though,
and a frag.
Something. Oh, that's so very good. Toast gave things away maybe a little bit too soon, but nonetheless, the plant is down, and it is 4v4, I should say. Nobody really advantaged as Kai. Oh, up close and personal. There's no way he's ready, and Hooligan is certainly not. This, though, Austin is ready for it. Throws out some of those nines. He is out of them. but it's not. This is just not going the way Dallas Vendetta at the moment. They committed a lot of utility to that attempt, and well, there's 2 players on the right side, one coming from the flank. This is devastating. Austin low on the bullet in the chamber and has to just run away. There's no way to win this round.
Time is ticking away. Somebody might actually die. Overcook? Nope, they're fine. So they are able to escape with their life, and it's 7 rounds now for Rock Bottom. This attacking half for them has been amazing. They've been able to get almost everything they wanted. Yeah, they lost, a couple of rounds, but when you look back, it's pistol and second, which if you lose the pistol, it's almost guaranteed you lose the second. And then they just won a random round to timeout, and you can chalk that up to RB not rotating properly or just being caught unawares. And when you take it as a whole, RB has done everything right so far.
Well, I mean, that was the round that Austin got a 3K with the operator.
True, that helps.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 2 kills to open things up, and then your sight push is stopped by a shot from Austin on the op, that really does make things very difficult, I would say. And that was the only round. You're right. They've been able to pick up since then. It's been a frustrating half for Dallas Vendetta, and they have not looked bad. They've had good ideas. They've had interesting positions and everything, but unfortunately unable to connect off the back of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the economy has kind of been troubling for them as well. I mean, we're finding them on sheriffs once again. So when you look at their most successful round being off an operator and only having it for the round they won and the round after, it starts to wonder, what would this half look like if they had big guns more often and more available, as Austin picks up 2 with a Phantom before falling.
Blocking sight.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a good job of saving. I don't think they've been mismanaging their economy, to be honest, Dallas Vendetta, but it certainly hasn't been ideal. And honestly, I would almost go as far to say is they're how close these rounds are when they're not on a buy is concerning in that they aren't close at all. It's almost as if where they're kind of half investing with the sheriffs and stuff. They should be getting more out of those rounds, and they're simply not. So yeah, I mean, it seems you're right that Rock Bottom has certainly taken what I said to heart, and look to prove me wrong. And props to them. I love it when a team that I'm not aware of comes out and surprises the heck out of me. It's absolutely exciting, and I'm having a great time watching Rock Bottom really just dismantle what Dallas Vendetta have been putting on.
Yeah, you love to see teams come in, wreck house, and do well here in the first match of the day. Nothing more deflating than the first stream match being a 13-0. So, I mean, even though it's 8-3, there is still a lot of good things that, Dallas are going to be able to pull into the next half. I mean, being able to trade op shots, you lose a member, but it's still 4v4. You still have the ultimates on your table. You've removed a big portion of the economy from the opponent while still holding on to yours. So, these are things that they can carry forward, and it's just this is an unfortunate round for them. The last couple have been unfortunate for them, and I think you are right in saying that they're not mismanaging their economy. They're just falling prey to the best of one. You only get one shot, one opportunity kind of thing, because they just don't one bad series of buys, and all of a sudden they just fall into pieces.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to contend with for sure. We see the lockdown play going as expected for Dallas. Oh my goodness, what happened to Toast?
Spike planted.
Yeah, no swarm.
Yeah, but why didn't he move? That's so devastating. A very unfortunate scenario. And now Hooligan on the flank. Hooligan didn't find anything before. Needs to find something this time. Knows that there's one player close by. Do they get help? The answer, no. Help not there. The neural theft goes out whilst the rest of the team looks to push in. But the rest of the team is just Austin. They now know where everyone's at and can find something.
Oh,
no, Makai with a great find, and unfortunate on that timing. A little bit of a mismatch with regard to it because Hooligan was reloading. It's now 1 versus 3, and Canyon find the first as Nate Doherty going to find that frag, and it's 9-3, Doc. A devastating first half if you're a Dallas Vendetta fan.
That said, it's comeback season. Now that they're on that attacking side, they have the opportunity to do what was done to them. They win the pistol, win the second, win the third, fourth, fifth, and just run it all the way back. They'll be in a good position. If they lose the pistol, that's where things get kind of tough. They'll find themselves down to double digits, the economy in favor of rock bottom, and then the second round over as well, which is, again, we've talked about it, that would be 11. That is basically map point at that point.
Yeah, this is certainly not ideal. I mean, maybe that's the understatement of the century, maybe, but it's not a great position to be in. And I gotta be honest with you, Doc. It feels like it's not really like one thing in particular that they're struggling with or doing wrong. It's just as a squad getting outplayed by a little bit.
I would definitely agree, as we do see Shrouds just living for free in the pit here. Even though Austin's super deep, gonna get 2 before falling. That is a huge come up from Austin in the back line.
Absolutely is. It opens up the site and it creates an opportunity now for Dallas Vendetta to come out victorious in the round. Lots of damage done to the Zova, who has the spike, but Hooligan in a very solid spot. Has not been very effective with these flanks in this game thus far in my book, but could come up big. Gets the information, not quite going to be able to pick up the frag. This timing is absolutely imperative, and Shrouds actually had an idea. Shrouds, that was such a big brain play to bait out Hooligan. It worked, but Shrouds just wasn't quite patient enough. Is now looking for this flank, and well, isn't quite ready for the angle that Hooligan's sitting at. That's absolutely brilliant. Exactly what you needed to find. As there's 20 seconds left, the spike is now rotating for the 3rd time, as the Sova, low HP, like I said, moves back over to A to watch for Hooligan as he waits ready to help.
And they go for an off normal plant spot as well. So even if a hot hands came through or a nanoswarm, setup came through, it's not a traditional spot. So it'd be a little bit more, it'd be less likely you get hit by it. There's obviously still a chance there that you do, but so far 3-on-2, spike planted and ticking away. This is looking great for Dallas right now. That dart is going to get caught, and they know where 2 people are, but where's the 3rd? Oh, Makai.
One enemy remaining.
They don't know.
Wait.
They don't know.
They don't know. Pepe laugh. Now they know. Can Hooligan do it? Can Hooligan? He does. Clutches up.
Man, is there ever a situation where it's a bad thing to find a kill through the cage? That's the only situation I could ever think of. Like, you kill the player down there, it's 3 players, so you're like, okay, surely there's only one there, right?
In this reality.
Yeah.
and so it just comes back to bite them. Yeah, they just were not aware of Hooligan's position. Man, Hooligan, what a clutch play in that round, and was the player who really created the conditions for which that round came the way of Dallas Vendetta. Like, Hooligan's flank there, so key, and then coming back to help with the team on the site, not dying alone. Like, so many flankers there would just commit to that next fight and die alone. That's happened so often, and that's not what we saw happen. I really love that.
Wow, they all got pinged on that recon dart as well. And I would like to see more of that from Hooligan as well. Pretty quiet first half that, as the Cypher player, you're favored on the defensive side. I don't think anybody's really gonna argue with that. So coming onto the attacking side now, I guess you have less to worry about, and you can just frag instead of having to worry about all of your defensive tools. So maybe that's the difference here. But doors coming down, easily sprayed. Austin not gonna get one, and this A site is ripe for the taking with that final kill.
Yeah, well placed flashpoint from Dreams right there to
One enemy remaining.
up, and well, Austin comes back for more. Triple kill for Austin in this round. Again, that one round they got other than the first 2 was Austin picking up lots of frags, and Austin has that Blade Storm available for the next round, should it be necessary. But a flawless victory against the Eco is exactly what you want to see. But now, this is where things get dicey. This is where things turned in the favor of Rock Bottom last half, and we're here once again with the bonus round for Dallas Vendetta.
Certainly a bonus round indeed, as Schrutz going with Naked Operator on this defensive side. That is so aggressive, especially when your opponent has SMGs.
Get out of
Like,
my way!
you know, typically heading into like a rifle round, you know that, you know, basically a one tap is going to kill you regardless. So the armor at that point is worthless. This time though, into SMGs, it's not quite the same deal. So the armor could actually do something for you here, as Makai and Shroud's, all right, making it worth it, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's so unfortunate there. On the attempt at the push from the Jet with the Blade Storm, Dallas Vendetta, they were in a position where just looking the wrong direction, not quite aware of a player in the corner. Gotta check them corners, unfortunately, and well, here comes the push, and that push, oh, not working out well. Authority up close and personal with the rifle has made a decisive statement, and now it's left 2v5. Hooligan once again on the flank, looking for something, and now the sole survivor of this, well, devastating round. The Dallas Vendetta, they look like a bit of a bloodbath here. That's what it's been, and bloodbath completed. Flawless victory.
So typically you would hope for at least one kill on your bonus round, you know, since the third round buy-up from the losing team is a little shaky. You know, obviously, you know, Shrouds had to forego armor. Like, that's how shaky that level of buy-up is. So, you know, being able to take away 29, 39, 5,000 credits with a single frag adds up, and unfortunately when you get flawless, it means that the rest of the team can just hold their money. And so now that you're on your buy-up round, you're, you know, rifled, but you don't have full armor on everybody either.
It's not ideal. I mean, that's for sure. And now in a position where, I mean, we're not quite at must win just yet, but it certainly feels like it. You know, this game swings so easily, and a loss here for Dallas Vendetta, like they'd be on eco, they'd be giving over 11 as well, and that would be, you know, match point. Like, basically this feels like a round they need to win, and Dallas Vendetta, they're certainly starting to feel the mountain pressure
Here.
as Hooligan just attempting to say hello over here on the B site, looking for some information. Doesn't really find anything other than there's no one really close by, which unfortunately isn't all that great. But Austin is in a forward position at mid, so this push, what would be a B split, should be fairly effective.
Yeah, the other thing that they didn't quite find on that peak was the utility that was waiting on the walkway there. It looks like they did find it now, as they are super deep onto the site, falling to Matt. Austin's very close here as well. It's going to get bopped by Makai's run it back, and that is very stalled out push here. And it looks like everything you just talked about, Vincent, maybe coming true. Dreams trying to bring it back though, and it's quickly falling apart here for RB.
Yeah, it is. Down 2 players left alive against 3, and lots of utility as well, potentially, for those players that haven't seen what they've got. But nonetheless, Shrouds as well with an operator is not an ideal weapon to try and retake here. So based on the way that they're kind of waiting, oh no, they are going for it. I would have been devastated to see a save, to be completely honest. Dreams now up close and personal, gets that first frag, and the operator is left to wonder what the heck happened. Has to just run away, and that's probably what the plan was from the beginning. Just look for the potential kills, you know, an opening, and with, you know, that opening being closed down, the operator looks to save, but Laxi was there.
That's a tough spot to run away from too. You don't really have much in terms of safety net, because if there is a flanker, you know, they are basically guaranteed to be there. And so Laxi having a great spot there. You know, there's no smokes coming out from a jet either. I don't believe they had tailwind at that point, because that would have been a great getaway tool as well. But it's tough because you have to clear, you know, not only the market doorway to stay safe, but you also have to be worried about potentially a ramps or a window or tree or just any of these other hidey holes that the lurker could be in. So We're going to get a shock dart and a recon coming out. And Hooligan playing a little annoyingly here at the B side once again, pretty much reminiscent of last round.
Certainly is. This time though, there's a drone, and wow!
I like the idea. It didn't work,
I do too.
but I like it.
It was certainly an idea, and it could have worked out.
Down
Not going to work out all that well. Now the spike falling at A. Dallas going to need to return and pick that up. Well, rock bottom. Now, what is happening, Matt? The second kill with utility this round. This time with a nano swarm. Last time with. Okay, well, it doesn't even matter. Just doesn't even matter. They're just all dead. They're all dead, Doc.
Yeah, tons of utility kills coming out from map this game entirely. They had a couple on the first half as well. So that was actually a pretty cheeky nano swarm too. It looked like it was over by the door button, which is, you know, a standard spot to run to, but I feel like it's not a standard spot to actually have or throw a nano swarm because it is kind of, how do I say, not that important, right? Like how many times do you actually contest the door actually closing versus just spraying the door out? So, you know, being able to get a frag there with the nanoswarm, pretty cheeky. And also dying to the turret, that is definitely one of the worst feelings in Valorant because it does like 3 damage and you're just like, how did this thing kill me of everything that's coming at me?
Yeah, I mean, it does. It just feels bad, man. Like, I know we had this conversation when Killjoy came out, but like, I'm still of the thought that like the fact that the turret can kill you is just not a fun interaction ever. Doesn't matter how it works, even if it's hard to get kills with it. Nonetheless, vulnerable now is Matt with the usage of that after utility, but it doesn't look to matter. Is also vulnerable now on the other side of things. I think got hit with a Killjoy bot. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Or alarm bot. Sorry. Plant is down, and Hooligan with the opening frag now. It's 5v5, and a missed shot there by us, and I should say not missed shot. It's a Marshall, not an operator. As the lockdown comes through, but look what's ready and waiting. That's going to be the Hunter's Fury, and well, easy does it. Taking down the retake potential of that. And both frags as well going the way of the defense as they re-engage. So it's all even, especially with no trades. But Hooligan's coming in late and toast with the utility. Absolutely brilliant stuff. As there we go. Austin with the final frag. It's all over. Dallas Vendetta, they pick up yet another round. And everyone survives as well. That's big, Doc.
Yeah, I mean, even though they didn't have a whole lot, right? Like, obviously, Austin on the Marshall there, it's just not really... Like, it was impactful because I got 1.5 frags. I don't know how much damage they actually did to Overcooked at the end there, but they still got the kill credit, which is what matters. So they are able to upgrade that into a Vandal Phantom rifle this time, and so it's looking a lot better. Things are a little shaky on Rock Bottom side, and, you know, being able to take full advantage of this attacker side that for 2 halves in a row now has done a lot of good here for the team that is able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, it certainly has been a great adjustment. Oh, Matt through the smoke, the dark cover. That's brilliant, and Matt gets away with their life as well. Absolutely devastating. That's just so frustrating. And now the spike gets planted, yes, but at what cost? It is, well, I say at what cost? It's the cost of 1 player, Doc.
1.5, I would say. Although, I mean, realistically, does half matter to a certain degree? Like, you still have all of the abilities at half HP. You know, you don't technically lose anything for only being half HP outside of being halfway to dead. As Shroud's able to pick up 1 frag before falling to Hooligan. Hooligan falls, Laxi trades back, Toast. Everybody's getting in on the action here as we do see Dallas currently in a 2v1. Rock Bottom only has Authority here, who had an ace earlier, but now just has the Sheriff. I think this round is just about shocked. It looks like my Authority's not even going to be able to save the rifle.
That's tough luck. Very tough luck as well, not getting away with that rifle. But things are looking up here for Dallas Vendetta. They've had some key wins this half. I mean, I say key wins. They've been winning overall this half. Only 2 rounds lost. And to be fair, there's not a whole lot more of those that they can give away. But nonetheless, they've really been stepping up, particularly those A hits, working out well for them. And, well, in fairness, the B hits as well, just a little bit less of them is all. As we are getting into, the next couple rounds, this is really where things can get awful close if you aren't careful. Rock Bottom, they need to start cleaning this up.
Yeah, Rock Bottom invested quite heavily into this round as well. I mean, Overcook on a Judge, yeah, it doesn't look like it's expensive, but if that's all you got, that's all you got. And so the operator shot is going to whiff on the first try. Takes a little bit of damage before being able to get out, but now, how do you maneuver this operator in these tight quarters? Somebody's going to jump up on that box. They're going to challenge you, and the spike at this point is going to go down for free once again. And it would seem that Rock Bottom just do not have an answer to this site take.
Well, they certainly haven't put one on display. I'll give them that. I mean, it's not been ideal. That is some information off the back of that sonar arrow, and once again, that opening duel going the way of Dallas Undead is so very good. This player inside of short as well gets the frag as Toast. Big kill through the bottom of hell, and now, I mean, look what it's done, Doc.
They're out.
Bottom, they've run.
And they're even getting hunted too, which is really showing the state of how Dallas feel about their economy, right? Not often, if you're in a shaky spot, will you try and chase and challenge and, fight into these awkward angles, but because, they're feeling good about it and they've recognized the power that is given over to these two members that are trying to stay alive, like, you just took away at least 3,900 credits by killing Overcook. Like, that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It is incredibly impactful. And we're actually seeing Trouts who had that operator keep it and, getting away with their life. But everybody else, I mean, the money is, broken. Not ideal. We've got a couple of sheriffs, an SMG for Overcooked, and not much more. As the Blade Storm gets committed here for Austin. Looking for something, and they pushed in over onto the site, but, well, nobody's really home. It was a stack over towards the middle area, but not going to be really effective at finding much of anything other than an empty house.
And Spike's already down. These retakes from Rock Bottom have been, left wanting as Laxi just picks up 2 kills for free on the flank there. And now it's 3v5 and you've Austin, going for these boathouse shenanigans. But do we just see another save from Rock Bottom? I would hazard yes, but we don't know how they're feeling.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be looking for the save. A couple of key misses there by that Blade Storm. Overcooked got a little bit dancy, getting a little cheeky, but now it's just on to one player looking for something and one player saving. As Mathority, that would have been a crazy shot. Imagine if Mathority had hit that.
Inhuman reactions.
Yeah, for real. That would have been a classic, but no, not happening. And the operator survives yet again.
So another round with the operator here from Shrouds, who, like you said, did survive. Man, we need something to come out of this operator. They've spent a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of, investment in making sure that this is actually something they can rock with. And right now they're back within 1 of it being tied up and no money to rebuy it if they lose. So. And it looks like it's going to be a very similar take to A that we've been seeing, from DV. Full knowledge control coming in. There's going to be a turret here. Not going to really matter about it. They see one person, and they have to know there's more. And look at that. There's already a rotation coming in here as well.
This is an interesting position to be in. And I mean, look at how they've been trained. Rock Bottom.
Recovering it.
Like a well-trained animal rotating over towards A immediately off the back of just a basic amount of pushing, right? And I mean, in fairness, they do have the operator primed and ready at the opposing site. pushed up fairly aggressively in shouts, but one miss, one whiff shot, or just a trade for that matter, and this is really all over. We got the lockdown coming through over on A, and that seems a bit premature. In fairness, I don't know if they saw the spike or what happened, but looks as if the push is going to go this
30
way
seconds
after the lockdown. As there we go, 30 seconds left, and Paranoia comes out, as well as the Hunter's Fury to try and create some space. Space it does, as well as frags. Getting one kill onto the player at Catwalk, and now spike is planted. Look at all the
10 seconds
utility that
left.
was put out before the spike even got to the site.
Yeah, imagine having the lockdown right now. Like, this would be so great to have, especially with 3 members meandering around this hell position. You know, you don't really have any forward taking of your own with just Shrouds here on Heaven with the operator, but that's such a hard position to hold with this rifle because it is so difficult to work with. But 2 quick kills there. We are going to see one more fall, and it's all down to Hooligan, who has shots on target but loses to the Classic, and is finally going to be rock bottom, finding themselves here on map point.
Finally is right. I mean, they have been sitting at that 11 rounds for so very long.
Match point.
And it's just been, you know, a little dicey. They finally got into that position where now, 1 round away, they could be walking away victorious, but they've been struggling. They've been struggling all half, and every time that they've won a round, it's been followed by a victory by Dallas Vendetta, and that's
Let us
worrying.
hunt.
Yeah, it's a little concerning as we look here. It is full buy one more time. A little bit of suction cup action coming on here as well, but nothing really going to come of it. There was no push. There was no, you know, action to be had, and so it's allowed Shrouds to get this very forward position for themselves once again. They're even going to close the door, actually, to give Shrouds that added protection to make sure that nobody can flank them without, you know, at least a little bit of pre-knowledge. So Hooligan, very forward, is going to spray out that door, but Shrouds already got the kill. That's all that really mattered from that position.
Yeah, I mean, the frag certainly important, and the positioning as well.
Found them.
Push coming out onto A. Hooligan falls. It did have a commitment, but Matt's still ready and waiting on the site. Not able to deny the spike plant, but still, the fact that they aren't aware of this player in hell is so devastating. Granted, it is a pretty good position, but Dreams gets punished immediately, and Toast only good for 1. That leaves it all onto the back of Max, who's found the first frag onto Matt somehow, but is now left 1 versus 3. Hot Hands comes out and has to commit, and, well, meets a face full of fire.
Wall? Yeah, it was the wall. I actually love that. The wall on top of everything, just to add that little bit of obscurity so that even once they were able to get out of, you know, the dark cover smoke, they still just couldn't see, and they were still burning even. So there was just no hope of escaping that type of situation there. And so we do see rock bottom coming out ahead, Vincent, 13-10, and they're going to be moving on here in tonight's tournament.
Yeah, a tough loss there for Dallas Vendetta, and on top of that, a huge victory for Rock Bottom. Really impressed with what they came out with. I think that they both, you know, in tactics with their attacking side, and then, you know, just barely able to push it over the edge on the defense. That's all that matters. They did everything right when it comes to that attacking half, and sometimes all you need is one solid half of play, and then that can push you over the edge. They came out swinging, and I mean they absolutely smacked Dallas Vendetta in the mouth, and showed them the business. Like I said, you know, I was talking about how Dallas Vendetta, I thought were the favorites here. I think that that's not unreasonable. They were the favorites here. But this is a nicely done upset, and I'm excited to see what Rock Bottom can find moving forward. There's certainly a team that I should be excited about. I did some looking, by the way, and at least a couple of these players are from the X Tactical Banditry roster. So interesting. That team had mixed results, but it certainly is a team that I was excited about, and I'm excited to see what they bring moving forward, Doc.
Yeah, so like you said, they are going to be moving forward tonight. Now, unfortunately, we are going to be saying goodbye to Dallas Vendetta. But good news is we may be able to see them next week because the signups for next week's Battlefy tournament are already live. Be sure to hit the link down below and get yourself and the rest of the squad signed up for next week's Pit of Valor here. While you're doing that, maybe go ahead and head on over to drinkcontrol.com. Find yourself a nice, delicious flavor that you want to take part in. It's a delicious meal replacement. So you can also use code GLG10 at checkout. Now for us here, we're going to go do that. Meanwhile, we're going to take a short break and we'll see you in just a couple minutes.
City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are here, and as you can see, the faces have seen a little bit of a change up. It feels like it's been honestly an eternity and a half since I've been on this desk. And yes, the beard, or rather not the beard, the stash is continuing to grow. So GLG, you're gonna appreciate this beard as it comes to its full power, handlebars and all. I am joined by the lovely and beautiful Endless. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. It's been, honestly, I can't even remember the last time we were casting, and it's definitely been a while. But hey, what a good way to come back. We're not going to be playing Ascent. We're actually going to be playing Split. So two different, like a completely different map to start things off. And I mean, what better way?
I'm all about it, man. And we're going to be following the likes of Impulse Esports and Rock Bottom, as I'm looking over here on the side screen. We're going to be playing Split, like you said, Endless. And Rock Bottom is going to be starting on the attacker side with Impulse Esports on the defensive. Split, for me, all-time favorite map, and I'm happy it's coming here today as the first map for us. Endless and I are going to be back later on to keep you guys going with more matches, but what else keeps you guys going is the lovely Drink Control. Thank you so much for keeping us as your sponsor, and for you guys, that code is a thing. Don't forget about it. Use that code, get you 10% off GLG10, and of course, this week, Pit of Valor, one more time now, although we're kind of changing it up a bit with our sponsor, SYR Esports, is doubling the pot. So we're at a crispy 100 bones today. So nothing beats that, man. Come play some games, have some fun, and you and your boys can walk away $20 a pop. So pretty good. Pretty good. I'm looking forward to it, Endless.
And I mean, upcoming tournaments, we have our Moonrise tournament that is this Friday, I believe, at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So make sure you're here to join us for that. And on top of that, next week's Pit of Valor is already open for sign up. So if you haven't gotten out the opportunity to enter this week's tournament, make sure you sign up in time for next week's. And also, if you are a manager or a coach like myself, April 19th, okay, keep that date in mind. GLG is hosting the Parent Teacher Invitational, so we call it. It's a charity tournament to give back to the community. And I mean, DM GLG on Twitter and get that invite, and we'll invite you in there. And then on top of that, in May, we have the $1,500 Team Synergy Invitational and EU only event. So it's going to be a European event, 15 Kings, €1,000 invitational as well. So that is going to be super, super exciting. And I mean, we're going to get into the agent selection right now to see what these teams are going to start off with their comp on Split tonight.
I'm looking forward to this, Endless. Of course, for me, having the opportunity to cast is one thing, but now we get to follow the likes of Astra through the adventures, and we see Bogala is picking that up and going to potentially go for the lock there, the whole team, slapping a fat hover. as I hear the clicks coming through, and there are the locks coming in. Paco, Pest, Evasion, taking it. We'll still see if that Astra becomes a reality for us today. Shrouds is going to potentially pick that up. And on this map, I will say, Astra, given the narrow entry points and the smoke points, respectively, in A and Heaven and at screens, on site default plant positions, B, Heaven, Take, and CT, like that Astra utility is really strong. Couple that with a beautiful Sage Wall, slows. I mean, it's going to be nice to see this comp come to reality here, Endless.
And it was very interesting to see. I mean, they do have essentially one proper duelist on the Raze for the side of Rock Bottom, but on Impulse, they have that Sentinel and Killjoy. So we're gonna instantly see that difference, a Killjoy versus Cypher. And I think on this map, Killjoy reigns supreme for me.
I'm all about the Killjoy. I will say that much, my friend. Like, Killjoy has been very strong, and on this map, it's nice to see that utility. The nanostorms are critical. They have such a big blast radius, which can really deny a lot of plant opportunity, especially in Site B, which there's really only one kind of default plant place that everyone sticks to these days. And they've made some expansions to B site, which gives you opportunity to plant kind of more for main if you wanted to, but it has its risk, of course, because you're open towards CT and Heaven a lot more. And at the same time, we see Shrouds not going with that unfortunate Astra, but we're going with Sky, so that'll be nice to see as well.
That was honestly something that I was kind of wondering, right? Because Shrouds in the beginning, before he locked into Sky, he was on that Astra, and with Overcook already on the Omen, I wasn't sure if that was necessary, having two different types of smokes there. But luckily, they sorted things out. Shrouds going along with that Sky for that flash factor. But on the side of Impulse, they do have that breach in hand, and we know that breach flash. It's so hard to dodge, as it could be at any point on that wall or surface, and by the time you hear it, it's a little bit too late.
It's going to be good to see Breach. I mean, I'm all about it, especially on this map. Breach has so much strength. You said the flashes. Honestly, I will say, like, I think, what was it? Riot made an April Fool's joke about nerfing Breach, and I was laughing. I think one of them was potentially something along the lines of, they only gave him one flash and something like that. Honestly, Breach for me is one of those things that it kind of drives me up the wall. Honestly, those flashes tilt the marbles out of me.
And on top of that, 3 flashes on the Breach. I mean, it's one of those agents where the second you see you're going up against it, it kind of changes to the point where you instantly dislike the fact that you're going up against a Breach. But let's see if that factor alone is going to make that difference, as the rest of the comp all across the board seems relatively even. The only difference is seeing the Astra on the side of Impulse. Will that smoke factor come into play, as it's not a very mobile agent?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing, like you said it yourself, that in astral form you're basically a sitting duck. You might as well grab yourself a muffin and a coffee and chill at that point. But again, the utility itself, very strong, has a high potential to make an impact when used correctly. And that's what makes Astra unique. Such a diverse toolkit, and it gives you a lot of options. But sitting here, I think we have a potential disconnect condition. By the looks of it, we're sitting on a pause here on round number 0-0, respectively, as we're getting a stunning flyby here of the beautiful lounge. Now, this is a lounge I would really like to be in, Endless, but unfortunately here in Ontario, we are stuck plastered in our homes, and can't do too much. But hey, this is a vibe and a half, and I'm looking forward to seeing, honestly, what these two teams bring to the table here. RB, of course, managed to slap their way in their first game, although it was tight. They managed to bring home the victory, and now the question remains: do they have it in them here to beat Impulse Esports? And that's going to be to be determined. But Rock Bottom had a tough game before this one, Endless.
They definitely had a tough game, but luckily they came and won it, and I mean, they moved on, and now they're going to be going up against Impulse Esports, who also has won their respective match. I'm not too sure the score, but nonetheless, they're here on Split, and it's exciting to see. I mean, Impulse is going to be starting on that defensive side, which, I mean, we've been thinking about it, right? Split has just been a nonstop back and forth as to which side it's more favored towards. Is it more towards that defensive side, or is it more towards that attacking side? But I mean, we've seen it kind of go back and forth depending on how the team, their chemistry kind of comes together, right? I mean, we've seen teams absolutely demolish that attacker side and just crush the defensive without any resistance. But it really depends on how aggressive they are.
And for me, like we'll talk about the Sage a little bit here, right? Tanaka and Authority respectively playing those. You can almost expect Sage to be a thing at middle to ensure that that area is locked down, not giving too much opportunity. But of course, that the mobility of Sage to wall respectively, whether it's also at B, we've seen time and time again the Sage strat on the attacker side. We have wall plan on Icebox, and there is a bit of a wall take type activity which can happen here as well, where they're going to wall right into B, crossover, and that kind of protects them from the Shrouds of Heaven, where some good damage can come out. On the defensive side, though, I think this is really going to boil down to the utility kit available from Paco. But the question remains, Matt not having that type of damage controller-based agent is going to have to rely on weaponry. And we've seen it time and time again. Ciphers that can deliver kills make a massive impact for this team as a controller. You don't want to be simply util-based, getting a kill and die. You got to be able to make that play happen. So Matt, for me, is going to be an agent to keep an eye on and see what he can do on that Cypher.
And right off that bat, rock bottom. I mean, sticking closer towards the A site. The dog is going to be activated to clear up ramps, which they're looking to take this A site relatively quickly. And you can see Matt already making his way up towards that A heaven. Gonna get post up, not gonna get overly aggressive here as Pest. It's gonna be kind of jiggle peeking, maybe calling that it's a fake as he doesn't spot a single person, but Boogala, what a name. And he's just sitting in ropes, waiting for an aggression as he does hear the camera from Cypher continuously being activated.
Patience is a virtue. Nothing better than chilling an event, albeit this is a room event. One that I would fit in for sure. And as now we see they went for that aggressive A-take, kind of fell off. They left Cypher up there, and they're regrouped back towards mid now, and that's 4 of them. So Cypher is ready and able on that A-pinch to make something happen here. Patience is key. Camera now eliminated. That camera blinking on and off multiple times, and here they are now sitting in rope. So this collapse here, rope, pinch, Matt, nice angle onto Bugala as the rest of the gang is now here, and that is a slippery take as they gave up full control Endless, and they're off into the A site. Denial opportunity as well as everyone is kind of rotating over, but with 27 on the clock, looks like they're going to double back, and that is slippery as they pull some nice rotates.
I really like that play by Matt. I mean, he was so passive there. He got that early control towards Heaven and just had complete ramp control. And with that camera, it really just made Impulse kind of hesitate, right? They had zero idea that he was up close. They just knew that he just kept getting on that camera. But look at that angle and the patience and my authority. My goodness, 2 burst shots onto Pest and his teammate there, and now it puts him in a 2 versus 4 situation, and my authority coming in even bigger, starting things off with a 4K to secure their first round.
Yeah.
Marvelous job there from the attackers. I love the finesse, and at the same time, I don't really know what the game plan was there for Impulse. They basically gave up full control on Heaven. I mean, I can appreciate the desire to play the retake strat. That gave the opportunity for Rock Bottom to take advantage of that Heaven. They got their aggression. They left the bomb sitting way outside of A, so their plan from the beginning was never to connect and to go all the way through. They left good old Matt there to kind of chill, bake a cookie or two as he was able to take a Bugala with that nice pick, and that was a fantastic collapse and a double back as well. Really good first round and a good use of that clock there, Endless.
It was really well done, and I mean, when they regrouped towards mid and got ropes control, it forced them out of positioning, right? I mean, Impulse starting to kind of rotate towards ramp to fall off of ropes as he's going to get pinched, and Matt was just there to clean things off with an uncontested shot as they just had no idea he was going to be there. But right now, it looks like they're defaulting closer towards that mid, trying to push the defense back, and Boogala, you can see, already pushed back, but now he's getting a little bit more aggressive back towards this mid in hopes someone tries to walk through this smoke. But look at Overcook. He is there post up, ready for the smoke to fade, and the second it does, it doesn't matter. Boogala getting that pick to start things off, but Makai and My Authority starting things off as well for their side. And just like that, down to 2 players on the side of Impulse with their breach absolutely lit.
And on that note, Endless 3 up for the attacker side. Leaves it all down to the lonesome Killjoy to make it happen here. Makai Patience with that paint can, ready to throw, but no one is there to receive. Authority denying that CT with that angular wall there, making it a one-way peak type situation, if anything. And with the spike down now, like we said, with that expanded B site planet for main, it's all up to Paco in Heaven here with a ton of crosshairs on him to make some magic happen for the clutch here. But Makai, the slippery rays coming from behind, And Paco's already dropped down. It's going to be easy work here for the attackers.
And he does not have enough health. Makai trying to do a 360, but Paco already pushed on towards that site. And I mean, they're going to close off that round 2-0 to start things off. And Impulse, here they come. Here they have their official buy round, but notice their economy. Paco with no armor whatsoever. Bugala, Pest, and Tanaka with light armor. So Evasion being the only player on this side, being able to afford full armor, this could be rough.
It's going to be pretty brutal at this point, but Impulse Esports is going to have to make this happen with these guns. If they lose this Endless, they are in for a world of pain financially and round-wise too. It's, as thus far, I'm liking what Rock Bottom's been doing. They're delivering these rounds, they're getting critical picks there, and their patience as a team has been impeccable. So on that note, Spike dropped down similar to round 1, this time not sitting outside of A, but more towards the mid ramen area as they're taking control one more time of that mail as Shrouds opens it up. Bugala trades that back and leaves it down to a 4 versus 4. Pest, patience on that angle from Rafters. Gonna keep his eye on mailroom as there is a caboose of people ready to go there. The question here is, with that spike down so far away, are they gonna commit? It would be very unwise of them to do so, Endless. They're gonna have to get that, and that blast, May Authority takes a little bit of a whack with that. No self-heal as Pest, poor Shrouds takes the brunt of that hit.
That flash combo, I mean, it worked out really well. As I mean, he could have been full blind and just didn't have the time and to really fall off of that. And right now, Makai having control of B main, just waiting patiently to see if there's going to be any overextension from Impulse, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. As Tanaka still playing Insight, being passive, and I think they're still going to try to hit this B site, as majority of them are here already. And here comes the nade from Makai. The wall is going to go ahead and be placed up, and Tanaka's just going to fall off, let them get into sight, and just take them out one by one.
Patience is a virtue. If you're Tanaka there, here's that spike for the plant. Nice crosshair placement on May Authority. Leaves it down to Overcooked now coming in from heaven, but no, Bugala on that Rafter makes it look easy here as that critical gun round for Impulse Esports has come to fruition, Endless, and they pick that up. That is their first round in the pocket, and a round you did not want to lose indeed. So good fight back rather, and a strong start to this matchup here.
That was a very crucial round for Impulse. I mean, because they had light armor, it kind of gave them a little bit of a disadvantage, especially if they were to lose guns. But luckily, they played together. They played the long range, and they were able to punish Rock Bottom in that sense. But here comes their buy round officially. So this is going to be the round that kind of sets the tone going forward. If Rock Bottom completely demolishes this round, Impulse should start worrying a little bit.
I would agree with you there, Tanaka going for that orb, and a good decision at that. Pain can to knock him off, but he does have the res now. They've broken the wall, and he is pinned in a bad corner. He's gonna have to somehow bail ship. Does he get it? No, Makai. And that orb now basically denied, as it's not gonna have an opportunity to res. Numbers even out too with the trade respectively. So 4-on-4 yet again with a minute 20 on the clock here. Evasion. Vacuum cleaner. No one really found there as it spots out one in Ramen. He is getting pinned, but manages to get away with that W key. And there's May Authority answering with the res onto Shrouds, who got destroyed earlier on. And this is going to be great now for the likes of Rock Bottom to capitalize with 5 members against a mere 4 of Impulse.
You see Paco just waiting patiently at that A site, and it almost looks as if Rock Bottom is going to head that direction. But with all the setup of Killjoy and the utility ready at A, that should be able to delay them just enough so that the rotations can come in for the side of Impulse. But it really depends. Do they slow it down? Paco starting to notice the noise coming towards that A site. And will he get a couple? He does get the first one, doesn't get the second, but instantly gets traded out by Evasion and Bugala. And now it leaves one member in a 1 versus 2 in Overcook. And the paint can's gonna come in, do some damage, but not enough. But there's that showstopper to come in clutch.
That deduction there from Evasion, he sent that showstopper flying after that paint can, realizing that he's probably shifted over towards elbow, given the plant position. And a little bit of a mild debate here taking place as to who's going to actually go for the final half of that infuse. Gives it to good old Raze, who was able to connect that 4K and bring it home. So Impulse now 2 and 2 respectively against Rock Bottom. They've managed to bring it together one more time, and at this point tied it up. And this puts the unfortunate situation for Rock Bottom in a bit of a rock bottom situation for the economy, and they're going for the big old sheriff save.
And sheriff save, I mean, we talked about this so many times, right? It's not something that requires or even puts them out of the round. I mean, sheriffs, we've seen them come in and just absolutely demolish rounds, and they're random guns, right? Sometimes they absolutely just don't work no matter what you do, but the other times, I mean, one sheriff across the map, who cares?
It's all easy work, my friend, and at this point, Makai has that wall about to fall. He gets away unscathed as Overcook opens that up nicely for them and leaves it in an advantage for Rock Bottom here. Tanaka still holding firm. This time that res is available, and he is not deceased, so he can use that respectively when that time comes, or if he can get to a friendly teammate to make that happen. As Overcook continues his barrage with that Spectre, picks up a 2-piece combo onto Pest, and keeps that number advantage growing, leaving it down to a mere 55 seconds. Matt, if I'm not mistaken, is the one carrying that spike, as Tanaka anchoring heavily. One slow in a res is the dream, as they're definitely finessing the clock here. Endless. We'll see what the attackers choose to do, as they're grouped up heavily towards Mail. By the looks of it, it's going to be a nice B pinch.
And Tanaka still playing true in sight with Bugala just kind of just waiting on that
30
Raptors
seconds left.
for that pinch, but it might just overwhelm them as there's 2 of them on the site, but there's not a lot of room for them to actually kind of rotate around. As you can see, Tanaka getting killed instantly by Shrouds as Bugala has fallen off, but I don't think Tanaka had any idea that his teammate rotated off the site. And now, I mean, 2 versus 5 in hopes of a retake to secure the 3rd round, but Overcook getting Paco, and it's all down to Bugala here.
Bugala 1 cannot make the 2 happen, so unfortunately there was May Authority is able to pick that up, and that is a strong round for Rock Bottom. I do like Overcook with that nice 2K Spectre, and then he upgrades to the Phantom, so he gets a free weapon out of that. His economy is booming as well, sitting at 4K respectively, right behind May Authority. And at this point, Rock Bottom, as a team, very united and very synchronized. Endless. I'll commend them on their unity and their ability to really run the clock down and to work picks together and then execute as a squad.
They've done really well. I mean, only being 5 rounds in and being the 6th round now, it's a very close game, and it seems to be shaping that way right now. As Impulse, I mean, despite losing the first 2 pistols, they won 2 straight, and now Rock Bottom came back with the win, and they're up 3-2 once again. So can Impulse hold things together, as they are still on another kind of broken bye, I would like to say, as Tanaka only with a ghost in hand, trying to make something happen, spamming through this smoke, but he's gonna have to give up the orb, and Pest once again gets Trouts.
I mean, that's not a fun way to die. One of the most tilting ways, next to the Bucky and the judges, Endless would tell you. And with that, I will say though, Tanaka putting that wall down, knowing there's people in B main, I don't know if that was the right play. It kind of went to waste, because that wall couldn't even fully fortify before getting taken down by, I think that was Makai posted up. And it's basically denied. That's, you know, $200-300 down the drain. No utility gain, as it's broken, non-existent. And with 41 now on the clock, we see Omen has ult available, respectively so on Impulse side. Sage, Astra, and Breach have ultimates, so we'll see Cosmic Divide, the Res, and the Rolling Thunder can make a huge impact on a retake. Question remains how they're going to use that, as the attackers now are regrouping. Oh, 1 and 2! Patience there, as McThorny thought that wall was going to be enough, but not before a 2-piece combo comes out and leaves it only down to 2 of the Rock Bottom members. Make that 1! It is now down to Evasion and Makai. Raise on raises. No, he connects it. That is a stunning Phantom frag and a nice, flawless victory there for Impulse Esports.
Honestly, Bugala just absolutely crushed that there, and I was looking at it. I was seeing my 30 with the wall ready to go, and they were just waiting to pinch that B site. But I mean, the wall went up, and Bugala had, I guess, way better reaction time, right? And instantly just takes out both of them before the wall has fully formed, and that was absolutely crucial. And right now, 3-3 tie game once again Tanaka just walling up early to see and probably use his volume to hear, okay, people are breaking the wall, so there is presence towards that B site. So he's just going to fall off, slow it, making sure that they're not pushing him back, and just take his time.
I don't know how I feel about that type of activity, right? If you're going to use a wall, using it early on when you can expect them to be set up for a default in terms of presence, kind of frustrating, right? It gets destroyed and that's money down the drain and nothing really gained. As with a minute plus on the clock, you can almost make anything happen. So that gets denied nice and quick there. As we see the setup still available for Impulse, but no Overcook. The Spectre Master himself gets yet again another one on Bugala, and advantage looking strong one more time for Rock Bottom as Evasion now gonna weasel his way through the smoke. If he peeks out, he's pretty much cooked as Shrouts is there. Flash thinking about it, deciding, and there it goes now, and Evasion doesn't get caught out by that as it goes right by him, and they are falling off. But this is the massive flankeroni we want to see here. Endless is they're gonna go for that A pinch, post it up, but the rotates are coming out. We'll see what is Rock Bottom gonna do and if they can get on site safely.
And oh my goodness, Pest is here. Doesn't know that there's a guy beside him, but luckily turns around just in time. Bugalo is res, but that doesn't go unannounced as Makai gets rezzed up as well for the side of Rock Bottom. And right now, 3 versus 4 situation. Evasion starting things off with a pick onto Makai. I mean, unfortunately got res, but instantly gets taken out. But look at Overcook at his positioning on Raptors. The second they come out of heaven, he is going to be ready to spray them down with that Spectre in hand as Evasion walled off on that spawn is taking control. But oh my goodness, Tanaka coming out, gets Overcooked and My Authority, which leaves it all down to Matt in a 2 versus 1 situation. And Bugala able to finish things off, and they're going to go ahead and defuse the bomb here and secure their 4. So that's 2 straight now for Impulse.
That was a stunning retake, good frags respectively. I will attest that purely to synergy, good trades, and good use of utility. Unfortunately, coming out of screens there, Raze was trying to clear. I think that was the likes of, I think it was Makai, or I apologize, not Makai. The defender side, Raze, was trying to clear off Evasion, and he was up against Cypher behind that wall, and he went to broke the wall, was gonna peek left and decided to look towards heaven, and that retake from screens would have been critical, but Matt held it down on elbow, and that gives him the round. So fantastic job. I like to see it. Impulse Esports holding strong, and this is as tight as it gets. Endless 4-3.
4-3 exactly. And look at the side of Rock Bottom, they're pretty broke here. Nade's gonna come in towards that B main, but once again the wall is wasted early on. And I guess it just makes them hesitate a little bit, having to clear that left side. But also keep in mind, if he is playing that left side of that wall and pushed up, I mean, he's kind of stuck, right? And look at Overcook and his health. Absolutely lit, and Bugala able to take him out as well. And instantly, a 3-person advantage until Matt finally takes out 1. And My Authority just gets Tanaka completely out of shock, as he had no idea he was there. And I believe you are muted, Strive.
I apologize. That was a Butterfinger moment there, and with that, a good attempt, and it was unable to make it happen there in a 1 versus 3. Frog in my throat with that too. Just all kinds of technical issues today. Although I don't know how much a frog in the throat is really technical. It really isn't. And at that note, Impulse is now up with so many ultimates. I mean, they got 5 rounds in their pocket and 4 ultimates. I want to see these get used, right? There's really no point in, sitting on ults. I'll be honest with you, Endless. If you got them, you should use them.
And right now as well, their economy is looking very, very good. Tanaka once again with that wall, which instantly gets broken down. But like I was saying, if he did push to that left side, he is stuck. But I mean, right now the wall is essentially kind of forcing them to clear it so that they can't really aggress that B main as fast as they really want to. So maybe that's the purpose that he continuously walls it. But there comes the reverse wall, and they're going to be getting into that B site, 2 of them at the least, as Tanaka forced to kind of just play behind it and wait for his team for that retake.
And on site now, Makai in a good position. Vacuum Cleaner is out and about. Spots one. My Authority connects onto counterpart Sage. And that is Tanaka deleted, evening the numbers up. Still ultimates available for this hold. Impulse now with a good retake potential. This is the chance for them to use it. Here it is. The first lockdown initiated from Paco. And coming through the back end here, Bugala 1 onto Matt, and that is critical now for Impulse. We still see a ton of utility, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder, Cosmic Divide available on the board here. As Overcook is going to make quick work of this situation. Coming around, Paco going to go for the full stick as the rest of the gang is body blocking, crosshair blocking, all sorts of support coming out from Impulse. And for the full stick there, Paco brings that home.
And I mean, 6-3. What a start. And Impulse has no signs of slowing down for that matter. As you can see, they're absolutely killing it. Evasion 12-5, Bugala 11-6. I mean, the rest of the team, they're still doing their part, but both of Evasion and Bugala are just absolutely crushing it right now, making some huge plays for their team.
And this is where the round deficit starts to build, Endless. You can see they're picking up steam here. Impulse are breaking away ever so slowly. Sage Wall at mid, gonna get denied here very quickly as Shrouds is ready to break that. There is a wild Tanaka though behind that. Oh boy, this is gonna be a disaster. He spots him with the shoulder. The dog out, stuns him, and Overcook is a Spectre master, Endless, as I am gonna basically suffocate with all these frogs in my throat. And on that note, one more time, Bugala evens out the numbers and makes it quick and easy. Overcook, a second Spectre kill. That is a 2K. One more time, the second of the game for him. TP away. Bugala reads that like an open book, gets the 3K, not giving Overcook the chance to get his. And on that note, down to 2 of Rock Bottom. Ultimates available, Rez and the Showstopper. They are up against a Cosmic Divide and Showstopper as well for Impulse. Question is 2 people enough here to take them out there? And nah, not if you're up against Bugala, who's about to slap that ace. 81 hit points. Authority holding steady. He's gonna go for it. Paco! Give it to the guy, would you? Come on! Why you gotta do him dirty like that?
He even sent in the suck,
right,
to pull him out, and Paco just comes in being like, nope, I don't care. I'm 4-5. I gotta make myself even, and I'm gonna steal that ace right from you.
I mean, all things considered, it's a team game, right? So we're not gonna get too heated over that, albeit I would have probably put a hole through my monitor if that was me. No, I'm just kidding. Come on, guys. It's all about the squad winning out of the day. 4K, 5K, 1 kill apart. It's all good in the hood here. And with that, Impulse Esports continues to build that round delta against Rock Bottom, holding strong on the defensive side. The question remains on this half switch. What's in the tank here for Rock Bottom? Are they going to bring back some of that heat on the defensive side, or is Impulse just going to continue to use that aggression and their amazing retake skills on that attacker side to get nice entries?
I mean, they've done a very good job kind of getting early control, but they slow down way too much, which allows Impulse to kind of over-rotate here. And I mean, it's happened time after time. They've gotten mid, and I guess there's just some coordination issues. And Pax, oh my goodness, getting 2, and on top of that, gets blinded by the ult coming from Sky, but it doesn't even matter.
Oh, that crosshair placement, Endless, so good as Pest gets a quick 3-piece. Bugala onto Overcook, and he doesn't give him a chance to even capitalize on much of all. And this is it, final round. Let's appreciate Impulse Esports one more time. Sitting on 4 crispy ultimates here, Rez, Cosmic Divide, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder. This is an opportunity for an aggressive push on the defensive side or a beautiful retake as well.
See, and that's what, going back to what I was saying, Rock Bottom, they've gotten mid control early on, and it's happened round after round. But the issue is they slow down and they stop. They don't get any nail control. They stand out mid, waiting for rotations and just waiting to wall off. And I guess it comes down to the coordination that I was saying about their B take, because I find every time they're going towards that B site, they're just kind of waiting for the pinch, and it's taking way too long. And I think that is what's slowing them down. And when that happens, they're kind of just sitting ducks.
And at that point too, and here's the ultimates that we're talking about, Endless getting dumped. Matt, hold steady. Oh no, he can't see anything as that Rolling Thunder denied him the opportunity. Tanaka now gonna use that res that he's been holding on to. Unfortunately, Shrouds, or rather fortunately, Shrouds is able to take out Evasion, who went for that peek towards ramp. And with that, 4 versus 4, still a minute on the clock here. Tanaka not taking any hits whatsoever. But on the other end of the spectrum, there is a wild Overcook planting that spike. And this is it. We're going to see if Impulse, the retake maestros, can orchestrate one more on this B-site retake.
And look at Makai. passive again, waiting for that male rotation as Impulse right now have been completely tricked into rotating to that A site, and this might be that round that Rock Bottom was finally looking for. Tanaka able to take one out, but now down to a 3 versus 1 in terms of Pest, making it a 1 versus 2. Has 2 more flashes to go. He's gonna have to fake tap the bomb. They call that he's not on it, but now he's just gonna stick it halfway, but it doesn't work. Makai, along with Shrouds, ready for that, and they're gonna be able to, you know, secure that last round. Brings it to 84, but will that be enough, Strive? Do you think Rock Bottom has what it takes to bring this back to a potential tie?
Elementary question here is we're reading the playbook on the cork board right now, and I can't read anything. So in terms of what's to happen this half, I have no clue. Rock Bottom have managed to secure 4 rounds, which is a notable way to show up here. It could have been a lot worse, let's be honest. At the same time, these pistol rounds are going to be critical. We've seen teams come back from some pretty slippery situations, but same time, Rock Bottom have secured 4. I'm sure they got a lot in their tank here, as they're not going to be giving up much at all. They want to push, and I'm sure Impulse Esports is going to get a bit of a runaround here in the second half.
8-4. Do you think Impulse? Okay, so they're going to be doing that same wall. My Authority liking what he saw on that first half from Impulse, and he's going to go ahead and do the exact same, and the wall just hits completely differently on pistol rounds, doesn't it? There's just not enough bullets and not enough time, unless your entire team is basically shooting at it, to be able to break it down early on. And you can see Tanaka breaking the wall, but he's kind of hesitant to aggress because they could be pushed up. But right now, the entirety of Rock Bottom, aside from Makai, all towards that B site. So it could be interesting. This could still be winnable for Impulse.
I was not aware we're having a party at Canada Post, as everyone is posted up near Mail. Evasion now, dog after him. He gets away unscathed, so that's good for them. But this post up on B, I'm curious to know, is Impulse really going to contest this? Is Pest there? Is going to go for it? Flash, all that is full Ray Charles, but unable to make it happen as Overcook and My Authority respond respectively. Pest is able to get one. What just happened? Hello? Was that a shot through the smoke?
Yeah, Paco just... Oh, that nade is just going to completely destroy him. And 78 health. He is stuck at the bottom of ropes, getting pinched from both sides. And My Authority comes in with that frenzy with way too many bullets at such a fast rate. And there's no way he's going to survive that.
Was that the play to go like that on Mail? I understand Pest had the flash, but so many guns. And I think there was one hit into the right side there at Heaven, who was tucked away and semi-blind, and that's tough, man. I mean, Impulse went for it and they got denied, and I will say that nade down into vents was just the icing on the cake. And with that note, Endless, a good start here at Rock Bottom are not very much at the rock bottom, man. They're halfway up this cliff for sure.
I don't know what I was thinking of, but the second you said denied, I thought of that Key and Peele skit where it was D-Nice instead of Denise, and I don't know why, but I guess the way you said it. But right now, My Authority just spamming through the smoke, hearing the orb getting obtained. But look at Bugala, just gonna get naded out, and oh my goodness, the dog was there too. And had that nade not have taken him out, the dog definitely would have done some serious damage. As Shrouds gaining some control towards that mid. They do have bomb down, so they are going to try their best to hold this down.
With that, Shrouds is pinned in the stickiest of positions as Evasion making quick work, but May Authority, Papa Sage is here. Oh, bouncing across on the frog. No, denied. Classic to the forehead as Makai is denied any opportunity to even make things happen. Quick 8 HP situation there for Evasion. He gets slapped across the face by May Authority, making his authority known. And on that, my dear Endless, 8-6, looking healthy here. Rock Bottom are now 3/4 up the way up Mount Everest.
Listen, I think this is going to be a very close match because on top of that, Rock Bottom, they won the first 2 rounds, which is something they really, really need. And now they're only 2 rounds away from tying things up. But I mean, Impulse, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but Impulse here has a buy round, but 2 of them do have light armor. And I wonder if they're going to be able to take advantage of this long range. But looking at their A site, they are playing it very, very passively. And the sooner Impulse is able to kind of detect that, and with that huge pick onto Makai as well, which only leaves the Cypher towards that A site, and Bugala getting Overcook as well. So right now, this round is working absolutely in their advantage, getting 2 huge opening picks, but can they regroup and just take a site as they're gonna head towards that B site still?
Killjoy lurking in the wings, deep away from the rest of the team. Gonna try and finesse his way over to heaven by the looks of it. The rest of the squad with 57 on the clock are grouped up nicely. Evasion continues that barrage, sends Shrouds away. Authority from downtown gets one with Matt. Tanaka finally has a response for that. And unfortunately, it's down to the lonesome Authority, down to about 20 hit points. And Paco comes in from the behind. That lurk coming from heaven down respectively was beautiful. And that gives a bounce back opportunity here for Impulse Esports. 9 rounds, 1 away from the big old double digits of 10 endless. Can they get it here, or is Rock Bottom going to continue to fight back? I think there's more in the tank here in this game.
This is going to be the most crucial round, like we were saying, right? I mean, the gun round for both teams. Whoever can kind of win this one secures a little bit of momentum going forward. And if Impulse is able to secure this one, they are going to be in good standings. As like you said, they're going to get that double-digit round. And that kind of makes the other team play a little bit differently and play maybe a little bit more scared and composed.
I would agree with that, and at the same time here, Evasion goes full deep into sight. He's playing it so close up and aggressive. Can he spray and get it? No, there is a Matt on the receiving side. He gets a little bit scathed up there as Authority has a response on the attacker side. Gonna eliminate Paco. That is a wall respectively from Tanaka to deny Matt at screens. Bugala putting down that lovely Asher utility. He's gonna hold steady in the newly revised corner here at the site. The dog gonna slap him in the face, and they know where he is. He's gonna have to get away, but that wall positioning and the portions missing now have made it easily available. Oh no! 1, 2, 3. Can he continue his barrage? Endless. He can with the 4K onto Makai, and that is a wipe for Impulse Esports.
See, that was such a good decision by Evasion there, as Bugala was kind of caught out in the open under hell, trying to fall back from that screens area. And I mean, they did get him, but he baited him perfectly, wide swung it, and was able to finish off 3 of the Rock Bottom members. And I mean, they're going to secure their 10th round here with absolute momentum going forward, winning 2 straight. And now look at Rock Bottom, forced on a save. And if they play together and on that range, they should have 0 issues securing this round.
I like the likes of Impulse sending Killjoy in the wings towards A almost consistently. They're getting aggressive on B main. Here is Breeze trying to make overcook one more time, man. How many kills is this guy gonna get this game? Honestly, he is a sharpshooter with those. Makes it happen, and this is going to be fantastic for Rock Bottom. Oh no, Showstopper Overcook goes for the fat TP right into it, Endless. And the numbers are getting closer to being even. We'll see what Impulse is going to do here with only 3 members up.
And with only 3, oh, that nade would have been so good had it have landed properly, but Evasion getting Shrouds and evens out the situation to a 3-on-3. But I mean, luckily, none of Rock Bottom members have any guns yet, so the guns are all lost towards that B main, and as long as they secure them in there, they should still have no problem securing this round. As right now, Makai down to basically no health to his name, as Evasion starting another 4K. Can he ace it? But Paco's alive, and Paco once again gonna steal another ace from his teammate.
Captain Paco, the real MVP here tonight, guys, gonna whack away another one, like Endless said, and this takes Impulse Esports to the double ones. Now 2 away from the victory. We'll see, though, Rock Bottom, after a save situation, have a Phantom Fiesta coming out here. Everyone's bought up, full armor, and full Phantom buy. So this is the gun round Rock Bottom's gonna have to make happen, or else we are 1 away from victory, and Impulse is gonna be wafting that. It's gonna be tough to close it out.
It's not going to be easy. I mean, 11 rounds now, and right now Rock Bottom on the, I mean, basically on their last limbs, being on another bye here, trying to make something happen. And if they lose this, they're going to be really striving for a difficult comeback, as 1 round away from match point. And this could be all they wrote.
We see one more time the likes of Killjoy going for that lurk at A, gets denied this time. And on this point, we'll see if Impulse on the attacker side have managed to work their way onto B, but they're getting denied with the cage respectively. Pest is going to try and make some magic happen, gets caught out by the ult shrouds, gets the one piece through the smoke, and this is critical now for Rock Bottom. They have the advantage, they know where Impulse is pinned, and they have eyes on the spike endless. This can't get that much better, but Boogala! One onto Makai from heaven. This is the difference maker. And oh my god, it's falling apart, but not if Matt has something to say. Boogala, 1 versus 2. The man, the myth, the legend. Can he get it? Oh, yes, he can.
Oh no.
Endless 1v1. It's up to the clutch here. Boogala. Oh, the crosshair. It's about to drop. He gets the swing, and no.
30 seconds
so far
left.
getting finessed here. He's gonna have to get the spike with 30 as well. Matt, see what he's got in the tank.
Oh, I'm just so surprised that Matt even chose to fight that, as I mean, he knew Bomb was down, he knew he could be at 2 separate different angles, and man, Boogala almost had that, almost made it happen, but kudos to Matt, able to extend their tournament lives at least another round here as they bring their score to a 7th round. 4 away from tying things up, and I mean, will we see a tie, or do you think Impulse, they're just gonna run away with it?
Take me to 27 overtimes endless. I am ready. The shots coming out here tonight have been on point. I am loving it. And at this point, Matt showing up when it matters most, denying Boogala's second fragger, if I'm not mistaken, making that magic happen for the team and keeping Rock Bottom one more time, holding on by a thread here on this cliff edge. As it's getting tighter and tighter, and the incline getting steeper and steeper, but they're fighting for it as May30 now not going to go for that aggressive wall on mid, but going to block off Mail respectively as they're posted up for another B pinch. Question here is Impulse going to go for it? They have so many ultimates too, endless, and it's going to be nice to see what that Rolling Thunder brings to the table.
You can see right now the lockdown going towards that B site, but Boogala lurking into ropes, and they're going to go ahead and I guess try to make the presence towards A, or maybe not. Boogala going back towards ropes, probably going to be making his presence towards that Mail very, very soon, as they have the entirety of B side, and they're going to go ahead and get this bomb down as Boogala on the flank. Will he meet up with Matt? He does, and this time he wins that fight and puts them at a man advantage, and now it's all up to the post plant.
We'll see what they can make happen here. We still have Sage Res and Cosmic Divide available. Rolling Thunder 2 to deny entry from Rock Bottom. Boogala gonna go for the lurk. Oh, nice flick onto Overcooked. Can he? No, May30. Spectre too strong as he's able to connect that. And now 4 versus 2 here. Impulse. Oh, 1. May30. Massive shot onto evasion. They spot out more in the back of sight there. Tanaka down. Still sitting rather at full hit points. Gonna get swung on by Shrouds there onto Pest and leaves it only down to 2. With that spike taken away here, Endless, unfortunately, Rock Bottom ain't gonna get on there whatsoever. Tanaka to go for a run and gun drive-by as they pick up that round with that spike explosion.
That was so close, and they could have made it happen, but Impulse, they played it very, very well. They didn't overextend. They, even though they knew they were stuck in a certain area, like Tanaka knew he was stuck backside, he did not overextend. He tried to play the time as much as he could, and ultimately it came down to just simply not having enough time to even finish off the round. And I mean, 1 round away from moving on to the next round for Impulse, and they are on a full buy once again.
My dear Endless, this is going to be it potentially for Impulse to sweep 4 ultimates available. Here is Evasion repeating history one more time. This time Showstopper in hand. He is ready. There is the Astra utility map. Oh no! He gets slapped through the smoke. Hello? Question marks in chat for Evasion approaching a 30 bomb. And on that note, Endless, this is a dominant showing so far for Impulse. They have the fight. No. Massive damage. Overcooked one more time on the Spectre. This is it. Rolling Thunder. Pest is going to hold steady and send that off here before the retake can even get anywhere. And that's the Cosmic Divide. So the ultimate dumps coming out, Endless, as it's do or die for Rock Bottom.
Oh, this is gonna be a little bit scary. Rolling Thunder being activated here to push back that defensive side, and Evasion knows he's gonna get pushed soon. Tries to pre-nade it, doesn't really get much, and oh my goodness, Matt coming in. Could this be the round? They are able to secure this and extend it at least another one here. my goodness, that post plant kind of fell apart. I'm not sure I like that Cosmic Divide. I don't think that was the right choice.
Honestly, to this day, I still don't know how I feel about Cosmic Divide in general as a skill. Like, to me, it's like, when you throw a Cosmic Divide down, I haven't quite figured out where it fits, right? You think you're doing the right thing when you throw it down, but then it just kind of bites you in the ass completely because you get just pushed on, and it's kind of troublesome to not hear. A big part of this game and any FPS game is hearing, and that gets denied with the Cosmic Divide. So it's so much opportunity that it can open up, but it can also deny at the same time. As you can tell, I'm very torn endless.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of teams use it for the take, but on a post plant, you ideally kind of want to hear where they're coming from so you can get some sort of info. But I just don't like it. I don't know. I don't think that use was good, and right now Impulse forced to be on a save, but they have sheriffs. This kind of reminds me of the pistol round that I guess Rock Bottom did the very first time around. They got a lot of A Heaven control, but Matt is inside, and they're going to be able to hold this down. Matt getting 2. Will he get the 3rd? He's hunting for it. He does get the 3rd as well, so this has been maybe a 4. Man, what is going on with these games? No allowing any ace to happen. The teammates are just being like, yeah, forget the stats. We're trying to win the Pit of Valor here.
Don't mean nothing when you're this close and you're crawling your way back. I'm loving it. Rock Bottom, hold on one more time. Evasion approaching a minty 30 bomb. Man popping off. And at this point, Impulse are kind of struggling, dare I say. And you know what? Their wraps have been very strong. They got denied that time. But now with full guns on both teams respectively, I'm curious to see, do they have the gas to close it out? Or are they going to get one more opportunity if Rock Bottom brings it home?
And this is where it gets a little bit scary as well, right? Rock Bottom, they're starting to build their economy, and look at Bugala. Oh my goodness, spots 1 in Overcooked, but he falls off just in time from getting shot directly in the head. And right now, they still have that mid control. They're trying to work something slow, and I'm not sure if Evasion, I don't know if this is the right play to be pushing through this smoke, but that nade might be able to create some room, but that flash comes in, and oh my goodness, almost lands onto Overcooked, but it doesn't matter. The paint cans are there to support him. And right now, Bugala just still setting up all the smokes, waiting for this take. So they're going to be a little bit more patient here.
Taking their time, 50 on the clock. One more time, Killjoy in the wings towards A Heaven there, gets the one. Paco doing his job, and that's what I like to see, paying off. But Matt there is able to respond finally, not giving the Paco to go for his textbook flank. Close-up action here. Shrouds and Evasion dueling it. Evasion, the top fragger, denied an opportunity to continue his push in this round, evening it up respectively. And now with a Sage res available, I would love to see that get used here for Impulse to seal this off, but they do have Sky ult available too. It's anyone's game with 3 apiece here.
And the thing with the ult here from Impulse, I believe all the teammates have died in Heaven, so I don't think they're going to go ahead and be able to use that as the ult comes in. And my authority, oh my goodness, onto Bugala. Absolutely crazy shot here. And now down to a 2 versus 1. Matt, man, finishes things off once again, and he's come in absolutely clutch the last couple of rounds. I mean, this round specifically, he didn't do too much, but he did have the Nero Theft to kind of identify where the entirety of Impulse was. And I mean, just like that, they're going to be able to secure their 10th round, 2 away from tying things up and sending this to overtime. Will they be able to do it as Impulse on another save yet again?
Rock Bottom and Unity, and I will say Matt, who was struggling a few rounds ago, has managed to even his score 16-16, and it goes back to what I was talking about before this match went live and kind of the pregame situation. That Cypher for me and the impact that Matt has is going to be critical, and you can see Killjoy delivers damage without really engaging in gunfights, and Matt's going to have to step that up in terms of his gunfights respectively to even up that firepower. And on that note, Rock Bottom now a mere 2 away from the tie and the OT. And we see a bit of a change up here. Impulse going to group up behind the wall. They're not shooting it early this time. Oh, I take that all back there. They thought someone's on the corner. And they're going to fall off and regroup with the squad at mid. And at the same time, Endless, Rock Bottom, and their hold on mailroom has been pretty strong. I will say their double up activities is paying off.
They've done really well holding that B Heaven, and it goes to show, right? I mean, they've won a couple rounds straight. And even their A hold, which I'm still surprised that Impulse hasn't really kind of shown a lot of presence towards that A, aside from the one time they took Heaven, but they're not really playing it. They have the Cypher soloing it for the most part, and now Makai has already over-rotated towards that A site as they can hear all the rotations over, but now, I mean, it's a little bit too late as my 30 gonna go ahead and push through that smoke and get 2. And now all down to Paco on ramp, and it's a flawless round here for Rock Bottom. 1 round from tying things up, but here comes that buy, and I feel like if they don't win this here for Impulse, Rock Bottom's gonna come back once again and probably win this entire map.
I'm feeling it, man. Rock Bottom is alive and well. They're bouncing back. Maythority's been connecting these nutty shots on that battle stage roll, dare I say. And this is turning out to be a pickle and a half. Impulse was having a amazingly dominant first half, and now look at this situation. This is a problem here.
It is, and I mean, they need to pick up their momentum fast, but look at that. They're gonna default towards that A site now, and it has worked multiple times. Matt hiding in screens, but does get walled off. He does break it, and it's going to continue to spam through. So Pest, once again with that Rolling Thunder, this time, don't put up that Cosmic Divide. Good thing you guys don't have it, because I think they're going to be able to hold it off this time. Right now you can see Paco holding that flank, and this is such a good angle. He's going to be able to get 1. Rolling Thunder's coming out, but doesn't connect to enough, as right now Evasion's once again aggressive towards this elbow, trying to make something happen, and they're just trying to waste time at this point, trying to make it tick down. And oh my goodness, the body block comes in, but doesn't matter. Evasion able to break that down, but this could be the overtime sending thing. But Bugala coming in absolutely huge.
Charlie, don't insult my personality.
I mean,
oh my.
Endless. Yeah, let's just get back to the screen. You guys can get a look at my face here. I
don't know.
I'm.
Listen, that came down to the wire, right?
Oh my God.
Authority came in, absolutely.
Oh man,
just started taking people out left, right, and center, and Bugala. I mean, when it came down to it, came in clutch, finished off the last 2, and he wanted that revenge from losing that 1v2 earlier. And I mean, he had that opportunity. Matt unfortunately bested him that time around, but this time he had the final laugh, and they're going to be able to win this thing 13-11, Strife.
That was tough. I'm heartbroken. That was a massive rally. I will say though, Rock Bottom, nowhere near Rock Bottom. These guys delivered and had a strong comeback, and it just came down to ultimately that last round. It kind of fell apart. Bugala showed up when it mattered the most, like you said, and it just came down to shots. Honestly, it was a tough situation to be in, but I will commend both these teams for delivering an amazing game. Like, this is as good as it gets, minus overtime here for us. And this is only map number 2. So with that, we're going to send you guys off to break one more time. Keep your eyes peeled. Pit of Valor, sponsored by Drink Control and SYR Esports this week. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back for more matchups. Endless and I are going to depart. We're going to see you guys later, though, on the B stream. And we're going to see you, I think, for the grand finals, too. So stick tight. Get yourself a beverage and a snack. The rest of the gang, we're going to be right back. Talk to you soon.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Here we go.
invincible.
Welcome back, everybody, to the GLG Pit of Valor desk. Once again, I'm the Doctor, being joined on my right here by Vincent. I hope you had a nice little break there, my man, but we are jumping right into the action between Team 8 and Exolved Esports. I know production said Evolved, but that is an X.
It is indeed. I can read. I have been told. Well, okay, that's maybe debatable. Whatever. That's not the point.
I've been told I know how to read, but in practice, it just seems to slip away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm the same, but again, we're gonna go with the idea that I know how to read by our other name, Team I, Team 8, Team Fight, Team I. It's I. Whatever. I'm fine. Everybody's fine. Welcome again back to this bit of Valor that is sponsored by SYR Esports. Huge shout out to them, bumping up that prize pool to $100 dues as well. We have been for a couple weeks actually, thanks to a whole bunch of different people. But yeah, this time SYR Esports. Huge shout out to them, and we absolutely appreciate them. I don't know how your break was, Doc, but we had a game where Endless and Strive came in, did a banging job, by the way. But I don't know how you were feeling. I got some drink control in me, and it was enjoyable.
I ate some blue Takis, and so we're not on cameras anymore. But let me tell you, my tongue is very blue. So it's a new experience, new Takis, new flavor. But
I don't think I've ever had those. So you have to tell me later how they are.
Takis in general, great.
Well, I've
very,
had the red ones.
very spicy.
I've had the red ones.
I get the purple ones typically, and they're so spicy it makes my mouth water just thinking about them. The blue flavor, though, like it's literally blue. Like it's blue heat. It's kind of like Blue Ranch.
So they're hotter? Or
no, they're not. They're actually not as hot as the purple ones, thankfully.
Okay.
But they're literally colored blue. So my tongue is blue. But what is not blue is our players, because they're going to be heading on to Ascent once again, making its way through the pick ban here. Let me just confirm the team colors. I was right. Evolved is yellow and Team 8 is going to be red. So I was correct in my prediction there. And we are heading to Ascent with very similar compositions, surprisingly enough, to our map one of the day, except we have a Reyna this time.
Yeah,
Choose
Reyna.
your agent.
Interesting, the Reyna pick. It's always, it always just to me is like, and this is probably bad, but I literally just hit tab at the end of the game, and that's whether or not the Reyna was worth it. Like,
that's very true.
I mean, I know that's kind of toxic in one way, but also, like, if you're gonna play the Reyna, like, you just need to be fragging. You need to be getting big value frags, and you don't need to be top fragging, but you do need to be getting those high impact frags, and so that's what we're looking for related to do here for the Team 8 side. But on the other side of things, we do have a much more standard composition in that we have a Killjoy, and that is maybe where things end in that we have a Breach. But again, I'm a big fan of the Breach here. It didn't work out so very well in our opening matchup, though, did it, Doc?
No, not so well. It had some points of brilliance, but overall definitely lacking production there. But we're on to a new team, a new player, and a new Breach. And you know how it goes. New map, new me. And I do like your point about the Reyna, where the scoreboard is literally all that agent does. And, you know, for better or worse, that was the point, right? Like, they brought it out. It's this drain tank agent. If they kill you, they're probably going to kill your buddy as well. And, you know, it puts such a pressure point onto the game, not just the enemy team, but like your game. Like, because if you suddenly have like an off map and you're not putting out the same, you know, type of KD that you're typically used to, it is such a hindrance to your team. I'm also not a huge fan personally of the Leer. I just don't think it's as strong as a lot of the other flashes that they've introduced into the game.
Well, we'll see how it works out. Enox, though, opening this up, double frag back here at the generator, looking for even more as the site is being taken, but Kunai actually the one to get that next frag. Then it is simply a shooting gallery. Diaz and Ego getting in for the challenges. Flawless the victory for Exalt in round 1.
Flawless on a pistol round, nonetheless. And we stayed on Enos for most of that round, and they survived with a fraction of HP. Just really clever stuff there. And just, like you said, shooting gallery all the way around. Pistol round secured by Evolve. And so now, I mean, like, typically they win here. It's not looking like we're seeing an overly aggressive buying session here from teammate either, so should probably go flawless again, I have to imagine.
Well, I mean, Exalt certainly hope so. I'll tell you that much. So they're looking for that flawless victory, but who knows? I mean, Wavy's here with the Ghost, so certainly okay. Well, Wavy doesn't even need to see opponents to kill them, and well, when you see them, you also can kill them. Wavy, absolutely bragging. Wavy heard my criticism and then was like, no, I'll just get 3 kills. Granted, it has fallen, but it is at little cost to himself. And Enos with a couple of frags to clean things up, Doc.
Yeah, losing 2 members obviously makes it not a flawless, but there were some really nice plays there. I mean, Wavy with the 3K, very crisp, very clean on those headshots, and just carries that momentum into this next round. They are going to be coming in definitely worse for wear, though. I mean, look at the weaponry. It's literally pistols and SMGs, and it looks like we're going to get a very similar round start from Wavy that we saw in our map number 1 too, where they just kind of W key into the back of Catwalk and hope to find somebody, but they're actually going to dash in, gets annihilated. Enos also falls.
This is unfortunate, but everyone falls. Exalt. Oh man. I mean, that's kind of what happens when you just run into a meat grinder that is, rifles, and you just have SMGs and a couple of pistols. But yeah, I feel like that round, unless you're just better when it comes to the aiming department, like that just very rarely goes your way, does it?
Yeah, and I kind of like the way they did just run it down, because they're like, this round is a gimme. We'll just get it done with as quick as possible, try and use as little utility as possible so that we don't have to rebuy, so much heading into the next round. Because, I mean, it's the bonus round. I do think that there probably should be some changes economically to the game to adjust for that 3rd round, because it does 90% of the time feel just as useless as the 2nd round in a certain way.
Well, especially the way that, I mean, the teams, the way they play it, it doesn't help that either.
True.
They tend to play it like that, like as if their lives don't matter, as if they just have classics, and that's not the reality. But yeah, I mean, an interesting conversation we should definitely have later on. And though for now, Exalt still 2-1. I have the lead, but team fight. Teammate. I want to say team fight so bad. That name makes me sad. Anyway, has a good opportunity for a victory here, depending on how things are going. Yes, I'm not sure where that shock dart was headed, but it certainly didn't connect. And
the moon.
The moon, yeah. I mean, that is true. Fortunately, Kunai is there for the trade, and that is a positive, as it's 4v4. The lead storm's out, though, and that right click is on point, but Kunai through the smoke is big for 2, as that's going to be, wait, is that Vitrios? I don't even know what that name is. Absolutely incredible.
Planted.
It's a lot of letters.
It is. It's letters that you don't normally see, and so it's like, how do they go together? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. But
listen, English is hard enough as a commentator to make sure that we get everything going properly in the right, sequence, and then we get like a xylophone style name come up, and we're just like, well, boy, do we have a pronunciation for you, and we just kind of hope it's right. But just like that, Exalt back on top, and they're gonna pick up a 3rd round.
oh man, have you noticed the sprays with the freaking air horn?
Yes.
Man, I have a love-hate relationship with those things. Like that.
Hey!
Speaking, it shall happen. Apparently, but yeah. No, they're actually hilarious, but also just horrific in every way at the same time.
I mean, I like it as an addition, like an evolution to like Counter-Strike sprays, because like,
Right.
you know, I came in at Go, right? I didn't have any experience in 1.6 or anything like that. So the old sprays, I didn't know anything about. The new sprays, not only are they, you know, limited, which is not good, but like they're just sprays. They're just kind of stickers. I do like that adding other things to it potentially to make it fun. And I mean, I think the way Riot does it, where you can have, you know, pre-round, mid-round, and after-round stickers, because they're like, hey, some of these make sound. We probably shouldn't have these in the middle of a round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fun. It's a lot of fun. And well, you know what else is fun? Operator players. That's Wavy. Opening things up onto the opposing jet, making things very, very difficult. And this has been a very slow, methodical round for the attackers. Teammate unsure of where to engage at and with, but that's a nice little setup. I really like that fault line straight into the shock dart. I don't know if it did damage. It doesn't appear that it did, but I like the idea. It was certainly a good one, but now Caliban, up in a very forward position at Catwalk, is going to need to find this frag here at Garden very soon. That dark cover, unfortunately, going to make this push a little bit harder. So the cage does allow for Caliban to get a forward position to Ego. Ego wins that duel, and unfortunately for the attackers, they have a two-player disadvantage despite the fact that they're getting the spike planted. Wavy going to be utilizing that Blade Storm and spots one out and doesn't quite connect, unfortunately. Kunai stealing that kill away, leaving two alive. Strampy on the side, so big, gets two. Now avoiding the aftershock, he's got a third one. Nice job from Strampy. Could win this out. 3 bullets in the chamber, but didn't connect. And now takes out the classic for more, and that's 4 from Strampy.
What a sick play there from Strampy, making that awkward number situation into a bunch of 1v1s. And that is, we're going to get a look at this at the very end. Very unfortunate situation to find yourself in. No bullets left, but the HP duel was right on the money. Either player landing a shot there gets the frag. That time it goes to Strampy, and they just skyrocketed themselves to the top of the leaderboard.
In fairness, that was way harder than it maybe should have been, considering that Vitriaz was using Hunter's Fury in the background for God knows why. But yeah, it was interesting to say the least, and a nice round. A victory that is so very needed there for Team 8. They were kind of on the back foot the last few rounds, and you know, not getting the openings. That was what, 3v5 there on the retake as well. We'll see how this one goes. Ego with a couple of missed shots does finally pick out Caliban, but it's a 1-for-1. And with that, the spike plant should go down, but this time it's 4-on-4.
This time though, the weapons aren't even close to even. Unlike last time, as average player, now with the operator stolen away, picking up a second on the Enos and a third on the Wavy, and pretty locked down there once the spike was planted. A little bit of HP damage on the teammate, but for the most part, they do come out victorious. Lots of good stuff looking from them. This wacky camera angle leads me to believe we are going to be heading into a pause. It's not just our cameraman going for a leisurely stroll. But yeah, it is going to be the pause time. We are heading into a round where Vincent, both teams fully kitted out, half armor on the Deuce, but overall, pretty dead even.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong about that one. And, you know, average player stepping up big time there in the prior round, showing that they're anything but an average player. That triple kill, certainly a key to coming out victorious in this one. And you know what? I think that we haven't seen everything from either of these sides. And I mean, listen, maybe we just, you know, see teammate run away with this, but I have a feeling that that's not the case. These have been some awful close rounds coming down to the wire. And beyond that, I think that honestly, teammate, their tactics have been not lacking is not the right word. That's not really fair to them. I don't think, Doc. But what I would say is that it has been somewhat one-dimensional. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, they just kind of, run onto the site. They do a little bit of a small execute and then rely on that gun skill to really carry them through. And so it works to a certain degree, and it works especially onto this map with it being so flat. That's not the right word. I say flat as in like...
It's just hard to hold the sights, honestly.
It's like flat soda. Like it's there. You don't want it. It's kind of boring. But like...
How could you talk about
still get by. Wait, what?
How could you talk about Ascent that way? How dare you?
So like here's my problem with Ascent. I don't hate the map in the same way I hate Icebox, because Icebox is just tragically bad. Yeah, it's just delete the map, try again. We'll see you in a couple months, right? Ascent, I see it every day. Every best of one. I miss Bind, the sandy enclosures, the teleporters, the sick plays coming on through. I like Haven. Honestly, we haven't seen Haven in weeks here at GLG, or at least I haven't.
Is there a split? Does that exist? Who knows?
I saw Split. Production confirming that no Haven. I was gonna say I saw Split last week on Pit of Valor actually, and on some collegiate tournament I did on Friday. So I've seen more Split than I've seen Haven in the last like 2 months.
Crazy.
I know exactly.
Right? It's unbelievable.
What maybe is a little bit more crazy is Exalted losing 2 members here early, and well, that's a nice shot from Kunai. Average player can't even pull out the operator in time before getting flattened. And unfortunately, that was a huge mistake. There's nobody else there. So that operator was well and truly alone in that push. A lot of utility coming through from the breach on Garden. But the dark cover is going to deny any area of effect, and that's a great frag from Vitrios, who's going to pick up big value related as well. Diaz falling again, and Team 8, they have just barrel rolled their way through this site, winning every aim duel ever.
Yeah, that was just a speed run of a round, and apparently the pause time did give them a little bit of a mental boost there, because they took full advantage of that situation, ran it down, W-keyed onto the site, just like you said, beat up everybody to a pulp, and it earned them an eco round take potentially, because we are just seeing sheriffs, some light armor, just some shenanigan type things coming out here from Exalted, and so they should be able to do that exact same thing. Although, I mean, I guess technically you need to be a little bit more conservative around the sheriffs. It is that mini op, that still one tap kill to a certain range. Plus they're backing it up with marshals, which take it from a one-shot headshot at most ranges to pretty much a one-shot any shot at most ranges.
And yeah, I mean, it's certainly an ideal position to be in. Oh, what a shot! Kunai! What a way to grab a frag. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be mattering all that much in the full context of this round, but still, it looked pretty, and I liked it. And therefore, I appreciate it. That's about as monkey brain as it can get, but Related, who I've been saying their name wrong, my sincere apologies, my friend. They're playing tricks on me here. I see the beginning and I think it's a word, but you should read, Vincent. Read. Come on, guy.
Listen, we talked about this. English is tough, and when you put certain letters in certain places, we follow the rules of the language. Did you see the screenshot about like the places of adjectives, and it's like everybody intrinsically knows it who learned English as a first language, but like you could never put words to it before. Like you don't say the brown big cat, right? You would say the big brown cat, but like you don't think about that. You just do it, just like Ego doesn't think about shooting people in the head. He just does it.
True. The worst part about that is that nobody who hadn't seen that is going to know what you're talking about, but I did see it. I know what you're talking about. So we got a bunch of people very confused, but I get it, and that's all that matters. What?
Oh,
wait,
man.
Come on.
Just floating through the air, getting duck hunted out of the sky, bringing it back into this 3v3. And, you know, we're seeing very spread out defenders. Exalted one on A, one down mid, one on B, and the grouping up of Team 8 right now could be their victory screech, as we do see, you know, the spike lagging back a little bit, but they just don't want to get caught in the crossfire. That's really all it is. If the spike drops this late into a round, it can be hellish to take back.
Oh man, a little bit sloppy there from Caliban, not actually clearing that angle, but a great correction. And Kunai falls, so DS
30 seconds left.
A position where they know what's happening, but oh no, that's not what you want to be seeing if you're using a Hunter's Fury. Getting absolutely demolished, and well, everybody's run away from Enos. Apparently, Enos is a little smelly, and no one wants to be near him. I listen, Enos, we can be friends. I will be friends with you. Don't worry.
Enos just cosplaying the little gamer gremlin that they are, not leaving the gamer cave. And they get punished for it there by average player just shooting him.
Not deserve that either. Not shooting bullets today. Pew pew.
What? I mean, it's Killjoy, right? Like,
I know.
It's like Diva, right? You just hang out in your little gremlin cave, gaming around. It's.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Continue.
It's another save round here from Exalted. Well, here at the production at GLG, we are all just losing our minds. I know Vermillion's not sleeping well. I'm not sleeping well. And you know what that leads to? A good damn time. Unfortunately for Related, that was not a good time, as they almost fall to the Nanostorm. 7 HP in a dream. If they get a frag, actually, they're pretty much back in it. But here comes the lockdown from Enos.
Poor guy. He just got like a whole bunch of bees just attacked him like a hive. I mean, that's gotta suck.
Is it like bees, or is it like the little bots from Big Hero 6?
It's the little bots. But listen, I'm calling the bees, okay? You can't stop me. Average
bees.
player can't stop
that was
him.
sick.
That was incredibly sick. Yes, Ego, one frag, but Strampy on the run gets the victory, and another frag. Ego trying to look for the defuse, but that can't happen. Not when you've got Strampy, who's having a bit of a game. Topping out the leaderboard there for the team 9-3. Well done.
Yeah, really great stuff from there. I mean, a large portion of that, you know, K portion of the column is from multi-kill rounds too. We saw the 4K earlier. We just saw a 3K right there, really popping off in rounds that matter. And that round was kind of scary. I mean, we saw a lot of utility coming up from Team 8 there onto the site. Average player trying to go for a cheeky, you know, skybuy with those dives and just got clipped. So it's a big ultimate use that didn't quite work out, and then the lockdown trying to do its best attempt at buying time, but even with that time bought, Exalted wasn't quite able to get into the site and really execute the retake as they wanted. So Team 8 looking really good in this first half on offense on Ascent. We'll have to see if it translates into their defensive side as well, excuse me.
Well, I mean, this is the second time today we'll be seeing a really nice offensive half and average plays. Once again, showcasing their lack of average plays, and that is quite unfortunate. Can I check your corners? Check your corners, mate. You gotta do it.
That was a bit of a cheeky corner. I'll give them a little bit of slack.
It wasn't off angle. That's fair.
Because it was up on top too. It wasn't just like tucked away. But either way, if you looked left, you would have seen it. That was almost scary. Related almost getting turned on there, but they do end up with the frag.
Last round
before
the switch.
My bad. It was right there. You know, I couldn't stop it. Oh man.
Oh,
this stream is a shambles, isn't it? We're having a good time. That's what we're having, and I hope you're all having a good time too.
I know I'm having a good time, and the good news is we're here for like 3 more games. So if you're having a good time, you're gonna have a good time.
And if you're not, well, listen, I'm sorry. We do have another stream going on. It's GLG Ontario. I don't know who's on it right now, but you're welcome to check that out.
Is it Strive and Eric again?
I mean, that's a great duo. So It's Derek and Eric, also a great duo. So you're basically, you're gonna have a lot of fun no matter where you're at. And well, Vitriov's having a lot of fun. He's gone fishing and he's found a frag with that Hunter's Fury. Exalted, already down a player, but Wavy with more. The right click not connecting. Though does try to find a little bit more with the judge. Unfortunately, that allows for an opening. Caliban taking that and running with it, grabs the rope and brings it home. Says no, thank you. Caliban with a triple kill, and Strampy comes in for the final.
And Enos just barely clipping away that flawless, but either way, that was a train wreck of a round for Exalt. Just so much going right there for Team 8. The knives going completely wide, trying to dash back to safety. And I did like the idea of spraying with the judge into the cyber cage, expecting a hard push there, but with it not coming through, you run out of bullets really quick on the judge. So reload, way too slow in that situation. They do kind of get exploded, but then every frag after that from Caliban was so much nicer than the one before it, because you saw the instant ultimate there, the instant neural theft, turns the corner, has somebody jumping right in their face and has the presence of mind to shoot them in said face, and then being able to get the reload off, re-peek, and hits a really, really nice shot there onto Deuce, and just basically shut the round out at that point. We do see some stuff going on here at the ace side. This is going to be this pistol take, and Vitriox, the bees got him.
Yeah, them bees don't want to be stepping on no hornet's nest, that's all I'm saying. It can be aggressive, and well, aggressive is exactly what Exalt is being right now.
We drove over a hornet's nest while off-roading one time, and one of the guys decided to try and run away from the bees instead of just like leaving in the car. They chased him for like 3 miles. Just like that, 3 kills, light up the scoreboard, 4th on its way.
Well done. Very well done. Exalt. I was gonna continue your train analogy there and say that not only was that half a train wreck, or that round a train wreck, but that half kind of derailed. I mean, they were done. Now, it looks like the train might be back on the tracks here as they pick up the pistol round. But that's, one step in a long journey to become a, once again, close game. Remember, it was all my fault, to be fair, in fairness, because I was like, oh yeah, it's been a very close game at 3-3. We had that pause, and then they never won a round again on the defense. Anyway.
True. Trains are quite heavy, so there is a lot of work yet to be done here from that Exalt squad. Definitely a bad start to said work, as Ego just continuing to mow people down into a 2v2. Look at those HP bars. Where did Team 8's HP go? There is nobody on that half of the map, and there's 4 HP between the two Team 8 members. What happened?
Been Thanos snapped out of existence, I think. It's just no longer health.
Like, it's just gone. It's literally 12 and 15 respectively on Caliban and average, and now it's just 15 HP onto Caliban trying to, save this round, which was a non-standard buy-up, by the way. So this round after that, they're going to be hurting as the round win comes through. And yeah, to hit that tab button, take a look at that economy. Shambles is a good word for it.
Yeah. Listen, maybe their economy was on that derailed train, I guess.
Gold bars everywhere.
Yeah, it's been thrown into the drink and not recovered just yet, unfortunately. But hey, maybe this is where the recovery can begin. Exalted going to be picking up the half purchase. I don't know that I love this, to be honest with you. The reason being is this is a big round. I mean, you're giving away double digits, but hey, you are going to be able to get onto this site, and the plant is coming down. Maybe, no, not so much. Not if Caliban has something to say. Certainly does. Related as well, getting in on the action, despite Kunai's best efforts. And there's 2 players, make it 1. Average player with a double kill, making it just a solo. Killjoy left alive, and this is devastating? Yeah, I think that's the word.
It's a tough round to lose. 39 HP. Should be hearing some sound cues. Definitely should have seen them. Actually, I don't know if they did. So they are going to get a peek on as Related hits the headshot. Double digits now for Team 8. We'll just see what they have coming into this next round, because that was a full buy for them.
If I'm Enos there, I'm like, dude, shut up, character. Like,
why do you make fun when you get hurt?
Yeah,
Who
I
does
understand
that?
you just took a bullet to the freaking left ventricle artery or whatever, but like shut up, all right?
Do it quietly.
Yeah.
Die quietly.
Die peacefully in silence, you know? I recognize it was also a shock dart that just, nailed your foot, but it's fine. You're fine.
Oh man. It's always a bad time having any of that happening to you. Pretty free A site looking at the minimap here. Spike carrier's down though, so we're gonna have to see this huge flank coming in. No shots, gonna connect, and Strampy has to somehow get away from this, and he's jumping into danger as Ego puts him down.
Oh, that's so big. That find from Kunai and the follow-up as well on Average Player. Absolutely impressive. And well, unfortunately there for Vitriovs, you gotta hit those bullets. Going wide a little bit. I don't know if he was moving or not. It seemed awful inaccurate to me, but whatever. Almost as if they were like making a little circle around the guy's head, even though the crosshair looked pretty good. I'm not sure. Either way,
sometimes these things happen.
True. I mean, listen, that gun is ridiculous no matter how you slice it. So I'm okay with just saying it's the gun and moving on.
Speaking of guns, Team 8 have none. They are coming into this round in tatters. Frenzy making noise, trying to draw the fire away from Related here, who's gonna try and be cheeky about this. But this is a pretty easily checkable spot. We'll just have to see if they actually do it. But so far, so good. Here comes the lockdown, which means you're definitely in danger.
Oh, but Related could stop this, depending on. Oh yes, that's so big. Related just getting the lockdown.
Oh, it's even bigger!
Here, coming out from the backside. Fortunately, Diaz and Wavy both coming in clutch. 3 kills for Diaz, and looks for more. Has the quad. A little bit slow for this Sova on Exalt. This game has been, but that's exactly the time that it is necessary to step up. And Doc, you know what? The train, it derailed. They searched for the money. They've recovered it, fortunately. And there's repairs ongoing. So the train might be moving once again here in a little bit.
Are they repairing said train with the gold? Is it a golden train?
Sure. We'll go with that.
That'd be terrible. Do you know how much force is output onto a train? Gold is so malleable. It's like making a gold pickaxe in Minecraft, and you can then go try and bedrock with it. Nah, son, just like that, Ego is run down, but the trades go Team 8's way.
I feel like those trades shouldn't have gone Team 8's way, considering how blinded they were. But Average Player says, who needs trades? I got frags, and looking for more, nearly connecting. But, see, normal people peak, and then they don't re-peak.
They don't get that many shots, no.
No. Average Player is far from average and just continually re-peaks.
Yeah, that was a lot of peeking. They do get like 4 good shots off that were near target, and as the non-operator player, that is not a good feeling, right? Like you think you suddenly have a chance. They've missed all their shots. Doesn't matter that it's a one-shot gun. You can just keep on doing your thing, and then finally they hit that one shot, and you're like, ah, dang, they actually did it. I didn't believe them.
They did the thing that they're supposed to do. Darn. That being said, I'm not sure
what is happening
on a pistol, but I guess it doesn't matter if you just get kills with that pistol. Rifles in the hand here for many of Exalt's players, but only 1 frag has been gained off the back of that. And there goes the second. Diaz coming up big against Related as the alarm bot goes through for Enos, trying to get a 4th position. And I was about to say, I don't know if you can do that anymore, but
it's been a hotly contested conversation here at GLG.
Fair enough.
Strampy's on 2 HP. After getting sprayed through the smoke a lot of times, and Ego with some nasty shots is gonna pick up 2. Deos picks up the final on Strampy, and they stave off map point for at least another round.
So I figured out what happened, Doc. So they started to rebuild the engine with the gold, but then they realized when they started to like heat it up with the coal, you know, that like the gold melts really easily, and so they stopped doing that, started doing the metalworking with steel, and now things might be back to normal. But still, repairs ongoing. I'll keep you updated as we go.
Good to know. Taking a look here, very heavy push coming on through. Deus is gonna have to actually back out of the drone a little early, but there's those 3.5 second smokes just not giving you the type of cover you would expect. And so again, it's a bit of a shenanigans round here from Team 8, but I think they're still feeling confident. They're still feeling good about their chances. They do only have a 3-round lead at this point, but if you take one, you guarantee at least overtime for yourself. Oh man, you gotta hit that shot.
Gotta hit those. Related does. Easy for Related. Though getting chain blinded certainly is not a good feeling. Paranoia as well comes through. But Aftershock unable to find anything. And well, that is talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire there for Related. not only just dismissed out of the bullet in straight to the nano storm, only to find a bullet through the skull through the wall as well. Wavy with a frag puts it all onto Average Player, who might find this first. Does indeed. Wavy falls. Jet on jet action. And there's the Blaze Storm committed. Spots out the first and hits the headshot, in fact. Now knows, looking for where Ego is swinging. The timing is unfortunate, though. Man, Average Player had the read, but unable to hold for just a second longer.
The pressure of that spike just ticking away can sometimes really get to your mental when you're trying to get these sick clutch plays. And you know, you are right, they had the read. There was just Ego was a bit slower to the punch in turning that corner, and Average Player being a little impatient slash truly not knowing where Ego was, right? Like they had no knowledge of where the final player could be because everybody else was dead before the spike even went down. So, you know, lots of spots to hide on that site. You did see them do a really quick clear, dashing through catwalk and then updrafting up, and they just kind of like a cursory, like, oh, nobody's here, I'm gonna check, you know, back a site, and then that was when they got clipped from the staircase. So bit unfortunate timing wise, but a solid round there from Exalted, even if it was a very expensive one.
Indeed, expensive is right. The missed shot there from Average Player spells death and destruction. Kunai with a follow-up as well to put the difficult position. I'm not sure why with that teleport they didn't take the spike, but...
Oh, wait! Oh, God!
Oh, man. It does allow for Strappy to get a frag, which is super nice.
That's a huge frag pickup too as well. Caliban just beating out Wavy. It does bring it into an even battle, but the Neural Theft gives them an unfair advantage. Caliban, though, just sprayed on through. Enos picks up a second still. It's all to Related, who heals up, but still has a huge task ahead of them. Needs 2 frags in unknown places.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's brutal. Oh, but he has the timing. The Paranoia is so very good, and fortunately Ego comes away with it. But Doc, so close once again.
2 massive, and I mean massive, rounds coming in from Ego there. The clutch right before that. This clutch too, this could have very easily gone the other way. Just a little bit of that movement penalty sticking around there on the Related, so they don't get that instant headshot they were hoping for. They don't get the defuse they were looking for, and it does bring them back within 1. So that lead that I talked about just a couple minutes ago completely evaporated, and it's gonna be even further so in just a minute, because this is a sheriff round as we do get another pause incoming. But this attacking side on Ascend Vincent, insane. Like from every team we've seen today, it's like rolling over whatever defense it's coming up against.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It really does feel that way. And You know, it's been one of those days where I just think that the attack has kind of just set the pace, and that's kind of what has been the difference maker. Is the pace, the trends, and you know, whenever you're not seeing like we haven't seen this half from Exalt. We're not seeing any sort of like fast pushes. We're not seeing any, you know, early. I say that we have seen some, but they've not been successful. I should clarify.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that average player getting aggressive there. I mean, to be fair, I think that's one of the only times out of maybe 2 or 3 that they've really tried something forward and aggressive. We saw that play in mid that just unfortunately fell flat, where it was average player getting a forward position, but he caught everybody rotating, and then Related got found out without getting a kill. Like those individual plays are like some decent ideas, but number one, they happen to irregularly, and number two, they haven't worked out.
It's definitely been a tough road so far, especially looking at their economy one more time. They are playing around with the idea of being this shotgun heavy team. A second ago it was mostly sheriffs. This time though, some reinvestment. I don't know if I agree with the reinvestment though, because you know, 1,500 for the judge versus the 800 for the sheriff. It brings your next couple economies into question, right? Because you know, you don't know where that 700 credits is going to have to be removed from future you. So even though current you really wants to go shooty bang bang, future you is going to have a problem.
Well, in fairness, there is the loss bonus that helps a lot with that. And let me put it to you this way: there's been some losses here for the,
1 or 2.
Yeah, just a couple. This happened. You know, that's going to help out a little bit, but you're right. It is a big question mark. And ooh, what a great aftershock! It forces Vitriovs to stop using that drone early and not get a real full idea of the number of players who are here. So granted, if you just run around after the fact, it kind of defeats the purpose of your good play, doesn't it?
Yeah, they did shoot out the recon dart as well, so they know that there's a couple people here, especially now that just bullets are raining through the entryway. Great smoke though, holding them back a little bit. They've heard at least one judge from the defenders, so they know that there's somebody waiting for them to W key through this. You can also see on the screen that average player is making a play into the backside. Wavy's gonna fall to the judge here. Ego with a 6 shot, Kunai with another one under Related, and suddenly the judges are gone and it's all up to these sheriffs.
Nice little shock dart as well comes in to deny the one player sitting on the site. Now it's all on to the sheriffs that you were talking about. I love this play by Caliban. Oh, and the timing's perfect as well. Finds the player reloading, but Kunai comes back for more. An average player, this flank is taking far too long. It's really just a matter of time. No way. I mean, I say no way. You might be able to recover a weapon. So if the weapon recovery is successful, which it is, now maybe doable. But 60 HP, no armor to speak of. Now the first phase is there, and yeah, this is over. There's just
I think you just leave kindly. Definitely going to try and get a frag here onto one of the retreating members. Can't quite get it done. And they make sure to die to the spike so that they do get those credits. Enos also dies, which I don't think matters all that much unless you're a KDA player, considering look at the economy they've built up so far in 4 wins.
True. It's very nice. By the way, update on the train. So we're underway once again. Fortunately, it was a fairly fast repair, and so we're moving up to speed. All right, we haven't fully gotten up to top speed just yet, but we're on the way.
We're getting there, as we do see full buys from both sides one more time, and it looks like Exalt are just going to keep their winning ways, as we do see them pushing a little bit up towards A, just trying to find out some information, hearing some shots, seeing some bullets, and redirecting course. Owl Drone, I don't know if it saw anything here on the B side. You can even see Vitrox is rotating very early.
Yes, this is incredibly early. Not sure if this is just a soul read or a hard read or what, but there's a whole lot of people today. And, well, that is the push. Straight on to B. So that read, whatever it was, is incorrect as we are seeing the push work wonders.
It's a very aggressive plant, I feel, considering they hadn't even cleared the whole site. Yeah, they smoked it off, but like...
I mean, they were stunned, if not. I got that. It's fine. Either way.
Fair enough.
5v5. Now, 5v4. As Ego takes the opening frag, does blind up a teammate, rather, with that paranoia, but throws out the dark cover as well to get a forward position. Deus not going to be able to connect, and, well, it is Vitriovs who does connect. Enos with the return frag, though. Related comes in for more. Even numbers, though. These trades slow, steady, methodical, and indeed they stay so. Vitriovs, the solo player left alive, but there's just not enough time. They've taken far too much, and Ego somehow finds that kill. I don't think that Vitriovs was ready for where Ego could be sitting. And all I've got to say, Doc, is choo-choo!
Absolutely blown past the breakers and is looking to keep on going. It is completely taking control of this game. And I mean, look at this final buy, potentially final buy from teammate. We've definitely seen teams stumble here at the finish line, but it's either win or overtime for Exalved, and they have everything they could want, minus a couple ultimates. They do have the knives, but I'm sure they could have really lived a Rolling Thunder right about now.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they used it on an empty B last time. So, nothing doing. That being said, looking for a forward position. And oh, what a shot from Wavy. Who needs the Rolling Thunder when you've got a Wavy sitting ready and waiting? But average player says no thanks. I'll see you later. Kunai with the death. Oh no, average player, it comes back for more with that with the shotgun. If anything, an Ego does get the one trade, but it's awful late. Oh, the paranoia is
what is happening?
Shots. What? Ego through the smoke picks up the frag with the frenzy. He's got even more, and he finds the timing. Ego coming back for Exalved in the end. Absolutely ludicrous ending as the train is full speed ahead, and we're headed into the next round of matches, Doc.
Absolute madness at the end. It was get from everybody, and yet Ego, the standing tall player, we talked about them in the first half, the nice sequence they had, and to carry that on through and then be the winning player of the squad to take them into the next round. Absolutely bonkers. Congratulations to them for coming all the way back, all the way back from that first half. Exalved come back and win 13-11, and we'll be moving on.
Yeah, from the 9-3, if I'm not mistaken, that was the scoreline. Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, we were memeing about the train the whole time, et cetera, but the reality is that, full credit goes there to Exalved, who did a great job. Absolutely just found everything. So nonetheless, we are just about ready to get the next game underway, but we are going to take a short little break in order to get that set up. So don't go anywhere. We'll return here in just a few moments with the next match.
Welcome back, everybody. Quick break there. I hope you guys all hit up Drink Control and use code GLG10 in that short break to get yourself a delicious meal replacement for those long nights of casting, streaming, producing, playing, hanging out, whatever you're doing at night these days. Stay fed, stay woke. And with that, we are going to be heading into our next matchup between myself and Vincent here. I am the doctor, and we are going to be watching La Familia going up against Power Mode. And I see an 8-bit Vincent on my stream.
I'm here, but yeah, I'm not sure why my... it's fine. Listen, hopefully we'll have it solved by the time we get back to desk. My apologies. I'll just do a little refresh on it maybe, and hopefully that'll fix things up. But nonetheless, I'm hoping, praying, we're gonna get another matchup like we did just a few minutes ago, Doc. I mean, we've been blessed with the matches today, haven't we?
Oh, definitely.
We've had some freaking great games, and hopefully that continues. Maybe not. We'll see how it goes. What I will say is that on the Power Mode side of things, a couple of names you may or may not recognize. I was going to say may recognize, but the one of the ones that I do recognize isn't actually here, even though they're on the roster, which is sad. But on the other side of things, you might recognize a name from like a new esports. It was Hexel who's played on that. A couple of known players, but small, so unknowns, which is exciting.
I'm always excited here, Vincent, because we're on blind. We got teleporters, we got dingle bobbers, we got ding dang doogly doos as we do head into the pistol round. And it's just we got Astra, we got Raze, we got Jet. Man, we got everything going on here on Bind. I'm excited. I actually love watching Bind, not for all the reasons I mentioned during our last game that I like Bind, but because it seems to be the map that people love to play Raze on. And Raze is by far and away one of my favorite agents in the game.
Did you just lie to all our viewers last time when you were talking about reasons you love to watch Bind?
No, I've said not only for those reasons.
Okay.
I said, so liking Raze is in addition to the reasons earlier, and Cryptic just starting us off strong, rips the head right off of Jesse, and the rest of the team is following up shortly, clearing out showers.
Well done. That's a way to get onto the site. Whoa, what a frag there from Magic, putting on a show for us. As does get tagged down fairly heavily for the trouble, 4 HP. But well, the rest of the team has,
they're dead.
Yeah, they've been dead.
They have exited their mortal shell, as we do see Hexel removing Magic from theirs. So pretty solid first round. Not the flawless that we saw last map, but still a very strong round. I mean, carrying 4 members into the next round, largely on a pistol doesn't matter so much because it's not like you're going to be using the pistol, obviously, unless you were one of the lucky ones to end up with a frenzy in your hands. But I mean, look at the squad here from LF. It is 4 Spectres in the frenzy on the Cryptic, who I don't know if they stole that from somebody or if they purchased it themselves, but I'm leaning towards stole it because they're at 2,200 credits.
Well, yeah. I mean, you got some fair point right there. We'll see what Power Mode can do against the purchase.
Recovering it.
La Familia
I have this
on the buy, as you would expect. I mean, in fairness, they won. So, nonetheless, this round working out a little slower. About 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, and Hexel, the first to take a duel, and actually wins that one out as well. Jord getting aggressive, but unable to connect. Blues is there for much more on the trade. Well done from Blues. And honestly, I think that Blues might be one of those players to look out for. I feel like I've seen that name somewhere. I just cannot put my finger on it.
Blues Clues.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
No, I think we actually saw him in the Valor, if I'm remembering correctly. I believe actually on this roster too, if I'm not, well, this organization, if I'm not mistaken. But again, I have a goldfish brain. I could be very well wrong. What I am not wrong about though is that this round has taken a turn, and Hexel began it and ended it with frags.
So that's a nice way to end things, you know, and begin things. Frags, more frags. You do indeed like to see that, but well, things I don't like to see here is just a pistol for Cryptic. Needs to change.
I mean, he's not quite at the ultimate yet. Does still need 2 points for that. Is looking at the map, not set up to be grabbing one of the orbs, so they are going to be a bit underpowered in this round. But it is the third round, so we talked about this a little bit last time, where this is just a W key round for the most part, where it is just sacrificed. So I mean, the not buying here does mean that you're probably going to get the operator next round. Especially if you get a kill here with said frenzy, you'll definitely be rocking it out with the big black gun there. But for now, very slow round coming out. They are going to dodge that recon dart coming in from power mode, but outside of that, they're just waiting for a mistake to happen.
Mistake that has yet to come, in fairness, but I like, I kind of like the passivity that we're seeing from the defense right now. Typically I'm all the gung ho, you get aggressive on the defender side, right? Kind of guy. But I think that especially in a round like this where things can get crazy, I think that it makes sense to play a little bit more. Is all I'm saying. We do have a blind coming through, and off the back of that, some attempt to add a push, but it's unfortunately unsuccessful. And well, Jesse a little bit more so. Double frag in. Jimmy with a double kill. He's putting things together well, but the guy is the guy to close out the round there for Power.
You know what's crazy? We started that round talking about how Cryptic still needed 2 points for his ultimate. And we were like, he's not going to get it. He's nowhere near the orbs. And he literally got both orbs, popped the ultimate, and immediately updrafted into death. So,
sad.
That shows us, I guess, dumb casters.
I mean, but who died? Who died, though?
Oh, yeah? Who's alive? Who lived?
That's right. Got him. I mean, obviously just jokes. Obviously just jokes.
In-game.
Yeah. It's all just a break. All just a break. But nonetheless, unfortunate that is what happened to the young man Cryptic. I say young like I person. I have no idea. Could be an ancient individual. But Cryptic has turned things around here. At the very least, opening up a kill in this round. And, well, now has to contend with some blades on the other side. Onto Magic, who is looking for more. Ooh. What a nice find. Up on top. Well done. Hunter's Fury gets committed, and Fievel on the other side of things is able to pick up a frag, and, well, Hexel finishes things up with that Hunter's Fury. So now there's 2 players left alive, and knowing that there was a Wild Magic who definitely had a Blade Storm out, looks as if the rest of the attackers are headed to the other side.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Site's completely clear and free and open. We should be able to see Magic on a flank, though. Being able to jump over that tripwire is kind of crucial because they shouldn't expect the flank. They very well may, since it is. Oh, they do. They did. They done it. They killed him right in the face. And that is a 4th round coming in for the attacking side.
They killed him right in the face. Not in the face. No.
Not the gun drop buttons.
It's my best feature.
Oh man, this is a good one.
Absolutely unreasonable. We really are.
I'm loving it, man. We're still seeing pistols here this deep into the game. It's the 5th round, and the guy has a ghost.
Honestly, I was like, who are you talking about? The guy. And then I was like, oh yeah, the guy.
The guy.
Yeah.
Not just any guy, the guy.
Yeah, the one. Which one? The guy. Yeah. It's a great name, by the way. I really like it.
But there's so many of them. No, the guy. No, you're not understanding. There's so many guys. The guy. They're everywhere.
Magic. Well done. The Blade Storm worked out well, and the rifle working out just that. Well done to open up this round. It gives a player advantage over to power mode, something that we didn't necessarily see in the prior round. Has kind of everybody just lost their duel in power mode. And in the whoever was at elbow, they didn't even lose their duel. They just got caught between a rock and a hard place, which really stunk. I think that was Jord who fell on that one, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, one player advantage. 45 seconds left in the clock.
Very low amount of time, but with the rotations coming through and the paranoia being used into the entryway there's not a whole lot to do. That's a cheeky camera spot. I don't even know how to get to that one, but here comes the showstopper, just puts Blues in the dirt. And now Jimmy Ticktron is very far forward. Bro, the timing from Hexel. How in God's name do you do that? It's literally a magician show. As we do get Hexel looking to get another peek onto Jord. Does trade it out and escapes for now. Can't quite follow it up though as the guy falls to Cryptic.
Oh man, that was so unfortunate for Magic, who wasn't part of the show on the elbow side of things, but nearly created some magic happening over onto the site, but dashed straight into another opponent, which is, you know, the worst case scenario. And on top of that, now, I mean, this is just power mode, you know, not playing badly or anything. They really aren't. It's kind of just one of those positions where the trades from La Familia have been just really solid all the way around. They're getting onto sites well. They're making those frags happen, and then sometimes they even win the gunfights, which obviously makes things even harder.
It does help. I also find that their utility usage is also quite strong, as we do see trades on trades on trades. 3 members of the server already dead and gone as the spike is planted. And I don't want to derail you any further, Vincent, but I just saw a tweet saying chicken parmesan is really just one big chicken nugget. And as an Italian, I am staggered.
That's fake news. I'm just gonna throw it out there right now. It's false.
But what's the difference?
I mean, the difference is I eat ketchup on chicken nuggets.
But what is tomato sauce except not sugary ketchup?
I mean, it's tomato sauce. It's prepared very differently. Thank you very much.
They're both
listen,
boiled
you
down.
The Italian should be with me, Doc. Why? Why have you done this? You should be on my side. But no.
I'm just saying.
You
know,
disappointed your people.
I'm just saying that itemization-wise, they're identical. Tomatoes, water, 11 herbs and spices. It's all the same. As we do get the showstopper somewhere on the map. Doesn't even matter because Jord gets the kill with the judge anyway. Magic picking up the final ultimate orb for their ultimate. They will have some very sharp, pointy objects flying at enemies at a very high rate of speed in just a couple seconds. But LF starting off a member down here into Power Mode's defensive side. Probably the best lead they've had in a minute.
Nowhere to run!
Oh man, Hutch's Fury going to be committed as well. We saw how effective it was before. This time, not so much. Blues with the frag. And things looking very good, like you said, for Power Mode. And something, again, like you were mentioning, we haven't seen a whole ton of. Magic now on the flank. Missed the first shot, but good on the second. Is only good for one, unfortunately.
Slip just annihilated Magic, though. Like, that's insane. Although, I guess it was Phantom versus Vandal as Jord and Jimmy trade out. This is doable. Like, oh, wait, they're still on A. Jesse's been here this whole freaking time. And there's no shot Jimmy expects this, right? Like, you've made so much noise, done so much damage.
I love that Jesse's not taking this fight right now. That's absolutely awesome.
Going for the pincer maneuver. Wait. Okay, I was like, no. I honestly thought that had a potential for Power Mode to kind of die to the grenade and allow the 180 to come out, but no. Blues staying strong, gets the shots, gets the defuse, and we're finally going to get a round win here for Power Mode.
Oh, I need to share it. So Will, Observer, has, to you, Doc, said this is one of the top 10 anime brills that you have given up your heritage to go for the big chicken nugget.
Listen, I'm kind of a food anarchist. Like, have you ever seen that, like, what the heck's the chart where it's like, you know, chaotic, neutral, chaotic, whatever, and it's like sandwiches, and it's like, are you like a layer purist? Like, would you consider a hot dog a sandwich?
Oh no. Okay, I see what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, it like a taco is a sandwich production. Yeah, it's got basically 2 bits of bread with a protein in the middle. It's a sandwich.
Cut him off! Someone stop him! Remove him from here!
Like, you're gonna try and tell me that an enchilada is not a sandwich?
I am about to tell you that an enchilada is not a sandwich. Anyway, back to reality.
This is going down in GLG history of the least talked about game.
Yes, I mean, poor Power Mode and La Familia, they thought they had casters. Little did they know we're food critics.
Listen, you can hit up my Patreon where I criticize Italian eateries, but that's not a real thing. Look at the showstopper. It is just haunting people down. Does just full body Jord, by the way. The guy already stuck his way up to heaven, drops the spike. That's huge. There's only 30 seconds left. You don't have to peek this. He peeked it anyway. It's traded. But it's now 1v2. Blue's in a great position and falls to Jimmy64 Dictron.
Yeah, and I mean, such a good position to be in Power Mode. Remember, like they won that prior round. They won it well. I mean, they won it with, I mean, not super convincingly, but like the way that it went down was relatively close. But in general, it looked good. But they are unable to convert off the back of that, and I mean, this is the problem, right? That you run into, especially on the defense. It's so brutal just winning the one round and then losing the next. Like, you're just in such a rough spot, aren't you?
Okay, I thought I just saw a right click onto the whatever was on the wall there, and I was like, that's not ideal usage of the knives, but thankfully just a left click. But with the paint can, that's a huge paint can. That should do a ton of damage to Blues. Does a third of their HP, so significant. Making tons of ghost shooting noises too. Oh, but Jord with the 6 shot. The guy picking up a second. Feeble's probably going to trade one back onto the guy. Picks up a second for themselves as well. The flank is real. The knives are real. And Slip with the death puts the spike in a bad spot. It's getting worse by the minute.
It certainly is. I mean, I was talking about not being able to win multiple rounds in a row. This might not be in a row, but it's certainly right way to start.
Oh, the shot!
I mean, that was a nice shot. I don't want to take anything away from that shot, but I will say that a full 2 seconds before that, Shock gutted himself. So, takes away a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
It's tough. Because, I mean...
it's tough. Well, no, it's not, actually. Just don't shoot yourself with shotgun.
Listen, it's difficult. There's walls, and sometimes, yes, they may have a hole in said wall, but the wall still exists, and sometimes the hole's just not big enough. But look at this buy coming in from La Familia. It is a bit tragic compared to their previous ones. Showstopper not going to quite connect either. Now, Jord was just in the lion's den in that cloudburst. There were 4 people there trying to shoot him.
Attempting the very best, but not going to be connecting. Magic is huge. A triple kill. They didn't check the angle. What did I say before, dog? Check your corners. Come on.
That is a corner you should check. We talked about a corner in the last map that maybe should go unchecked, but this time that wasn't it. That is a corner you 9 out of 9 times have to check, because there's probably somebody there, and at worst, you really don't waste any time checking that corner either. Like, you are, especially with how deep they got into the site before somebody was finally like, hey, maybe somebody is here. And by that time, 2 members are dead, a third follows shortly after. This is still a very winnable round from the attackers. You know, Cryptic here with the judge and 112 HP. Could potentially get aggressive onto the guy and, you know, surprise him, but with only 30 seconds left, it is getting very tight to the table here.
Every second counts now. 20 seconds or less on the clock.
No more charges left.
As well, there's still players left alone here. At a half of a spike plan, or I should say fake. Quickly dispatch.
Oh no, that won the round!
now not enough time. And Blues doesn't even care. Blues is swinging no matter what. Blues swings those 100% of the time and gets the frag as well.
He did have the weaponry advantage, so, you know, golf clap for recognizing that at that point and being able to push the envelope a little bit more. So, good stuff, good stuff. It does bring it within 2 as well. So we are going to see a bit of another, you know, awkward buy coming in from La Familia. You know, they
I'll find them.
I guess it makes sense, right?
Cash used it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like it's an uncompetitive round from them. They, you know, they're stronger than they were last round. Nothing you can do about that, though. When Jesse just hits you through the wall,
So
that was almost a bait.
Magic.
If Jesse died there,
I would be pissed.
it would have been 120-pound bait line, hook, line, and sinker, and Magic would have been feasting good on the tuna that night, because that was just. I don't think you can let that happen in good faith.
No, you can't. That's why I was like, Magic, hello. Like, your teammate's there.
In the half.
You just, oh man, that would have been hilarious though. I can imagine the comms in that moment would have been outrageous.
Not kind.
There would have been some curse words said, I would imagine, by Jesse to Magic. And honestly, fair enough, right? Like, if you've ever been in that situation, you've been on a team, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But a great round there for Power Mode, and suddenly what was a pretty horrific half for them, 5-1, is now turned around quite quickly. They now are within 1 round of just making this an even to our line, and I'm very impressed.
That's a good kill. Fast pack over, though, is going to get them into safety as Jimmy chucks the grenade over the APC here. Spike is on site, but not quite on site yet. They just wanted to really make sure that there's nobody waiting for them in hookah / lamps. It's a regional dialect. I don't really know the difference there, but
Call out the regional dialect.
Oh, it's all right. First of all, they definitely are, right? Like, there is a difference in large portions of the map, is just like that. Jord makes a large difference into this map, picking up 3 kills and a defuse to tie it up 6-6. And yeah, regional things are definitely, I feel like, in callouts, because like literally that room right there, is it lamps or is it U-Haul or is it, I don't know, I've heard it's called something else as well. It's just, you know, it's all correct.
Yeah, fair enough. I harkening back to, like, there's like in CS, there's a bunch of different callouts that are very different depending on where you're at, you know, whether it be like lane or short or you or, you know, all that kind of stuff. So absolutely different callouts, different regions. Nonetheless, the difference here between these teams, 0, 6-6 at the halftime dock. And man, that's a beautiful little landscape, with the exception of whatever the heck that is pretending to be out in the very distance. That's just clipping.
Mountains?
No.
I would definitely take my drone there to recreate what our observer's drone witnessed. Cage triggered, as we do get a little bit of entrance onto the site. Lots of noise being made. Jimmy's already down to 33 HP, and the spike is denied for just a little bit longer. Here comes the big suck as the paint can comes out. Cryptic and Jord both picking up kills, but it's still 3-on-3. Spike not planted.
I'm just gonna continue calling that the big suck until we're forced not to.
Until somebody disagrees.
Yeah, until it's not happening. Though, well, Power Mode, they're certainly making this happen. 1 player left alive. That's Hexel, who I think's had a pretty good game in general, but that's to tap the spike. Does he check the close corner? Answer, yes, but unfortunately misses the shot. Lose with the frag to send Power Mode into the lead for the first time.
Yeah, went for the right click for the 1-tap potential. It's a very risk-reward situation, and they risked it for the biscuit, and they got a soggy one. So it is unfortunate that they do fall there. You are right in that Hexel's had an amazing game so far. I mean, their KDA 11, 10, and 5, very solid. There's only 2 people really beating him on the server in that regard, in terms of Magic and Jord, who are duelists. It's what they're supposed to do. You should not be, losing as the Sentinel, or should not be winning as the Sentinel to duelists. I think I said that properly. Duelist good at fragging, Sentinel bad at fragging.
Yeah, that's the way that's supposed to work, I think. Well, Magic is a duelist. Certainly good at fragging. Got a double kill, and Jord, also a duelist, able to pick up that 3rd kill of the round for Power Mode. Granted, this is against a Nico, but, you take these at face value, right? Yes, it is nice frags, but also no guns. So, looks as if right now the sole remaining survivors over there are just going to look for a potential exit frag.
Here.
Seems reasonable, but nobody's gonna go this way.
I mean, does it seem reasonable considering the money score, right? Because, you get less money when you save.
Oh, no. You just die to the spike.
That's right. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I get, because then you're not giving credits over to your opponent either. They're just having fun with it, right? They're using abilities and cloud bursts. These things cost credits, by the way.
These things do cost credits, in fairness.
These things aren't free, kids. You can't just pull abilities off of the ability tree. I gotta work hard, earn the credits, and buy you these dang things for Christmas. And just like that, there's half armor on a couple members. Now, keep in mind, the credits that they spent, I don't think would have largely mattered, considering Cryptic, the one that spent like 600 credits worth of abilities at the end there, has full armor. So it's just poor Hexel and Feeble, then Slip 4K.
The good news is that Cryptic was into crypto, and you bought it at the right time.
Bro, Dogcoin? Let's go.
Dogecoin? Yeah.
No.
Big dubs.
No.
Anyway,
road to $1.
Just to be clear, we are not suggesting investment.
Not financial advisors.
In any way, we are not financial advisors.
I like the coin.
Yep. We just throw that out there. It's fun and good meme. LOL. So anyway, no more memes. I mean, I say that this has been nothing but memes. Nothing but memes here on A Stream tonight. Power Mode. They have solidified their position though, looking very strong as they look to solidify a gun round. Best trades, 2 for 1, ultimately. And Magic looks to have this A site entirely taken out. That being said, Hexel gets involved with Jesse, and it does not go Jesse's way in that 1v1. But
No,
Spike
it is.
get planted.
Yeah, free spike plant. The rotations have come through. Big fight here on the elbow, but Jord just playing it a little bit safe. Or sorry, Jimmy, excuse me. It's the J names. They kind of passed like ships in the night with Magic there. So it is looking for a bit of a pincer, but they don't have any information on the side of La Familia, so they're going in a little blind. They're getting some stars and some recons out, but Jord with the close position trades 1 for 1, and oh no, the guy has to win that, but the time is ticking away. They got time.
Man, Slip though nearly went the wrong direction. Honestly, like if it wasn't for Slip going back the other way, that actually goes very differently realistically, right? Like that's
because then you got to refight it.
Yeah, exactly. Like if Slip just goes the other way, like it's just 1v1. And instead it was just a trade, which is what you wanted to have happen. So really well done there, and a key crucial round for the side of La Familia. Unfortunately, they're still hurting big time for cash in this round. Despite the fact that they won, how are they hurting this bad? That's crazy. That they are that broke.
I think it's because they were buying sheriffs.
Oh, it was the abilities, remember? No, I'm it's just a joke.
Just memes, but Jimmy making the meme gun work in his favor. The suck even gonna work on the friendly Boomba, but it's a tactic, right? Like if you delay the Boomba with that ability, all of a sudden the timing's different. All of a sudden you get caught by it, right? Big brain, big brain. But Hookah pretty evacuated. Slip is under the window, so should be pretty safe from this paint can that George chucking out. And is going to take full control of that. 4 members remaining for power mode, all of them centered around this B site. We'll see if any rotations come through because there are 3 members of La Familia still on this A site. Here comes the showstopper. Not gonna find anybody just yet though.
Well, I mean, yeah, nobody home, and I love it! I love it! Haxel was like, they never shoot the left side, but no, Jordan was like, I got you, don't you worry. I'll shoot the left side just for you as we see some aggression here into the elbow position. Nobody home for just the moment, but there goes a bit of a cosmic divide. It's divided the side, but Jesse has divided the frags equally between himself, and the guy gets in on the action. Blues as well for good measure. That cosmic divide not really finding much of anything, considering that it didn't cut off a single person.
No, and what happened, like, the idea is solid, but all of power mode was so far forward that you throw the wall up, you go to turn that corner and elbow, and it's a literal firing squad waiting for you and your buddy there, and you just get completely mowed down. There was no chance of recovery unless you just like instantly dinked everybody. Even then, I don't think you can get much done just because of the number difference and the trade potential. So it is the ultimate down. It's not the most impactful ultimate though, as we've talked about a couple times now. Firing squad for Magic once again takes one to the grave with them, and Blues making sure that they don't pick up the weapon.
Very well done on at least that frag, and power mode, they are getting this plan. Blues, well done. The Blues just to kind of anticipate where that player was hanging out. Now it's really slip and go, and well, now slip and no. Jord takes them out, and Hexel left alone. Tagged by a dart, and
that was a little scary for Blues. Wow, Blues surviving with 6 HP. Very easily could have gone the other way there, and granted, it wouldn't have changed the outcome of the round, but it is again a weapon that you have to rebuy. Now the economy for power mode, not shabby, but you can see here that 2,900 for a rifle would have put Magic at 0. There are members that could have, bought 4 instead of that, but like it matters. And so when you look over on the side of, La Familia, I didn't see a rifle being picked up there. All right, so they grabbed the orb and popped the knives instead of buying a rifle. It's such an odd play when you have the money, right? Because he had, I believe, 2,900 on the side there, but Jord running through, gonna pick up 1. All right, this is great trades coming in favor of La Familia.
Indeed it is, though Jesse comes back for more. Oh, the shutdown, not quite there. And unfortunately, Jesse didn't find the return. I feel like Jesse should have been in position to win that out, but not able to do that.
I think Jesse took a ton of damage to it too, because he's at 7 HP currently, or 11 HP.
Yeah, could have. Yeah, definitely could have taken damage. Either way, teleports out over onto the B site. Just a spike planted, but he's gonna have to wait for the guy to come in for help. The guy does not have that Hunter's Fury that Hexel does, but it looks as if they're very aware of where this player can be. Baited out the guy. Oh, well done on the paranoia, but Cryptic with the frag leaves it onto the guy who is not able to connect the shots, and Hexel continues the good game that they're having by picking up a double kill and allowing Jimmy to get that debut.
Hexel picking up another big round win there for the team. Brings it back within 2, so chances are still happening that they could bring this back. It's looking a little tough, but it's still doable, right? Like, they're still in it, even if it is 1 round away from disaster realistically, economically. They are able to pick up the operator again, but look at Feeble, once again, half armor, Judge, like, I don't know what is happening economically, but like, it is so mismatched, right? Like, you can afford an operator on one hand and you got a Judge in the other. It's like having, a $3.5 million house and then you drive a 92 Ford Pontiac. Like, it's not even a thing. You just made it yourself.
I was about to say, I don't think that's a thing, actually. Poor Pontiac. I feel kind of added because I have a Pontiac Grand Am, but
Those are great though.
this is 99. So anyway,
I've driven one of those. It's nice.
I love it. I love it. I mean, it's definitely not a luxury car, but whatever. I do indeed enjoy it, and I
It goes
also
from A to
enjoy-
B.
Yeah, exactly. Some good Valorant. That's what we're seeing at the moment. The La Familia, they are in need of some help. And Jesse with the opener is not able to pick up the second. Fievel with a nice frag and using the neural theft in order to bait out, or not rather bait out, but just get information across the map. 3v4 now.
30 seconds left.
This is winnable, hashtag, as the guy is slowly walking forward, trying to get a little bit of information. Blues with a great shot on the slip, back and forth as Blues picks up a second, and now it's still 2-on-2. HP dead even, but here comes that neural theft. It's an operator and a vandal versus the world. Can they actually get it done? Can they? They do! The paint can actually killed the guy. It's a 1-on-2 situation, and Blues has to fight an operator and a vandal on double duelists.
Top block there. Blues had a couple of very nice shots at the beginning, or rather to entry the site, but unable to finish this out. Would have had a quad kill there as well, but yeah, just a good setup, honestly, using the dash and all that stuff. It's exactly what you want to see if you are La Familia. And 2 rounds now in a row. Both defuses, by the way, but nonetheless, round victories are round victories, Doc. That's at least what I've been told. And Power Mode, they're kind of on the back foot here. They've got another buy, but it's a shoddy one. And I don't mean that because there is a shorty in the hands of Magic.
He's got the ultimate. He's good.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
chilling.
he does. Sure.
Outside of that, it's not a good look. 900 credits in the bank. So, you know, he's literally shimming people for lunch money. Meanwhile, Cryptic with the operator taking a huge first blood onto Jesse and basically shutting them out of the B site from here on out.
The problem is they just didn't invest correctly. That's the problem. Not
They
saying
went
what
into
that is.
Ethereum instead of Bitcoin.
I'm not saying that. That's not what I said. I've said nothing, Doc. You're gonna live on your own on there.
Not a financial advisor?
Not a financial advisor, exactly. 3v4, and well, you don't need your financial advisor to tell you that those numbers, they don't work out so well, not for Power Mode. And they have one player disadvantaged and a lot of information gained as well. Hexel's kind of playing with death right here if he jumps. I feel like Blues is hitting this shot again. Like, Blues, remember, hit this shot before. Oh, yep, there it is. I told you Blues hits it. Not quite as sexy as I was hoping for, but Cryptic is still ready and waiting with this operator. Could, in fact, find this frag. Could, in fact, shoot through. Doesn't need to do that. Unfortunately, a missed shot, allowing for Blues to get away with their life. It's still even, but Slip 4K has something to do with that. No longer so. As the spike is planted, but man, a difficult spot to be in.
Yeah, the guy learning from the past mistakes of planting in the open and now plants it inside of the box. So dashes onto the side. Blues was ready for the second guy, but can't quite hit the shot. There goes the Yoni mask, and it is double digits now for La Familia, who have completely turned this second half around.
Don't you love how Blues was in the same situation last round with one player? Like
It's a
as
tough
solo?
situation to be.
And then tried it again and had the setup in order to counter it and still lost. Blues is sad on that one, man.
Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some, sometimes you lose even more. It's the stonk market. That's what happens.
And sometimes you're me and you just don't win because you don't play.
Hey, what did we talk about earlier, Vincent? Some of the greatest esports brands are built on never winning anything.
You're right about that, yeah.
Checking the
Fair
situation.
enough. We're not going to be naming those ones again. You can go back.
CLG,
I'm sure.
Dignitas.
Okay, never mind. We are naming those. I was going to say you can look back for the clip, but never mind. You've been engaged anyway. Slip.
Listen, I just Dignitas has been doing some low amateur scene games. Dignitas Mirage, it's a brand I can't get behind. I'm sorry for the players out there that do enjoy the owl, but I am not one of them. It's not even an owl anymore. I think they changed it back. But,
They did change their brand, yeah. They did change
well,
it, but
showstopper.
regardless of branding, Showstopper brands very well, as it does indeed stop the show for somebody. This time, though, doesn't connect with... Excuse me? Does that have eyes? Up top? What the heck just happened to that? To that boombot? No idea. Nonetheless, it's still
Stop robot violence.
It's still 5v5, and there goes some utility, and well, finally, what a great couple of frags, and Cryptic as well.
What's happening?
Jimmy comes back in, Showstopper in hand, the guy left alone falls to another of those ultimates. Tons of ultimates invested there, Doc.
It's happening. It's happening.
What is happening?
The comeback. Honestly, there were some sick shots that round. The guy had the crispiest of one taps there in the middle of getting shot by the Hunter's Fury. It was like a fresh sourdough. You just break it and it just and there's just crumbs everywhere. But then just get clipped by the Hunter's Fury. I don't know if I...
Are you sure you don't have a food blog, Doc? Are you sure about that?
I am. I do not. I might start it after this. I might start like a food-based TikTok just to be that guy.
I'd watch.
But I mean, yeah, the guy had a great shot. He's really been, hitting some shots, but the team overall, FIFA won this auto shotty. That's like 4 frags in a row that they've gotten with that gun. They don't even need anything else. I was flaming them for buying the 1,500 credits earlier, and it's been their most successful anything this game.
Listen, there's a reason why I both meme and never am angry about the Judge purchase. Ever.
It's good.
Because of that. It's just, it's
Rodonkadonk.
For what it is, it still feels so busted sometimes. Even though, obviously at range it's pretty crap-tastic. Well,
that's what you got the operator for.
Yeah, exactly. Cryptic has one of those and is connecting at length with that weapon. And, well, now there's 3 players left alive. The push and Jord, that's a surprise for Cryptic, just to say the least.
30 seconds left.
The suckening. It's happening. I hear explosions.
See you later. Axel with a nice shot through the box as well, leaving just 2 players left, and the Blues is tied down very heavily indeed. There comes the swing, and there goes the frag. Feeble doesn't even need the Judge that time, has just the pistol.
I thought they died to the star, in all honesty. And I was like, I don't think that does damage, but okay. But classics do indeed do damage, believe it or not, on more rounds than just the pistol.
I'm flabbergasted. You have given me information I didn't have before.
Good. It's not like they disable it after the pistol round. You are allowed to use it in any round that you so choose. Griefer's aware.
I thought it was just... I just thought it disappeared. Like it no longer existed.
In a certain way, it does just disappear considering you buy ghosts or sheriffs, but it's always there. Hold faithful. But just like that, we do find ourselves on map point, Vincent. It is 12-10 La Familia, who have absolutely blown past expectations as we do watch Cryptic just get deleted from the server one more time.
George just became the boombot there for just a second. Normally the boombot leads the player. That time the player led the boombot, and Jimmy, taking some notes, said, I'll lead. Lead with the frag that is you got one opening pick, looking for more, but unfortunately taken down. Jesse and Blues come back in for the frags. It's 2 players left alive for the defense, and this is looking like it might not be the closer. La Familia in a tough spot. That being said, Slip with a couple of big frags and maybe putting this game away, as both players look to re-aggress from this elbow position. Now, with that sonar, get some more information, or rather, don't get any information, as the push comes back in. Vulnerable now is the guy and falls to the shock dart. He's done the trigonometry, and now he's got the shots. Hexel with the frags, and who else but Hexel, as that is La Familia. They close it out in that round, despite the fact that it was a 2v4 and looked absolutely unwinnable.
I can't believe you would caster curse them like that, Vincent. How dare you?
Wait, isn't it the reverse caster curse though?
No, because you said it couldn't happen. And then it happened.
I curse power mode. I was
Yep.
like, dude, I've helped out La Familia. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
That's literally what I thought.
Yeah, I
What am I
mean,
thinking?
honestly, that second half from them was insane. So many great plays, so many good turnarounds that they were really able to keep moving the goalpost forward and forward and forward and forward, and able to actually do something with a lot of the situations that were handed. And so, they were able to come back. They obviously won the round 13-10, and they will be moving on here tonight.
Yeah, it's very well done. I'm excited to see what La Familia can put on display for us here in a little bit. And like I said, we've got more action there. But before we head out, Doc, I have a special event. It's very special. So our good friend Strive, Sam, the one, the only, amazing caster, by the way, huge fan of his work. He used his hard-earned channel points to have one of us eat a sock. So if you check the channel points, you will see that there is indeed eat a sock for 10,000 channel points. And so, unfortunately, I have a sock right here, regular old sock. And so I think I'm forced to eat said sock. So shout out to Strive. I do appreciate it. We're gonna go for it.
And on that terrible bombshell, we are going to be taking a short break. Once again, we do want to give a shout out to our lovely sponsor of the evening in allowing us to help get this prize pool for tonight up to the $100, waiting for the winning team of the tonight. That shout out is going to SYR Esports. Be sure to hit the command in the chat so you can get involved with everything that they got going on. Lovely, wonderful, welcoming community that they are. We will be seeing you guys in just a couple seconds as we head into more GLG Pit of Valor.
cold for so long. One touch and we're igniting, setting fire to it all. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down. One spark, I feel lightning blazing up through the darkest nights. Hold your breath, babe, the smoke is burning. But kiss me now and we'll be alright. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think that we can stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn down. You know these flames ain't going out. This building is crumbling to the ground. Don't think I wanna stop it now, 'cause baby our love is gonna burn it down. Burn it down.
Oh, I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. 'Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain, but good as a kid. Lately, I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first, 'cause we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. 'Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got breath. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. 'Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, 'cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come come and test. Whoa, you want to see we the best. Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But then I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just people the feed, those they don't get it like.
Still so far from home. I've searched for you all my life. Cast out like a shadow.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are on the desk once again. Dr. and Vincent joining you live and in charge here at the GLGA stream, where we are watching the Pit of Valor continue on tonight. And we are going to be following one of our teams from our last map. It is going to be La Familia going up against Mustahid something gaming. There's too many letters in their name, honestly. My brain just shut down trying to remember it all. Mustahid Mocking Gaming. That was the word I couldn't remember.
Mustahid? I don't know. Apologies for my
So
craziness, but
they signed up as Mustahid, right? Head is how I read it. But then in the admin chat, they said Heed, which is heat. So I'm sure Twitch chat will update us as they typically do. But yeah, go off. Spout some stats and some numbers.
Yeah. I'll do my very best. Sorry again about my my camera. I'm not sure what's going on. It is what it is. It was fine before, and now it's back to being just dead.
Welcome to the online world.
Yeah, it's fine. Nonetheless, Mustahid Mocking Gaming, I feel like is an interesting one in that I recognize two big names here from last round save that are on the roster, though we may not see both of them playing. That is Corsonics and Glyph. We know Glyph is going to be playing for sure. We have yet to see Corsonics, so not too sure if either of them are going, or rather, if both of them are going to be playing. But last round save, obviously, a big name team. It looks like these guys just wanted to get in on the action in this Pit of Valor. It is indeed sponsored by SYR Esports, by the way. La Familia, though, you know them. We've just watched them. They've been doing a phenomenal job throughout this tournament, and they're continuing to do just that here. Their run has honestly been pretty interesting. They've taken down some big names. So we saw them take out Lost in the Sauce, right? Which, you know, you can argue big or not. But then they also beat Titan Esports, former winner, remember, and Valium, Cindy. So there was that, and then the Sheeshers, who actually you probably have never heard of, but is a pug mix with quite a few known players, actually, the likes of Tenacity and Vets.
Oh wow!
So yeah, not insignificant. And then we just saw them take down Power Mode, and now semifinals time. They are straight up into it against another somewhat unknown roster, but that's the beauty of Pit of Valor. We get to make the unknowns known.
Yeah, very true. And I mean, even heading back to that whole last round save narrative where we're kind of having one player mixed in with a bunch of other players, you know, that is something that you can get to see at the Pit of Valor where, you know, if the whole team doesn't want to enter for one reason or another, if you're ready to pug it, you don't have a scrim block, you're not doing homework, you're not eating dinner, whatever it is, you can enter. It's free of charge. If you have to dip out early, it's unfortunate and we hate to see you go, but it's nothing lost. So definitely a great tournament to try your strength, see if you are, you know, stacking up to other teams, if you're proposing a tryout for a potential team spot, definitely be sure to take them through the Pit of Valor, because if they can't beat the players here tonight, try again next week with a different player. It's as simple as that. And we never even talked about it, Vincent, the map pick that we are going to get to see. It is going to be Haven. You love to see it. At least I do. It's by far and away my favorite map aesthetically, and you love to see it.
I mean, I'm hugely excited that we're going to get to see a map that, number one, is not Ascent, and number two, that is Haven.
Not only is it not Ascent, but it's also Haven. Pog.
Exactly. I mean, like in that order too, by the way. Like, it's not Ascent, and then and then on top of that, we get to watch Haven, which I really enjoy. So, yeah, I think that from there, we are seeing a similar interesting composition. The Astra back for more, Doc. Interesting on this map in particular. It kind of feels like, I don't know, on Haven, I would have expected maybe something more traditional. I don't know why. Now that I'm thinking about it, I guess it makes sense for Astra, but what do you think?
Right here.
Give me Brimstone. Oh man, how do I articulate what I'm trying to say? Having watched a good amount of Astra here at GLG, I once again find myself asking, what does she bring to the table that Brimstone doesn't? Right? She brings Vulnerable, which we saw last map work out great for La Familia because they landed a shock dart on a vulnerable person and killed him straight up. So yeah, it works, but like, I don't know. I just feel like just play Brim, Forehead. Like, I just feel like the Molotov, the Orbital Strike, the Stim Beacon.
Smokes, though, to be fair. So there's that.
Potentially.
I mean, not potentially. You do objectively have less. You have up to 4.
Yeah, but you then have to, not use something else. You can't use the suck. You can't use the fake smoke. Oh, the bait! That was such huge bait! Glyph just absolutely broke Cryptic's ankles. Holy!
Enemy remaining.
That was huge. And, well, that's everybody else falling for the defense. La Familia is looking for some help. Has gone back to the drawing board and, well, must ahead mocking gaming. Gosh, can we just say MMG?
I'm going to. Man,
MMG.
Cryptic really looking like Gordon Hayward out there on the court. That is probably a reference that not a lot of people are going to get.
No, they're not.
So he was a Boston Celtics player. I don't know if he still is. The only reason I remember this specifically is because his foot fell off in his shoe playing basketball. Horribly hideous. Probably don't watch the video if you're squeamish. His whole heckin' foot just fell off the bone, as we do see the team from MMG just lighting people up. Trying to spray through the smoke is Feeble, but he's just gonna get run down as the squad falls in its entirety.
How you gonna drop that, like, just randomly on stream? That's so outrageous. Anyway. Now I'm supposed to go back to my normal life after hearing about this.
Yeah, it's like a train wreck. Just don't watch. Just listen and go to the next point.
We're back to the train. Here we go again. For those of you who were tuned into the stream earlier, we had an entire game that was simply a metaphor for a train and its derailment and then subsequent, repair and passage safely through onto the correct position. So it's been a day here on the GLGA stream. Doc and I have been having a great time. We hope you have been having a great time too. But La Familia, they certainly are not having a great opening to this map. MMG in prime position to kind of run away with things, particularly as Tech has pulled out these blades.
We'll see if they can get anything done with it. Sacred's going to take out Cryptic, and they're already onto the site. Guns a-blazing, knives a-slinging, and the flanking from Hexel could be huge if they can actually pull it off, but Tech with the knives is going to put him in the ground, and so that removes a huge linchpin of this La Familia squad.
I mean, you did say that the knives were slanging, and they swang straight into the face of the La Familia player. And Well, yeah, 3v5. Like, what do you do here? Do you save? This is a save angle. I mean, honestly, yeah,
That's a tough call to make. It's near impossible call to make, realistically, because like you know that you should have the superior weaponry. You know you do have the superior weaponry. It's just like a matter of winning these duels and these trades. The Blade Storm, obviously, you can't really account for 9 times out of 10 is Slip and Jimmy just pick off people. Tech even picks up a kill, hunting for more. Oh Jesus, Tech. So the reason that was actually horrible for LF on pretty much every level is that they tried to save 3 rifles. 2 of the 3 died, and you can see here that the one that survived, Jimmy, 1,300 credits to their name with a Phantom, and the rest of the team is backing up. That's only partially why it's bad. The other reason why it's bad is that MMG came in with not rifles. They had SMGs, they had pistols, they had knives, and now they're able to steal away the upgraded rifles that LF brought into that last round and save even more money. And now they have a fully kitted out squad with a ton of money backing them and no real risk of going broke for the next couple rounds.
Yeah, indeed. MMG in such a very solid position, and particularly as they've planted this spike, there's really no one available to engage. And Supa, the nice frag. Well done. You got a forward position. Hixel is trying to get this trade, eventually does do that, but it just seems like a matter of time. That being said, Jimmy with 2 big kills. Sacred there for the trade, but it is at a, slow pace as the second of the curveballs goes out. Unsure of why Hexel's looking for the push, and slowly but surely does sneak around the corner and pick up the victory.
Just enough time on the clock there as well. 1.69 on the clock with 5 HP. By the way, Hexel once again coming up very large for the La Familia. Just an absolute standout performer so far tonight on this squad. I mean, there are obviously a number of good points and good plays you can point to for each player on this roster, but I don't think one comes nearly as close as Hexel in terms of impact. Time and again, they're in these clutch situations where it's literally make or break, and they make it happen.
It certainly feels that way, you know? I have been impressed.
Joke's over.
And oh, that's a nice shot by Cryptic. The front and back was available from MG, but it didn't really net much of anything. And it's Jimmy who realistically has found the big value, now has that running back of their own. Could be utilizing it, but probably going to hang on to that for just a little bit longer, as there's 3 players left alive here for MMG.
Just need a little bit more. Probably the spike too. Grabbing that would probably help. It is in a really bad spot, quite possibly the worst spot, as we do see Cryptic lined up here with that operator shot. Shot's going to go wide, but now that you've gotten the spike, you got to get out. And they actually managed to. Cool. Free of charge. Just a couple shots ringing through. Oh, but Jimmy saw them. The calls are being made. He can't get around the tripwire, but it doesn't matter because he's just going to put the thought in their brain that there is a flank happening. Hexel, once again in a position to spoiler, gets the job done. Can't quite get the second, though. But where's the trades? LF, get in them, you massive savages. Jimmy drops the spike once again. And, oh, Chance with a chance. Even going to pop the ultimate? Ooh, that's... Not going to say it.
No. Say it. Give it to us.
That was a, how you say, dog water ultimate. He died before it even triggered, so.
I mean, I can't disagree with your statement of fact there. You're right. It was not ideal. That being said, we do have a pretty solid position that La Familia are currently in. They've won 2 rounds in a row. Granted, they are going to be against mostly a bye, though it is a bit shoddy and then MMG have 2 SMGs, which is a little bit odd. No operator here at this position over at C. Maybe wanting to pick that up. Axel good for 1, but not much more. As Sacred gets the trade, and Supa with the Hunter's Fury goes efficient and finds Jimmy. The Sprite gets planted down. 4v3, MMG favorite.
This would be so bad economically for La Familia to lose. I mean, you saw the buy that MMG came in with. It was tattered. It was SMGs, 1 or 2 rifles, and just not a whole lot going for it. But they explode onto the site. They trade out nicely, and Cryptic with that shot could really start bringing this back as we do get the suck. Not going to quite connect, but the paranoia gets dodged out. It's 1 for 1. Chance picks up another one as Supa closes it out, and MMG, talk about clutch.
He's basically Superman. He's just clutched out the round, and well, not only that, but kind of opened up the round as well with that Hunter's Fury, you know, along with the frag by I forget who it was. Actually, who got that opener? Was it Chansey? I'm not 100% sure. Nonetheless, it was a good job
I think
from
it was
Super.
Cryptic, technically.
Well, I mean, Hexel got the first, and then it was traded immediately by somebody. I just couldn't remember who.
Fair. Look at the buy, though. It's even worse for La Familia than it was for MMG last round. It is, well, I guess technically not that worse off. Jimmy has a rifle. Hexel has an SMG. The rest of the team in not a whole lot going on is Sacred. Trying to keep an eye on it, but there's double smokes.
Yeah. And, well, not only double smokes, but Hunter's Fury doesn't really deny the plant, though Cryptic is in a poor position. It slipped with a frag through the wall, but in the head. And, Axel up close and personal. Not able to connect. Chansey not able to get that one either, and Axel now takes out the final frag. And, I mean, you said there wasn't much of anything. You were right, Doc, but doing something with nothing, that's just La Familia's MO.
I can't believe that happened. It's so back and forth. Like, it's I got no words. It's just absolute madness. I mean, it's back and forth, and for the third round in a row now, we're gonna see one team fully kitted, economy raving high, and the other team, they're tatters. They got a pointy stick, half a rock, and maybe some bed sheets. And somehow, I still believe that team is more likely to win the round.
Pointy stick and some bed sheets. Well, I mean, listen, they're putting together miracles. I'll tell you that much. Cryptic, not so much miracles, but certainly a nice little frag. Or 2 in that case. Hexel gets the forward position. Missed shot from Sacred allows poor Hexel to get away with their life. Now Glyph with 2 HP is able to take down the operator player. That's big, but Hexel on the follow-up is good for the frag. So, well done once again.
And Chance trying to make his way all the way downtown, but is not going to be able to take any weaponry out of the hands of La Familia there. And turns out the team with half a rock and some bed sheets did not come away victorious, which means they earned themselves an upgrade to a whole rock and more bed sheets.
Hey, let's go. Do they at least get like a sharpened stick too?
Well, it's 2-pronged now instead of sharp. It's more like a third of a pitchfork.
It's like half a trident.
Yeah, well, trident's 3.
Yeah,
unless you talk about like the 5 trident, which is still an odd number.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm using 1.5 tridents.
Go on my mark.
That's like 6 or 10.
Listen, don't question my math, Doc. It's not
Cryptic.
It's not positive.
Cryptic with an absolutely glorious opening round fire there, does get the kill, knows the tech is there, and the tech has knives, and he would prefer not to meet said knives, and in his fear, he is met by Glyph's bullets. Hexel gonna pick off the spike carrier. Once again, the knives are out, the knives are down, but it's trades on trades on trades on trades on trades, and it's 2v2 now with the spike in full control of MMG.
That being said, MMG is still in a solid position to potentially come away victorious. It all depends. Good positioning there by the Sova in order to get a potential crossfire. It's all on the chance. Not peeking. Got to make sure you don't want to do that. And Fievel Not going to be giving anything away. But that being said, that gives an opportunity to Supa to get a fourth position. And Supa doesn't need help. He's got frags, 2 of them, to close the round.
The extra point on their quadrant, duo tent, worked out fabulously as they were able to spearhead their way to victory there. And it was a really nice kind of breakaway because, you know, it was your pretty standard A take, right? Where some go A long, some go A short. And even though they lost a couple members there to Cryptic's operator, just the pressure that was built up by them not being able to, you know, fall away, right? Like Cryptic had to have somebody watching A short. And the person A short got bopped. So then Cryptic, even in their retreat, was just simply too slow. And so they were already being met by enemy fire in a position that should have been safe for them.
Yeah, stuck between a rock and a hard place too in that scenario. You got some people coming up short, some people coming up long. Do you retreat long? Do you try to push short? Like, it's so very difficult. But nonetheless, we are seeing the push. That's the run it back utilized. But it's going to be set back fairly simply. Cryptic with another frag there from the top ropes. 2 players in hell, and well, that might do the trick as it's a well-placed Hunter Scurry, not able to connect with either of the players too much, and Glyph and Supa come back for more. Slipped 1, but that's it. So many frags in MMG. They come away saying, hey, La Familia, that is fácil.
No habla español.
Sorry.
Thanks.
I listen, you can get filled in by chat, but yeah, it's easy. Easy does it.
Easy dubs. And speaking of easy dubs, it's not looking so easy for La Familia here as we head towards the later stages of this half. It's currently 6-4 in favor of MMG. This bye from La Familia, statistically, they should win, even though it's tragic. But MMG, should they win this, will take the lead here in the half and make it at the very best a 7-5.
It's a solid attacker half. I don't think, you know, no matter how you slice it, to be honest.
Yeah.
And Glyph, nice little teleport. Straight on the site, gets planned down. Is gonna, okay, not even gonna tank the, not even gonna take the shock darts. Honestly, that's huge. Cryptic though has utilized the Blade Storm and gotten a priority out of it as we speak. The Blade, or rather the Aldrun, my apologies, is pushing in. It does find one player and tag them up. So now they know some information on this retake, and with the 1-player advantage, it certainly is fairly nice. Paranoia could advance basically everyone. Haxel drops but gets demolished before anything can really happen. Out of bullets is Fievel, and Glyph comes back for more. Sacred's got the double kill as well to close the round. Sacred just hid behind the firewall, and they ignored him.
They did see him. It's just that Hexel just didn't have the time to put into him. You know, saw Hexel. Hexel put 4 shots into the firewall out of his 6. So then when he finally made the decision to try and turn on to Glyph, the hell player, and get something done there, only fired the 2 shots and could not get the frag because then they had to reload. Glyph just fired right through them, got the nice 2-man spray down. He finally falls, but then the firewall had expired in Sacred with a very nice follow-up to the 2 frags after that. And even before that, there were a lot of nice plays where Cryptic had tried to, you know, use the updraft over the wall there to get something cheeky with the knives, and Tech actually, you saw them tailwind into the middle of the site, and I was like, oh no, they're doomed, they're right in front of everybody. But it was just the smoke triggered, and so Tech was able to actually face forward, get the kill onto Cryptic, and really open up the round as they are opening this one in terms of La Familia just shredding them down.
La Familia not out of this yet, at least not this half. They're looking to respond here, making it 7-5. Chansey, the last player alive in the 1-on-4, now 1-on-3. Considering the frag, but I mean, no spike in hand and 45 seconds left. Not really being sneaky, is it?
He spent so much time just checking the standard traditional spots for the tripwire and just spent a ton of bullets trying to get it done, by the way. And then is hit by the one tripwire he wasn't looking for.
Well, that seemed inevitable, didn't it? 7-5. The scoreline. MMG still in a good position. 2 rounds in the lead. But listen, all that means is that La Familia, they need to pick up this pistol.
Oh, heck yeah. They absolutely need to put shots on target, hit those headshots, hit those body shots, and just come away victorious. It would put them in such a strong position because realistically, they tie it up there, 7-7. They potentially lose that next round, making it 8-7 MMG, at which point they can rebuy, force the fight back onto them. Although, statistically, I think that the 4th round typically goes the way of the 3rd round still. So it wouldn't be until the 5th round, realistically, that I think La Familia would be able to bring it back. So they would be back down 2. So we'd be at 9-7 at that point. But that was when their economy would be built up enough to really, ram it home and take advantage of this attacking side. I threw a lot of numbers at you, Vincent, so don't be scared to admit I confused you.
I'm only a little bit confused, I will admit, but it's fine. I'm fine, everyone's fine. Well, I say everyone, not quite everyone, as
there's a lot of dead people.
Yeah, a lot of murder happening.
And then there's Feeble just hanging out in B site, trying to get some cheeky kills. They know he's there, and so now they're just gonna hunt him down and ignore the spike because how dare you be behind me, bro? Cliff, what are you doing? You should have just used the classic, man.
Oh man, listen, I know you say you don't speak Spanish, but La Ronda de Pistola va a la Familia. I guess
context clues are gonna tell me that La Familia won the pistol.
Well done, well done. We're all learning here on stream. I'm learning math from Doc, and it's foreign language class here, at least in the U.S. or in Canada, but whatever.
I didn't take a foreign language class in my U.S. education system until what we call 7th grade. Was it 7th grade?
Standard. At least I think so. I don't know.
Well, in US, it's pretty standard that we have it very late in our schooling. But I didn't learn anything. Nobody I know learned anything outside of obviously no habla español. But that sort of became a meme before memes were a thing in my school. So just like that, Chance became a meme as they go 1 for 1.
Is that a meme or is that just standard? I have no idea. But what I do know is that La Familia, they are not looking all too hot in this one. Realistically, they probably should have gotten this a bit easier, especially considering that this is like just classics for MMG, though Secret has recovered a weapon. And now looking for more, unable to connect. There we go. The final 3 frags come into Flurry. Axel and Fivel both getting involved.
So going back to the 1 for 1 being a meme thing, I suppose technically if we go back to our chaos theory of actual pieces becoming a thing, what isn't a meme realistically? Like,
if you've got very deep with this rabbit hole.
If a meme is just a phrase that's repeated a lot, I feel like 1 for 1 would fit that classification, because even as
I hate that I'm agreeing with you. I really do.
Behind the scenes of commentary, we actually, or at least I know a lot of commentators, have lists of like repeat words. And I know Ben always flames me for saying yeah and, because it's like a crutch word that I'm trying to break out of. Whereas like 1 for 1, like that is on every single commentator's, vocab for most games outside of fighting games. So like, you can't escape it, because if one player kills another and then dies immediately, what do you call that except for a trade or a 1 for 1, right? So by definition, 1 for 1 would be a meme.
I hate that you've just gone that deep, and I just appreciate that I now agree with you, and I don't know how I feel about it. Though I do feel that Cryptic needs to probably connect on some of those knives a little bit better. Did connect on some of them, in fairness. Not quite all of them, though. Half HP is the MMG player at hand. La Familia now in prime position to just try and fall back, look for a better push, and that looks to be B, as the spike moves that direction. Everything is all tied up. This is kind of where things get spicy. There's that push that I was talking about. No plant going down just yet. Chance, oh, that's unfortunate. Chance getting taken down, and well, no plant because it's not B actually. I've been baited. You've been baited. We've all been baited. As it's an A plant.
As we say in the FGC, you didn't block that chat. We all got mixed.
Right.
And just like that, talking about mixing it up, Cryptic finally going to hit some shots and even kills a couple guys, as it is 2 on the board for them. Feva's going to pick up another one. Glyph finally turning back, but Cryptic's in a great position to block this out. Cloudburst, Flame Wall, there's vision denial everywhere. Glyph tries to get through the wall of flames, but is taken down by Feval's nasty Spectre.
You know, I want it to be well known that that Cryptic is leading his team, and you've just made it sound like Cryptic has missed every shot all game, and Cryptic didn't deserve that, Doc. I just want you to know.
In the context of the round, I was correct.
He didn't deserve it. Listen, you're not wrong. You're absolutely right. But
you're
also...
looking at the big picture. You're looking at the big picture of the 16 rounds we've commentated up to this point. I'm looking at the micro picture of the last 30 seconds that we just watched.
You're right. Oh, there's no question about it. But also, poor Cryptic.
Cryptic, if you're watching this, hit your shots, bro. Just like Slip did there to poor old Tech. But it's just a sheriff round coming in from MMG. But they've now actually lost the lead and is looking to be continuing that trend downwards as Cryptic takes full control of the C site and calls it empty for the rest of the team. And the rotations are a little slow. Hexel almost killed himself. What were you saying earlier about shock darts?
Yeah. It was Hexel shock darts, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Hexel? Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was.
It was Hexel. The Cryptic hit a shot right there. So, you know, props. Love you, Cryptic. But it is all jokes. It is all jokes. We are all just kidding. But nonetheless, La Familia are in prime position. Like, this has just been a really solid opening to the half, and well, I say solid, it's flawless that round at least. And from there, I mean, this has kind of been, yes, that was an eco round, but boy, did things look dominant.
Yeah, and if that type of trend continues on the attack, not only is it on par with all of the maps we've had here tonight where teams have just had insanely dominant attacking halves, it does mean that we're going to get a pretty significant comeback from La Familia once again.
Here.
Could be. I mean, listen, the comeback before was a little bit muted in that they were up and then they were down.
And then they were down.
Yeah.
And then they were up.
Yes. I mean, but they gave. My point is, they gave it up initially. This has been, you know, down the whole time, and they're on the move in the right direction.
It's looking pretty good here. Oh, man. Supa almost had a free shot there. Does get some damage down onto Cryptic, who, with this Vandal, is looking to definitely put shots on target. Is trying to spray out these awkward angles to make sure nobody's waiting for them. Hunter's Fury coming in from the attacking side. La Familia buying tons of room, and Supa stands their ground and hits the shot.
What a great frag as well. You know, the players jumping, getting a board position, and you're like, nah. We ain't doing that. None
Not
of that
today.
happening here.
Not today, funny man.
I don't know who's the funny man there in this context, but you know what? It's okay.
Memes.
Memes are the
Vincent.
funny man. True. Very good point. My apologies. MMG, now, player advantage. They're looking for more.
30 seconds
They
left.
don't want to give too much away. This has been slow and methodical, and there goes the push. Curveball comes out for Jimmy. And
Oops. These shock darts are killing me.
Come on, dude. You just gotta. Do we have to go like it's Ray's utility? Like, anyway.
10 seconds left.
Sacred, nice job finding one before getting sent back, and Glyph trades 1 for 1 as well. Tech with the pistol to close things down. And like I was saying, Hexel, do we have to treat these like blast packs with my ranked games? Like, if I'm anywhere in the vicinity, just don't throw it down, mate.
Just watch where you're pointing that thing.
It's dangerous.
Oh, Oh man, that is not a bad round for La Familia to lose, right? Like it doesn't put them on even footing. It doesn't put them behind. It just puts them in a rougher position. But MMG still aren't looking fantastic economically. So if La Familia can still hold strong with the economy that they've built up and that they've been able to rebuy a full kit into, they should be able to reset MMG and actually force them into an even worse position than they would have been had they won that last round. So I did like the slow play coming in from the La Familia as a bit of a change of pace because they have been quite high tempo up to this point. But when it finally came to that execution, there were definitely some minute execution errors in an individual level that kind of stalled them out, kind of forced them to play a bit differently than they would have at in earlier rounds when they were so high tempo. So I kind of want to see them, even if they go for these slow plays like they are doing right now. As you can see, one member all the way up A long pretty much with a huge flank behind them. But when you go to that site, explode onto that site, like no holds barred, full W key. And Johnny trying to do that, but baits his teammate in and things are falling flat for La Familia.
Yeah, this operator is in a weird spot, and that's what's so good about it. Tech has a double kill now and looks for more close range to Slip, picks it up, and Slip's not ready for the follow-up. That being said, Cryptic does immediately get the trade, but that does leave two players alive in the 2v1. Cryptic has to do it all on their own as the retake looks to come through. This time coming in from the spawn position of the defense. Operator recovered. Blade Storm is well in hand, potentially, if they want it, or if Cryptic wants it. Oh, just missed him. And there goes the hot hands, the firewall as well, just for good measure. As the Blades are committed, but nothing connects. Chance with the frag, with the body shot, allows for Sacred to get the defuse.
Okay, MMG staying strong mentally, not giving up too much to the table here. Taking a look at the economy, at least one more buy from La Familia, potentially even two full ones, especially since if they lose here, they are going to be on that third round loss bonus. But we are going to be heading into a bit of a pause here. So Vincent, this could get out of hand very quickly. At this pace, both teams could be heading into overtime. I mean, they are... they're so tight, so close, but I feel like up to this point, La Familia just had the better attacking side.
Well, they definitely have. There's no doubt about that, at least here at the beginning. That being said, there's room for that to change, right? We've got 2 rounds in a row going the way of MMG, and on top of that, 2 rounds where, sure, that last round wasn't necessarily dominant, but that round beforehand, there were 3 surviving, I believe, and it looked even better than 3 surviving. So it almost as if, like, with the double hit at A, it seemed there was, and the mistakes with the shock dart, and on top of that, there was the additional mistake the Slip made. It just felt like it was a little slop. That's all I'm saying, Doc. So I'm not saying it's over for La Familia by any means, but I think that they need to straighten some of those things out here as we move forward, despite the fact that they've been winning 4-2 here in the second half.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if it's like nerves potentially coming on through, since it is, we're heading into potentially the grand finals after this. So the teams are playing for that grand final berth currently. And, winner here does move into that best of 3 for the $100, thanks to our sponsor tonight. And, that's a big thing, especially for a team that, if it's your, a newer team, a newer tournament, if you're not used to these types of situations, or it could potentially be fatigue. I mean, we've been here for a number of hours getting everything, set up to this point. Teams have been playing a ton of games in a row to even get here, and they've been these high pressure games. La Familia just coming off of a 13-10, so there's a lot of factors that can go into these small micro I forgot the word, these small micro like personal adjustments that need to be made.
Certainly can. That being said, maybe no adjustment needed for Hexel finding that return frag as the numbers get evened up. 4v4 now. La Familia group towards the C site. A little bit late there is Hexel, but nonetheless going to be coming in. Now the push off the back of the information and the stars being popped up.
30 seconds left.
But Smoke's going to cover off 2 places. The Hunter's Fury going to be committed. Not quite finding them on the first. Second is better, though I say that, I don't think it actually hit. It looked like it did. My apologies, but not quite. So
I mean, you know the saying, right?
Go ahead.
First is the worst. Second is the best. Third is the one with the hairy chest. Speaking of hairy chest, we see Feeble and Hexel just picking up frags after frags, and it's just continuing forward. Glyph finally going to trade one back, but it still leaves a member advantage here for LF.
Last player standing.
Yeah, it's Sliv with another frag. Makes it all the more difficult for this defuse to come in.
Oh, the hot hands.
The hot hands is so perfectly placed. And Glyph has to run away, has to imagine, listen, there's nothing I can do. And, I mean, I'll be honest, I haven't heard that, you know, that statement since maybe like, I don't know, 7th grade. So
That long ago?
yeah, I mean, it's been a while.
Ah, well. How long ago really was history?
Do you really want to start that question?
No, that is not a conversation I want to have on any level. But it's double digits for La Familia, who have been able to go tit for tat up to this point with MMG, who are trying to do some quick mental math to get everybody some sort of, you know, combat stats. And Tech is going to be forced to, you know, run with just the knives this time, and no backup gun, not even like a shorty or a sheriff. It's literally just the classic to back him up.
Well, that star was maybe the most short-lived I've ever seen.
Careful now.
Going to be utilized for just a moment and then shut down. The push looks to go on to A, and indeed it is. Cryptic with the look at the opener, but not going to find anybody home. So they take their stead in these positions, and Chance,
Spike
what a
down
perfect way to play things. Able to pick up the frag off the back of the tripwire. As now the spike gets planted, but it's at heavy cost, and so heavy in fact that everyone falls. I'm not quite sure what happened to Tech as he fell to super shock dart, but guys,
They're keeping it close.
the shock darts have just they've gone out of this world. They're unreasonable.
They are out of hand. Because what happens is when they're aiming it, it just slips. And if anybody shot an actual bow, that is... it's hard to do. Unless you're doing it wrong. Honestly, if you've never shot a bow before, there's a high probability that it would slip out of your hand, especially if there's no knock. I don't know if you've ever shot a bow with no knock. It's difficult, and it's very easy to let slip. But it's mostly embarrassing. Thankfully, in real life, arrows don't explode in your face when you whiff them, or explode into your enemies, or frenemies, I guess, in this case.
I mean, you know, it depends on how you modify them. See,
Yes,
Hawkeye.
that is technicalities, Vincent.
You know, I mean, what is this stream but just technicalities? Us doing the same
Memes.
thing every time.
Tech
What
just
are-
shut down Hexel.
What are memes with technicalities? Anyway, I'm not going there. MMG.
What are memes but technicalities everlasting? You're persevering, that's the phrase.
There we go. To 5v4, the favor of MMG. Yeah, Tech, what a great shot. You mentioned it. Certainly was a nice one. And does leave La Familia in a tough spot, doesn't it, Doc?
It's 5v4, which on this map specifically doesn't always have to be a detriment, since it does have the additional bomb site that you can, you know, make plays towards and bait people away from. And, you know, you do have a little bit more flexibility. It does become a problem when the other team plays it really well, like we're seeing here from MMG, though. They've, you know, double stacked A site. They have Cypher just holding down C. And so, you know, they just have the simple numbers advantage. And when you go for the BA split, it's not going to work. Spike's down. One member remaining. 10 seconds on the clock. And Jimmy has to survive. That is the whole mission. And they might not even do that as they just get laid out by Sacred. Just complete clothesline.
Out of charges. Scanning ahead.
Man, that is a nice round. And here we are. I mean, I think this has been every game we've had today has been 13-10 or more, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's 13-9 one game. I don't know, but yeah,
I was gonna
13-10
say.
or higher according to our producer. It's been a great day for the A stream at the very least. I don't know how B stream's been going, but I certainly have been enjoying what we have had, and I'm certainly enjoying this one. MMG just one away now for match point against La Familia. And La Familia, they're on a poor purchase.
It is a less than stellar purchase, to be sure. We've seen them do more with less, though, so this is definitely a round that could be volatile. It is 2 members currently here on the A site for MMG. It is the 2 duelist players, so they're going to use the cyber cages. They might actually try that play again that we saw previously where they just get cryptic both ult orbs to try and make sure that they have the knives for this round. But it looks like if they are going for that play, they're playing it a little bit slower than we've seen previously because there's lots of holes in this wall, and so lots of places to get shot from. So the slow trek over to the C-long site to make sure that they can get those orbs. But I'm actually curious, Vincent, do you think that getting the knives here for Cryptic is all that important?
I think it can be. But
now do you? With 68 HP left?
Out of my way.
all right, yeah, now it's a little bit.
They thought it was useful as we get the Hunter's Fury coming in as well. Chance gonna shut it down with one. Glyph picks up another. Supa immediately shuts down Cryptic's knives, and a very long drawn out round ends in pain as Supa closes out with 3.
Indeed, Spain without the S, and
Match point.
well, you know what? To be fair, in fairness, La Familia, they'd gotten back out, you know, those bed sheets and you know the third of the trident, and everything like that. So in that round, so like they had very little to contend with. Now they have whatever it was we agreed upon that it is not. You know, 2/3 of a trident. That's what it was. There we go.
I'm thinking now, I think half a rock would be deadlier than a whole rock, right? Because if you cut a rock in half, all of a sudden you're adding very sharp edges to it.
Then
So you
spear. The spearhead.
No,
No.
half. Like you just cut it in half. So like, you know, like when you have like the fossils, like when you have the fossils and you break it open and it's in half. That's what I'm thinking. Is Tech shuts down Jimmy and splits the team in half as Cryptic is able to get back 1, but it's down to a 4-on-4. Spike's still not down and the smokes have dissipated.
Yeah, those smokes dissipating is a bit of a problem, but a forward position on the site are multiple players. That being said, forward position is irrelevant,
Down B.
especially not when Sacred uses the run it back in order to deny position. But there's no way they're ready for Axel. He gets one, throws out the shock dart, and unable to
Defenders
connect
win.
on more. That's MMG picking up the victory and putting an end to the run that La Familia have been having, and a frustrated, and I have to imagine 13-10, an awful close game. La Familia, they looked very strong there in the opening stages of that last half. Unfortunately, they just couldn't close it out, Doc.
And sometimes that happens. I mean, we talk specifically about Haven. You know, we're talking about how the different number of, you know, sites can make it, you know, interesting to play in a number of ways. Sometimes the more interesting is that the defense just can hold you off stronger. It's very tight choke points to get on every single map, which is why we see a lot of teams favor that C site. You can hit it from a couple different angles with the help of Garage. But, you know, when you look at A site, when you look at B site, it is like a 2-agent width that you have to break on through in any direction to actually get onto the site. So very easy for the defenders to shut that down. And so it does mean that MMG have secured a spot in tonight's grand finals.
Yeah, well done. I don't know who they're playing just yet. I don't know if that's
I don't know if it's
happened.
decided.
Yeah, let me take a look real fast just to give us an idea if that is indeed the case. It is indeed the case. Crab Walkers is who they are going to be playing.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't think I'm familiar with them, so it should be a great grand final. I'm hoping for something interesting. We've got 2 teams that are new, not been here before at the very least, or at least I don't believe Crab Walkers have. Again, I could be mistaken, but I know I know MMG certainly haven't, considering that, last round save, or glyph of last round save was in there and, whatnot. Nonetheless, I mean, it's certainly going to be an incredible one. So make sure you guys all stay tuned for that. I want to give one more shout out, though, to SYR Esports, our amazing sponsor of this Pit of Valor. Bump that up to $100 on the prize pool, and that's exactly what MMG and Crabwalkers are going to be playing for in this coming best of 3. But that, Doctor, unfortunately, is going to have to be the end of our time. I believe we're going to have the amazing, the wonderful Strive and Endless coming back in for these grand finals, but we will bid our farewell to the stream here. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back with grand finals here in just a couple of minutes.
And we'll see you next week.
City nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. I need your love, I need your light. Like city nights and satellites. When I'm old and losing sight, carry me home all through the night. Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud.
You made a monster. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout the the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
Here we go.
Invincible.
Welcome back, everyone. We are back with the finals. Joined with me again is Strive, none other than another best of three, Sam. And we have two amazing teams, Crab Walkers and MMG. And although we're having to see Ascent to start, we do get to see Split and potentially Icebox.
I am looking forward to it, and this is it, guys. The grand finals, Endless said, best of three. This is going to be the Crab Walkers versus Must Ahead Mocking Gaming. We're going to call them MMG because that's a mouthful and a half. Bit of history lesson for everyone, of course. Crab Walkers coming into this matchup here on a 13-8 win in their previous matchup against 410 Gaming. MMG coming in off a 13-10 win against La Familia. So that's looking great. And of course, like you said, we might get Icebox Map 3. Starting it off, though, on the polar opposite end of the spectrum, keeping it El Tradicional on Ascent with MMG attacking. So these teams are situated in the lobby. I had the chance of following some MMG through this matchup. They had a bit of a tight win when I was casting with Derek, and they came out on top. So tough, but they're here now in the grand finals, and they are competing for 100 bones, supported by the likes of SYR Esports. Thank you again. They have upped our prize pool to a nice 100 bones. And of course, got to give a big shout out to the OG Drink Control. GLG10 is your code for keeping us always feeling healthy. And that's a good meal replacement you guys can get on your hands. And of course, we use it too on the regular. So getting into it now, Endless, I think the lobby is set. Thoughts here, map one, Ascent. You have any initial thoughts or feelings of how this is going to go tonight?
I mean, we see Supa and Glyph that I believe were on last round save. And those are two familiar players that we've gotten the opportunity to cast multiple times now, and this time around they are on MMG, and I'm excited to see what their new squad is all about, right? I haven't got the opportunity to really follow along either one of these teams so far, but I'm excited. I think they have the potential. Both teams have definitely made it so far all the way and deserve to be in this grand finals, and like you said, it's $100, so this is going to be super exciting to see, right? And I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, man. I'm really hoping that you're going to teleport into the future and just come back with some news to be like, hey, Endless, listen, like this team's going to win or are completely demolished. But will we see 3 maps, Strive? I need to know.
Honestly, man, you're gonna have to be patient. My my teleporter Witchamabobbit is not functioning at this point. So if the stars align, I may time travel and come back with some history. We've been having some funny internet issues too. Now that you bring it up today, it's been an interesting night for GLG, both on the mainstream and the B stream. There, we've been kind of time traveling around everywhere, and unfortunately, no predictions have come through so far. But for me, I'm looking forward to seeing what the likes of MMG have here in the gas tank, because I've been following them a bit more, obviously, than Crab Walkers. And I've seen them work their way through this. And Ascent for me is always a good map to start off on. It keeps things kosher, and it keeps everything really honest on both these teams. And I think it's a very neutral start, and it's a good way for us to gauge these players respectively. Like you said, of course, we have a little bit of LRS vibes up in here too, but at the same time, Medic, Overdrive, Mimic, familiar faces and names to me too. So we'll see what's on the table. I'm looking forward to looking at the composition, right? For me, I'm still really, notepad out match after match in regards to Astra. I want to see how that ties into this matchup, how it gets played, and how the utility works together. And to this day, I am still trying to identify when does that cosmic divide actually work, because I actually do not have a single clue. I'm still really, for lack of better terms, divided about that champ. I don't know if you feel the same way.
I've seen it used well. I personally like it to be used during a take, especially because on a post plan, if you're trying to hold the site down, you want as much information as possible, especially if you have an advantage to begin with. I wouldn't necessarily put up the wall. I mean, earlier we got an opportunity to see it happen on Split, and it kind of ended up biting them in the back because it didn't end up working, right? They didn't know where the rotations were coming in from, and they just got picked off one by one as they kind of swung as a team. Now, I've seen it being used more on that attacker side where they're trying to take the site early on to isolate the defense, and that works out really well. But if it's split dead on in the middle of the map, it kind of gives it an advantage towards the defensive side, right? I mean, sure, they might not over-rotate because they can't hear as much, but the angles, remember, you still have to peek into them, right? So that kind of gives me a little bit of a bad taste in my mouth. I don't like to essentially see it being used just dead on in the middle. You need some sort of advantage for it.
Yeah, I'm with you. And for me, I still have a bit of a difference of opinion. More and more, I think my favoritism is kind of growing towards the two controllers, meaning Cypher and Killjoy. I'll put that into this picture too, because I kind of am now feeling that they both have their own place, but at the same time, I still seem to like Killjoy more, man. That utility and what that agent brings for retake is really nice to have. And I think that kit is a bit more slippery than what Cypher has, which I think things are a bit more detectable, meaning the cameras, the wires, the cages. It's a bit more predictable in that sense. But at the same time, Cyphers rely heavily on fragging out too. You can't be a Killjoy and play passivity in any way. And that's what I'm talking about. You can see polar opposite end of the spectrum. One end we have the Killjoy, one on the Cypher, one in Astra, one in no Astra. So getting into it, the question remains, what's the diff and what's going to drive these teams to victory? Is it the comp, or we just need to see some nice raw frag out here? For me, it's all about the frag out, and I hope we get to see some of that tonight.
I do like Killjoy on Ascent. I feel like Killjoy just has that opportunity and ability to really delay a take, right? And on top of that, the retake with the lockdown when it comes into factor, I think that is just absolutely huge. But that being said, we've seen teams use Cypher really well on this map as well. Albeit, I think overall my best comp on this would still be the Killjoy factor. I think that will be a big difference. But let's not forget, Crabwalkers still have that Astra in hand, right? And I mean, compared to the Omen on the side of MMG, will that be a difference maker? Or do you think, it's going to be Omen all the way?
You know what? I like Astra on Ascent. I saw it played earlier today, and when used correctly, the critical thing with Astra, I'm learning more and more, is you can't be too predictable, but you can also mix it up, right? To dump all your stars early on in the round is one thing, because it kind of leaves doubt as to what they're going to do, but that becomes semi-predictable as time goes on. So using those stars mid-round is critical. And on that note, we have stars drop towards A, but the rest of the team going heavy down towards Medic 1 and 2. Sacred finally responds. Sacred, a critical fragger here on MMG, has been delivering. Now down to 70 hit points. Here's Overdrive. Nice. Up close and personal. One to the face. And now with that Endless, gonna grab a nice heal, and he is rejuvenated. Has support from Killjoy, but is up against 3 members of Crabwalkers.
Now 3 versus 2, still in the favor of Crabwalkers. However, they are all sorts of spread out. But look at Twiz with this flank on top of mid. He's going to be able to spot Sacred, but instantly gets taken out by Chance. Unfortunate timing. Sacred going to go ahead and take this short control. Will he be able to take Mimic down as well? He does. So now it's all down to Smiles in a 1 versus 2. He does have a camera still to be able to kind of draw out some sort of information, but oh my goodness, both of them are playing towards this long A, and Chance is gonna walk right into him with his knife out. He does a little bit of pre-fire, but takes out a lot of damage, but Smiles doesn't matter amount of health. He knows that Sacred is there, but that flash is gonna come into play. Both of them are extremely hurt, so this could go either way. But that peak, Sacred is just absolutely ready for it, and they take that first round here to start things off.
Sacred, a confident man indeed. That cam was the bait. He was not going to activate that tag given the proximity, and Sacred read that like a book indeed. Picks up a nice 4K to start it off and gives MMG the first round. And as we proceed onwards here, Endless, this is going to be a buy-up opportunity for MMG. They're going to, by the looks of it, go all out with the likes of Tech, who I think is going to save for that operator. The rest of the team, Spectre in hand, full armor as well for the most part. And I don't even know where that one came from, man. Holy cow. Spectrum. Someone clip that and just remind me in, 2 weeks that I use that word. Jeez.
I was sitting there being like, are you talking about like Spectral Esports? Like
Maybe
out of the, everything you possibly say. I mean, that probably would have been the closest thing. But man, to kind of go back to that round earlier, Crabwalkers, I mean, Medic did absolutely great getting 2 opening picks, but I mean, instantly getting traded out. But Mimic starting things off this time for MMG. For Crabwalkers, for that matter. And I mean, right now, it's not looking too good. They're equalized in the terms of the situation, but Overdrive getting this massive flank, able to deal a good amount of damage to Supa and Tech. But look at Twiz once again. He's already flanked.
Spike planted.
In the position now with the spike planted on B. Let's see if Crabwalkers can make this retake happen for themselves. And we can see them coming around. grouped up towards, oh, it doesn't matter. Supa denies that entry from Twiz, sends him packing, coming from CT Tech with one. A response from Overdrive to trade that as they're dropping down onto logs. Glyph is positioned in a great spot. Overdrive now 1 versus 2, but Glyph making it look too simple with that Spectre, not Spectrum, for those that are going to catch me on it one more time, and that is round number 2 to MMG.
That was good value, I would say, as they did get a lot of members of MMG to lose their guns, and right now it doesn't look like they're really going to buy up. They're going to be able to buy for next. Aside from Sacred, looking to Vandal up with full armor here, and Overdrive looking to stick with the Judge in hand. So let's see what kind of play they're going to be able to do, and luckily Overdrive is on that defensive side, so he's going to be able to hold close angles with that Judge.
And on that note, you see Supa gonna send the drone out to open it up, spots the 2 stars. That's the lockdown as well. And now the question is there an execute? No. Denied with the Astra utility smoke, and that's gonna block it off. And here is the suction cup dashing in though. Deck Fearless. Tech, sorry, gets right on through. Medic to respond with a shock dart, and that is a good denial of entry. But Tech has made it onto site, and now in hell, door closing, and they are committing all the way as the whole gang is sitting up in heaven.
Right now, Tech still holding hell, trying to just spam, maybe deal some damage, maybe even hopefully get a kill. But right now, not that lucky, not able to get anything as the flash is coming out, and they're going to be able to take site control right now. But Tech still in hell, getting 2 before he drops down. But now it's all left down to Glyph, who has the paranoia in hand, but doesn't know Overdrive is standing there waiting. But again, back with the value, they're going to be able to get 2 members of Crabwalkers down and still be able to buy up here, entering the 4th round of the first map of this grand finals best of 3 with a $100 grand prize. Once again, thanks to SYR Esports.
And moving ahead, here we are, endless on round number 4. MMG still semi-bought up here on that attacker side, but Crabwalkers now. Overdrive has the big operator, big investment, down to 600 bones for himself. He's going to have to play that smart and not lose that weapon. If he does, it's going to be a good 3 to 4 round save activity for him. Paranoia, blind mimic, cannot see a single thing. Oh, Tech goes in for the dash updraft right in front of his face. Response from Smiles to deny that. So that's a good trade, and all things considered, the numbers are even with ample time. They're going to regroup and recalibrate one more time and see what the plan is. Falling off of B and main now, we have Killjoy pushed heavy into A, but Twiz makes that easy, and you can see Supa realizes, wait a minute, this plan just kind of fell apart. I'm going to go right back towards B.
And man, Smiles had a very risky play there, walking up sidewalk and just getting under the boathouse there. And I don't know if that was a very good move on his part, but luckily he was able to get into his positioning without getting spotted or taken out. And now you can see Supa, the last man standing for MMG, doesn't have any bomb control, does have a Vandal though, so he's gonna try to get as much people down as possible on the side of Crabwalkers, but I'm not sure if anyone's gonna be even expecting him to come from that spawn.
Yeah, I don't know. And at this point, he's walking through. He has 30 seconds as the announcer has just commented. And here he is to try and make some magic happen. Gets one. Good job on his part. He's going to send the recon. Close proximity there on the short area, rather, or tree room, as Medic is going to deny Supa the opportunity to get any more frags. And on that note, Crabwalkers are evening it up now 2-2. Hunter's Fury available as well on their side, so that's gonna be a fantastic utility usage either for a retake or to get some early information. And looks like MMG gonna group up towards B and finesse it from there and see what they can make happen, considering they're on the big Sheriff save.
Again, Sheriffs, I mean, we've seen Tech, for example, in hell 2 rounds ago, absolutely demolishing people dropping from heaven. And I mean, I'm expecting to see the same thing. I don't want to count them out of this round completely, but they don't have that advantage, but they could still make something happen here.
Absolutely, and with ample time on the clock as we're just getting into it, we see Chan's going to use some utility early, deny some entry at logs, or get some information at logs rather, make sure no one's up close and personal. A fake jump and a wiggle. Not much else happening as he's just trying to really probe and get some information here. And on that note, with ample time still left here, it looks like MMG is definitely feeling out a pick situation, unless they don't want to overcommit to anything. They want to get a number advantage and execute from there.
I like the passivity coming from the side of Crabwalkers. As you can see, one towards spawn. Twiz still fighting one, does get Sacred, and go ahead and continue to smoke it, but they do know they are attacking that B site as Overdrive already towards that spawn with Smiles in sight, trying to defend it, but finally gets taken off by Chance, which now is able to secure a Vandal for himself. But oh my goodness, Overdrive, that's not the shot you want to be missing, as now they have, I believe, another gun and access to that bomb site.
And on that note, Medic gonna activate that Hunter's Fury Overdrive as well to connect onto Supa. Gives Crabwalkers a fantastic lead in terms of numbers. 2 members above, and now Killjoy down to a whopping 5 to 10 hit points at best. Gets eliminated, leaves it down to 1. That is Tech, but a jumping classic makes quick, easy work of that. And with that note, Endless Crabwalkers picks up their 3rd round in this matchup.
This has been a very close match so far, and that's why, back to what you were saying earlier with the 3 maps that they have picked for the finals, first one being Ascent, it is the most even out of all the other maps that have been picked, right? And it's a very good balance to see which team can start off with good momentum to start things off in this best of 3. And then when they move on to Split and Icebox, it's more one-sided than essentially being an even. So it's good to start things off on an even level playing field, essentially, and to see how these teams match up against each other.
It is. It's a good feeling, and Ascent gives us that opportunity. Now, looking at the ultimate availability, that Cosmic Divide that we want to see so badly, and the Nero Theft available for Crabwalkers, as Smiles continues pressing, gets that kill to open it up. That's the tag off as well. Hunter's Fury now being used that we were mentioning earlier. And that is the likes of MMG activating no contact whatsoever except a brief tag onto Jet, who's now lit. Overdrive posted up Medic to support, and he's going to get a nice peek off here. Gets one, dashes away. Beautiful connection and decision making at the last moment. Medic to land the drone on top of Glyph's head, and he is pinned in the corner. Shock dart, little trigonometry lineup, beautiful, as Overdrive from mid denies that from Medic, but it is all good in the hood as it's all in the same team's favor. Leaves it down to 1, and that is Sacred in long A, and he is getting spammed to smithereens, as I don't think he's going to get too much traction here.
I mean, left in a 1 versus 5 scenario, I don't think he's really enjoying the situation he's in right now. On top of that, he is stuck towards wide, but they don't know that exactly yet. But the flash comes in, Sacred able to get that first pick onto Twiz,
30 seconds
which,
left.
I mean, evens out the situation a little bit, but Smiles ending that quick run. And they take 4-2, early lead to start.
I'm all about it here. Crabwalkers bouncing back, and as you can see on the scoreboard, they are on a 4-round rally, which must feel fantastic for them. That is Overdrive now building his economy, which is awesome to see too. As an operator, an anchor, he needs that money to be able to continue to buy and to make an impact. And every round 1 is just going to make that bank bigger and bigger along with the rest of the team. And on that note, this is an opportunity for MMG now on a full buy to bounce back and hopefully equalize a little bit and pick up that 3rd.
You can see Tech getting some early A control, boosting up just to see if anyone's going to be quick peeking that, but the entirety of MMG close towards that A site. Lockdown's going to be activated. They're going to be dashing into sight once again, but look at where Twiz is. He's going to be sucking him in. He knows one is towards that quad, but he's not able to connect to Tech, and they get that first opening pick, which should push back the defensive side of Crabwalkers and allow them to get into that site and plant the bomb.
Keep your eyes on Tech every match and every fight that you see. Tech and Sacred are fearless duelists. They deliver time and time again on the matchup that I had the pleasure of casting with Derek, and they were making a massive impact, and you can see just that. Chance and Sacred one apiece there. Mimic still keeping strong on short, has a Tech right in his forehead, and that denies the Empress and the fragability of Mimic, leaving it down to Overdrive, 9 HP and an operator. He can buy in again, but it would be wise for him to save, but he's being pinched every which way as there are 3 members up. If he can get a pick here and go from there, but no. Tech counterpart Jet makes it look too easy and denies that op Dave from Crabwalkers.
And finally, they win a round after 4 straight from Crabwalkers. So could this be the resiliency that they were looking for? And like you're saying, I mean, it's super crucial to have 2 duelists that aren't afraid whatsoever, and it definitely seems the case for Tech and Sacred, as they're just able to just run into sites not really caring where anyone's playing and just willing to take those aim duels and usually coming out on top.
That's the beauty of being a duelist. You can dictate how the rounds play out, what site to take on, and when you're in, you have now created such a big variable, a big distraction for the defender's side, and it makes it very difficult for them to focus on who's the game plan, right? And on that note, that wall or the smokes coming in massive there, and again, Tech one more time dashing in. Can he get the next right click? No, Mimic denies that at Market, coming out, dismiss, and he is in a safe position one more time at Marketplace, leaving it down to just one. MMG with a dream and a Killjoy. Chance here is gonna have to be very patient if he has any chance of winning this 1 versus 4.
And I think that attack just completely fell apart. And I just think that no one was really on the same page. They're kind of pushing that site one by one without waiting for their team or properly executing. As I mean, they did have the knives drawn on the side of Tech, but they really didn't get to utilize his dash at all on the entry of site, as by the time he went in, everyone was essentially dead.
It's a tough situation to be in, and I think that, dare I say, that Astra Smoke denied that entry quite well and left a bit of doubt on the side of MMG, and that gave an opportunity for Crabwalkers to bounce back one more time and get that 5th round. Moving ahead with only 4 more rounds left in this half, question remains, what is it going to pan out to be on Ascent here? Early tag from Smiles. Camera denied as well. Now Chance, jiggle peek, fake peek, going for the orb, taps it. Is he going to swing? He does. Oh, nice connection. His crosshair placement on fleek, Endless. And that gives an advantage, supported by Mimic, to Crabwalkers. And with 2 ultimates also available, Cosmic Divide and the Flying Knives of Doom, this is a good opportunity for Crabwalkers to pick up that 6th.
I think the goal for MMG right now is to try to get the Killjoy, the ult, once again, to use that lockdown towards their advantage. But right then and there, Smile not making it a possibility as he instantly takes him out as he's trying to get that orb. But he does get traded. But now, I mean, 1 versus 3, all left down to Supa. And he has the visibility of the bomb. He's going to be able to pick it up. But now he knows Mimic has fully pushed out of B, so that is no longer really an option to take.
No, and keeping an eye on the time here with 40 left on the clock as well. He's caught the spike, which is good, but to make a 3K happen with a plant or no plant at that even, going to be a tough sell. I think his ultimate game plan is going to come down to saving, really and honestly, Endless. 20 seconds, get a couple picks, and as you would say, get some value out of this round, and ideally not get killed. So with presence at wine, that is Twiz holding steady. Supa now, he has some hunch that there's some funny business there. Dart in, and Twiz patiently waiting as Supa turns his back and makes it quick and easy. So no value, no kills, and that is the 6th round for Crabwalkers.
And he kind of had to die there for the economy, as he would have had $0 coming in had he had saved the gun. But I mean, it really doesn't matter at this point. They're forced to save this round. He could have just saved the gun and kind of recycled it throughout the next round. But right now, again, they're starting to allow Crabwalkers to really kind of build a little bit of a cushion here, as they're up 3 rounds and now they're on another save. So MMG really needs to figure it out right now.
They got to figure out what their plan is. Mimic again playing that same textbook aggressive hold. Gonna go for the peek, gets one, nice, and that is stunning. Supported by Smiles, a little unexpected. Both Chance and Tech impact players eliminated as Sacred comes around, wailing that Sheriff is picking it up. Supa closed the door, but Weasel's under, and he has tree room control with 3 ultimates though. We have the Empress, the Huntress Fury, and the Flying Knives still on Crabwalkers. Mimic makes it happen there. That's the knives activated too, so Crabwalker's gonna go for the full commit with only 2 up. Sacred does not even get a chance to pull his gun out, and he gets eliminated. Glyph holding steady at Generator. Can he get another? No. Smiles comes around and makes it look oh so easy, and that gets Crabwalkers a 7th round in the bag with 2 left on the table to pick up.
See, I mean, I don't know. I can't say if I like that play by Supa. I mean, trying to get through the door and go on the flank, but at the same time, he really didn't make up his mind on whether he wanted to be a flanker or he just wanted to try to get a gun down, as he kind of aggressed relatively quickly and absolutely just gets demolished and taken out, as they were 100% aware that that was a possibility. But in a situation like that, it might have just been better to stay with the team. I mean, the door was closing, he went through it. I don't think that was the right play.
I'll side with you on that comment. I truly believe that he could have played that a little bit differently and had some team synergy. Overdrive, though, gets pinged out, fearlessly connects onto Sacred with a dash, expecting more swings. And on that note, giving Crabwalker, that one more time, the early lead, a much-needed body advantage, and they're still sitting on 4. Make that 3 ultimates now as the Hunter's Fury comes out alive. Mimic gets aggressive onto short. Medic is able to utilize that Hunter's Fury to pick up Glyph, pushing ahead, gets denied that flank. And at this point, Crabwalkers know that there's a heavy presence at B by the last 2 members of MMG, and they're going to collapse on that and make sure there is no opportunity for escape.
And right now, Tech just lurking in the smoke. Gonna be able to get Twiz through the smoke, but Smiles is on the other side ready for him. And he turns around just at the wrong time.
Oh my god, that's so unfortunate.
Able to just absolutely timing him.
In the half.
And 8-3 so far. Could this be a potential blowout? I mean, huge early start from Crabwalkers. 8-3, potential 9-3 half. As you can see, the players on MMG gonna be able to buy up here, but light armor aside from Tech.
And this is an unfortunate way to end it off. 3 ultimates, but look at MMG. 5 ults ready. If they do not use it this round and lose it, I am going to be heavily tilted. Endless. This is not the time to be doing this, but here it is. Just like that. Nice. Hunter's Fury. That's 2 of 5 activated. Run it back. Make that 3. Lockdown. Make it 4, but no! The denial! Unfortunately, Crabwalkers can't even make anything happen. They cannot block the barrage of ults coming in. They are pushing right on through. And with Mimic now sitting in Empress, lockdown destroyed, or no, faded, and no detains happening as he goes right on through. Mimic responds and leaves it down to just 2 members of MMG to ideally hold off this barrage. No. Can't do much if Mimic is there, leaving it only down to 1. Cosmic Divide blocks off the back. And they see the dart come out, and it's easy peasy. No, Supa denies! But finally, that is Overdrive coming around the bend and makes it look oh so good for Crabwalkers, giving them that beautiful 9th round to end half 1.
Man, that was all thanks to Mimic. I don't know what exactly happened with the first, the little bit of aggression at B main to start, but that was not the play whatsoever, as they essentially gave up 2 of their players to start things off. And MMG unfortunately was not really able to take advantage of that situation and allowed Mimic to claw Crabwalkers back into the situation. And at that point it was a little bit too late, and they're going to be able to take the first half 9-3 here. But now things are switching, right? MMG's on that defensive side. Can they hold on, or do you think Crabwalkers have a very strong attacker side?
I don't know. I'm kind of torn, honestly. I think Crabwalkers, given the strength that they've shown, but let's backtrack. The one match that I saw with MMG, they had a bit of an interesting time on this map, and it ended up being a very close matchup. So we'll see what they can make happen. Albeit MMG held on to a very strong start. Oh my god! And on that note, that is huge for MMG as they just absolutely bounce back and are able to basically wipe Crabwalkers off the face of this planet, leaving it down to 1, and that's Medic, who gets denied by Sacred, out-ghosted Endless, and that is a round that goes to MMG.
And 9-4, that's a much needed round for MMG. They needed that pistol round, and unbelievable. That was well played. So I feel like they have a little bit of momentum here. They're gonna be able to get guns, so let's hope they can hold this down. And it looks as if Crabwalkers are gonna force up, so if they win this, they can actually come back into it.
I'm all about this force by Endless. Crabwalkers now approaching the double-digit 10th round. If they can make that happen in their favor, this force buy is not going to be without reason. If they do fail, however, it's going to be a bit of a pickle for them, as it's going to give MMG an awesome opportunity to bounce back. With a minute 20 on the clock, we see a pretty standard post up. No one's really getting too overzealous or peaky. They want to open up 1 pick ideally on this attacker side, but no, Tech with the shock dart denies that onto Medic nice and early, and the defensive side now is leading this barrage with a response. Finally, oh my god, trades everywhere as Glyph and Tech, that Judge Endless's second favorite weapon, to wipe up the floor and get MMG that beautiful 5th round.
I don't even want to talk about that gun. It doesn't I don't know. It doesn't treat me well. I mean, I've used it. I don't get that many kills with it, but I mean, I just get one tapped every single time I turn the corner with it.
It's honestly so true. Like I see people pop off with the judge in these tournaments. I pick it up in that same night in a game, and I just go like 0-22. I'm not gonna even hide it.
0-22. Come on, man.
And it's not that bad, but honestly, the judge it requires a certain amount of finesse, and Tech has been able to deliver that so far. And with MMG getting back on the board, this like clunking noise is just like 18 bits of utility just kind of flew at B main right there. That was a vibe. And with that util usage, looks like the Crabwalkers are capitalizing on this market take towards mid. They're grouped up nicely with 4, leaving Cypher at tiles. This is going to be a nice jump peek. They spot him. Glyph has gotten good information. And as they work their way over, there is B main control though. So getting onto site here is going to be interesting. They're going to have a bit of a pinch as Overdrive doesn't even give it an opportunity as he dashes right on through. And that's Glyph coming out from CT. Overdrive is to trade with Mimic, and this evens up the numbers 3 versus 3. Smiles to make it yet again even across the board. Trades left, right, and center. I am absolutely... What?
Okay.
All right.
Tech's on another one right now.
What?
He's ready to come back into this game, and I mean that shot just goes to show. But weird enough, right? Tech dashed into the site, and who was it at spawn? Was it Overdrive or no? It was Glyph.
It was Glyph in spawn. Yes.
Glyph was in sight, and I think Overdrive dashed into sight, but Glyph killed. I forget who he killed. He killed someone else, but didn't expect Tech to be in sight. That just didn't make any sense.
Yeah, he heard the dash too. So I don't really know what his situation was there and how that worked out the way that it did. But Tech, like you said, on another one, on a different planet too, delivers with a beautiful ghost shot to end that round off and give them an opportunity to keep on pushing through. And that is Astra utility again. The close range denied. Lear is dismissed, but Overdrive swings off of that Sacred out of the picture now, leaving it down to a whopping 5 Crabwalkers finally in the lead to flex that attacker side muscle. And they're going to regroup and recalibrate. They have the number advantage. This is the chance for them to get that double-digit 10th round. As they're regrouping back towards B, they've managed to pull some rotates over to A, and they're going back over as they've kind of put 1-on-1 together, but they're being double faked, and off they go to A Endless as they've just given up that post.
Oh my goodness, Mimic is in a great positioning here in Pizza, and now there has been noise activated towards that A site as Chance knows he's there. Able to get Twiz, but that is bomb down, so that's going to delay them just ever so slightly, but not enough as Tech still towards that heaven, down to a 2 versus 3 scenario, and they have to play this retake very flawlessly as they have the bomb down, and now, I mean, all down to Tech with an operator, and he's gonna go ahead and try to save this gun. Oh, he's gonna throw it away.
He's like, you know what? Oh, yo, Tech is a ghost maestro. This guy that last round with the 1 clap, now with the 2, and he's pushing for this. He's gonna get a gun. Oh, hello! Surprise! FedEx is here as no denial. Finally shutting him down, and that is that expedited parcel. And getting absolutely slapped. What a vibe, Endless.
If it wasn't for that reveal, my money was on Tech. I mean, he just absolutely had that round ready to go, and man, that fake defuse, he would have had that kill for sure because he's just on top of it, right? And man, that reveal came in at the last second and absolutely just ruined all hopes for Tech. But hey, he got the op thrown away, so they didn't get one up.
It's all good in the hood. I mean, that kind of reminds me of the good old Counter-Strike days. People pick up their guns and just huck them over the fence or somewhere untouchable. Haven't seen too much of that recently, that denial of economy. And that's critical. You have to appreciate that. And that's someone thinking not just about winning the round and the kills, but making sure the economy is not affected and they don't get free guns out of this. Is Sacred getting nice and aggressive. Oh, hello. Dink onto Reyna. Mimic now has no HP, so he's on the hunt for a kill and a devour as Overdrive is able to respond onto Sacred, getting a little pushy. Supa with the trade and gives the advantage one more time over to MMG, and that is Smiles to say, nope, not today, to push on ahead and even the numbers. And with this group up towards B, it's looking like a pretty standard take onto site as the rotates are also coming out now.
And here comes that B take. Tech already in sight. Close up with the knives. Oh, misses the right click and took out his knife. And just like that, Crabwalkers, absolutely phenomenal round, able to secure their 11th, 2 away from closing off the first map. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's been Tech and Sacred for the most part on the side of MMG, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I don't know either, Endless, and with 2 away now, the question remains, what does MMG have in the tank on this defensive side? Crabwalkers has been just slapping on this aggressive attacker end. We see Mimic as a duelist, 20 kills with Overdrive right behind, and that is exactly what you want to see on a scoreboard. Your duelist leading the battalion ahead, and it's good to see. It's refreshing to see the duelists on top and really flexing their muscles as agents.
You can see Tech getting aggressive once again, and this might work out in their favor as there's no one top mid right now. Everyone is rotating towards that B site, but Supa unable to get a lot of information with his owl drone. Does run into the tripwire though. However, now this is where they group up and execute towards that B site, and I have a feeling that they're not going to be expecting it.
I don't know. They have so much presence towards it. You might be right. Numbers are looking strong for them. That is Overdrive. The man with the arrows 1 and 2 close proximity onto Supa. And that is an advantage. And Overdrive absolutely flexing that jet utility. And Spike being now planted. We'll see if 3 MMG members have a response on this retake as Glyph says, yes, I do. Opens it up onto Twiz. He gets lit up though to about 50 hit points as the rest of the team is pushing on through. Let's see if Smiles has a response. He does. Close proximity 1, whips it around. No answer in sight. Down to a 1 versus 1. This is Empress available against Phoenix as he's going down sidewalk. Mimic has read that, heard it from a mile away. Coming around the bend here. What is Sacred going to do? He's going to clear the back, and unfortunately that is Mimic to clutch it up here, Endless, to take us to match point.
That was a very smart play by Mimic on that flank because, for one, the run it back for the side of Sacred. I mean, he saw him last minute before he went back to his body, and he kind of had an idea. Okay, did Mimic actually drop down into sight and go to the back of Boathouse, or did he just stay on sidewalk? He had zero idea. And by the time he turned around to peek that and clear out back sight, Mimic on that flank and able to clutch up that round. This is where it matters. Match point. Can they close it out, or will MMG be able to rally back?
It's looking pretty difficult, Endless, with a 6-round delta to close. And, you know, on top of that, you see Mimic goes and says, you know what, 6 rounds and a body advantage as well, as they are now leading the charge on the attacker side. Getting some denial of mid, but that's just a smoke. Mimic is not phased whatsoever as there's information being picked off there from Glyph. He's able to get 1, still jump peeking, so I think Mimic has gone fairly unseen at this point as he's put 1 and 1 together. And he's gonna ideally swing or try and connect. This is Glyph now. Does he expect a wild Mimic there? He doesn't. Gets 1, but traded out as the spray, not enough time to reset. Brings it down to a 3 versus 3. Anyone's round here, Endless, as they're grouping up towards B to get the bomb down.
Yikes.
Overdrive just being a little bit more slippery than Supuk was expecting. Able to get that pick onto him and puts them at an advantage, but the re-peek, was that a good idea? He does get the info that both of them are there, and there comes that wall that we were wondering. Post-plant chance, able to get Overdrive. Now a 2 versus 2, but look at the positioning of the wall. They have to push through this, but the lockdown is going to come in, and they're going to have to push the wall, or they're going to have to get out of sight.
And on that note, Twiz bails ship. They know that there's people behind that cosmic divide as they're pushing in. Smiles, though, is able to take 1 down before falling to his death. Leaves it down to a 1 versus 1 again, and that is Sacred against Twiz. And he makes it happen. A little victory fire indeed as he goes for the big defuse, and that is MMG holding on by nothing but a fishing strand.
And that's what we were wondering, right? Will MMG be able to rally back? And they do for at least another round.
Yes,
but,
sir.
I mean, the best thing about it was, I mean, Crabwalkers had a crazy advantage there, but they kind of split up. They didn't end up playing together, and they took one-on-one fights. I mean, they didn't necessarily have to peek there, but, I mean, they did, and then they got punished for it. So 12-7. I wonder if they could just end this here and move it on to split.
Be interesting to see if MMG is going to keep pushing back. You can see they have spurts in them, right? They get a 3-round rally. one loss, and they can keep on pushing and ideally working as a team and committing to either the take or the hold. It's going to be interesting, but that is the tag coming off there. Medic to send out the Hunter's Fury. That's a good dash as well, and that gives Tech another chance at life. And really at this point, nothing really special happening. Is that's a Hunter's Fury, a blind one if I'm not mistaken. Tagging one onto Medic as he finesses his way left and right, jiggles around that. Still numbers even, but off they go towards this A take by the looks of it. Denied as Mimic is pushed back towards Tree Room. Glyph opens it up with the Guardian onto Medic. Proximity, that is entry fraggers Sacred. Now out of the picture, 4 versus 4, 50 seconds, and they are on that A site and planting for default generator.
And this is in an absolute favor for Crabwalkers as the side of MMG, some of them are still relatively broke for that matter. And Twiz just setting up all types of utility to see if they can help. And oh my goodness, Smiles getting that first pick. And it looks like MMG is falling apart. But Chance has something to say about that. But not if Smiles and Overdrive are still alive. And first map is going to go to Crabwalkers, 13-7. What a match. I can't say that I was expecting, I mean, that much of a lead from one team, but hey, I mean, they pulled it off.
Well, they made it happen, and that's a good showing on Ascent. We said it before, a more of an even map in a sense too, unless it kind of gives us an opportunity to feel both these teams out. I really and truly thought MMG had some gas in the tank. They had a good showing early on in this tournament, and now in the best of 3 finals, they're giving up map 1, but this is what makes best of 3s awesome as always. There's another opportunity, and even a third, depending on how it works out. If Crabwalkers does not win it out here, I will commend though Crabwalkers unison as a team. Their executes, their takes, everything about it was beautiful, and their defensive side was, I would say, nearly flawless to a certain extent. They played it really well as a squad, and they got a massive lead before switching and closing this out here. Unfortunately, MMG now is going to have to fight back on Split for a chance to stay in this, and Crabwalkers, if they take this one home, it's going to be the SYR Esports sponsored $100 prize pool going to them on a weekly Pit of Valor. And Endless, thoughts here, you know, we kind of discussed it briefly, and oh, beautiful. Thank you so much. Lovely production. Always keeps us feeling healthy and informed. You can see Mimic showing up with a 25 bomb and Overdrive following with a 24. As 2 duelists, how do you deny that? Really and honestly, how can you put a stop to that? It's so hard. And Reyna, to me, is still not, like, still broken. Like, I'll be honest. Yeah. It's just, like, nerf or not, it still shows up time and time again. High pick rate, and it delivers.
And honestly, Mimic just absolutely helped the team out drastically, and a lot of plays that he came in, they're so crucial. But you know what else is crucial? Having a mandatory break to kind of rehydrate, along with some drink control, right? I mean, drink control, code GLG10, it's a meal replacement. Why not, right? It gets your day going. But we'll be back with the second map of this best of 3 after the quick break. So grab a snack and some drinks, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, beautiful GLG folk. We are here ready for map numero dos, and we are going to the lovely Split here in our best of 3 series. Wednesday, Pit of Valor number 35 and Endless. It has been a journey. I don't know how many Pit of Valors I've done so far. I'm going to say at least 10 plus, maybe more. Has to be more, honestly.
I would say so, yeah.
I think so. You and I have been together for basically every single one, I think, too. And you know what? It's been a vibe. It's been a journey. And you guys are family at this point to us. And it's always a pleasure to be here with you guys one more time. All taking a look at all 35 of you. So big ups to that. As we get into this second map, teams are slapping that R button, moving on to Split. Select Endless. Here we go. Map number 2. Let's see what the composition brings to us today and how this is going to pan out on Split. I will say it. Split is one of my all-time favorite maps. It brings back very dark and sad memories in my early days of Valorant because this map drives me up the wall, especially how mid control works out. But I saw it played earlier, if I'm not mistaken, and the mid control was critical. We saw that double heaven hold, respectively, by the defender side, and that was good denial of the attackers in getting control. But we saw some pretty nice takes from mid to rope. And that pinches on A, which was really, like, honestly, I think one of the most successful strats. So we'll see how this works out and how it ties into the composition. One more time, that is an Astra. We see Sky respectively. So
Viper?
That's a hefty amount of blend power there, Endless, on the likes of Supa. Along with Glyph, that's a good combination for some good engages on that attacker side.
We were possibly looking at a potential Viper here, but Smile is actually going to go back down to that Cypher. But what's interesting enough, Sacred is looking to lock the Jet this time around instead of Tech. So I'm curious to see what Tech will be playing here. But
select your agent.
This time around, MMG, they're going to need some help aside from Tech and Sacred. They're going to need their teammates to step up here because if it's the same thing, it might not work well. And Tech's going to go ahead and lock onto a Raze. So that's interesting to see. And Chance on the Killjoy instead.
Tech was having a bit of an existential crisis. He waited right till the instant last second to lock it in. I don't know what the motive was there. He delivered a very strong Jet in our last matchup, but choosing to go with the Raze this time. The motive behind that, I'm not 100% sure. But hey, all's good. Raze, one of my all-time favorite agents, will continue to deliver, and Split has a lot of great double satchel opportunities when used correctly. We're going to see some beautiful Gumley action onto A, off of Sage Walls, and to get up into Heaven nice and quick, and respectively into B as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Raze plays we see, and his impact is honestly going to be a massive determining factor for the success here.
And this time around, I mean, Crabwalkers gonna start. I mean, I think they started on the defensive side to begin with as well, in a sense. So they're gonna be on that defensive side once again. And check out this amazing point of view of this beautiful Riot shop where all our money just gets poured into because, I mean, we gotta like those skins, right? We're gonna have to buy as many as we can. So, I mean, Reaver, if anyone's from Riot is watching, Reaver Vandal, please, thanks.
Someone hook Endless up. He's been begging for this for about a year and a half now, approaching since beta days, and we can see that mid control, like we talked about, Endless is massive. As MMG gonna group up nicely, Medic close. Frenzy kill with Mimic to make that a third, and the Frenzy is delivering and making it a mere 20-second round as Chance tries to keep that timer going. With only him left, that is Mimic with the Frenzy, and yeah, the Frenzy is not dead, folks. Let it be known.
Listen, first of all, I don't know how people use the Frenzy that well. I mean, I've tried it so many times. I can't seem to do it. But once again, look at Medic. I mean, last time on Ascent, he got the 2 opening picks as the Sova before he fell. And this time around on Split, again, the fadeaway gets 2 before getting taken out, but instantly gets traded by Mimic. So the positioning for the team and the teamwork to get those trades, absolutely huge.
The key to the Frenzy based on that replay is to aim at the knees after the second bullet, and you too can get 2Ks, folks, just like that. And with one round in the favor of Crabwalkers now, MMG is going to have to make a presence if they want to push back, and they're heavily into heaven. Off they go here. That's Twiz. Gets one and a nice amount of damage off, and that is denial.
Oh my goodness, Twiz.
He is tapping away. Twiz, 3K.
Oh my God,
Twinlets. No overdrive, shakes it away from him and leaves it down to just one. It's a heal as well, and that is Chance to run away, but oh man, Chance, the spike's the other way, my guy.
Listen, here at Pit of Valor is hosted by GLG. There's no such thing as an ace because your teammates are there to take them from you.
We only offer 4Ks here, folks. Let in our current conditions, okay?
Oh my goodness. And I mean, Frenzy's still along the scoreboard here, and Crabwalker's choosing not to really buy up there as they have a lot. Oh my goodness, was that an Odin that we saw for a split second there?
Oh boy, I'm all about it. Give me the Odin. Let me see it again. And the Odin is one of those guns. It's actually a really good gun. Like, I'll be quite honest with you. If you can get that initial headshot off, it's pretty much game over. You have no response.
I'm going above.
It's huge. I mean, once you see that many bullets come at you at that speed, I don't know, man. But look at Medic on the save here, looking to buy next round. So he's just going to do whatever he can to delay the take. And I mean, he's going to go ahead and wall it up. They're going to break it instantly, but still, they're going to hesitate on the attack.
And with that comes a massive time ticker delay. With that bomb dropped deep towards mid near Ramen, it's looking like the attackers here, MMG, are going to be idling. They deny Smiles of his camera. Chance taps the orb, has his turret buddy there to guard him for that initial peek. That's Medic holding firm on
huge.
Mail. The suction cup gets one. Deny from Overdrive as Tech is getting control of Heaven. And this is it. The beat collapse is on the table, but they've left the bomb back really far away. You see Jet running back to grab that as Smiles now pinned in sight. Here's some activity. That's a satchel, but doesn't know that Supa's right above his forehead as he gives him the advantage. Only down to 2 for Crabwalkers.
Smiles had the right idea there, but unfortunately, he did get caught out on that rotation towards that backside. But right now, Twiz, lurking through his own smoke, is able to get towards that hell, but he doesn't know that one is actually sitting there holding the angle. Mimic getting one, but gets taken out. But I think most of them tried to save, right? I think this is going to be their official buy round here.
I would think so too, as here comes that shift key, and yes sir, they want to get some love and support. Sacred's going to request a gun most likely. I think Tech might be able to buy him there. The rest of the team is well equipped. Overdrive picking up that big operator as well, down to 100 bones. That's the request that we were talking about from Sacred by the looks of it. He's going to get a Vandal off of his buddy Tech, and both teams fully equipped for round number 4 is Overdrive. Oh boy. Oh no. Early pick dash, here it comes.
I wonder is he doesn't connect, but man, it looked like he did, but unfortunately sometimes that does happen. The dog's gonna come in, clear up some space, and here comes the lockdown and some smokes. They're gonna be executing towards that A site, and Overdrive just trying to take a shot in the dark right now, continuously missing, but he's about to get flanked from elbow. And this is just falling apart right now. Twiz able to get 2 though before falling down, but Crabwalkers still in an okay scenario, I would say, considering that the Raze is quite hurt.
I don't know what Overdrive was thinking. That was a hero play, honestly. I don't know what his plan was. Why go aggressive through a smoke with a gun that's 8 feet long and pokes through the smoke like that? He got spotted out. That's the alarm bot. And the Nano Swarm is Chance is going to swing off of that, knowing Smiles is in close proximity, making it too easy. Medic gets one, but from long distance downtown, that's Chance to close it off there from A ramp. And unfortunately, that gives a roundup. I will honestly say Overdrive basically threw that away. I don't know what his decision to push like that and try and play hero with the op was, and for me, it wasn't the play. I'm really heartbroken about that.
Yeah, I think it came down to his aggression. I mean, had he have gotten that kill, maybe he would have fallen off, but he just wanted it, man. After missing that first pick, which I still don't know how. Maybe he was moving ever so slightly, but on top of that, coming in and missing the second one as well, that's probably hurting him a little bit. And Sacred not gonna miss his time around. He doesn't miss those shots as he's trying to show Overdrive how it is done, but Smiles kind of just forced here, close up with the Frenzy, and this could still do quite a good amount of damage.
Holding that close point. Crabwalkers has 2 ults, Cosmic Divide and Empress available. MMG, though, has the knife utility from Jet. With a number advantage, I don't know if they're going to activate that right out of the gate, as Crabwalker is looking on a bit of a light buy. Twiz holding firm with the Sheriff, as that spike is now being planted. Twiz's patience is going to be pivotal here, as he is dropping some more stars and getting ready to execute. Jump peek, Sacred.
Sacred.
Banked!
Not expecting overdrive. Oh, it doesn't matter!
Jesus.
It doesn't even matter. Sacred is on one right now, and they're going to be able to take their first lead, which has to be feeling good right now because, I mean, they lost the first map, so they want to build as much of a cushion as possible here and essentially kick Crabwalkers while they're still down.
It's the right move, and we see Sacred going for that nice jump peek over the smoke, spots him, drops, and gets a beautiful pick. That is a good set of kills from him. And this is now MMG back in the driving seat after a 2-round early loss. They've got 3 in a row to their name. Still, showstopper. That's the Sky ultimate sent out to get some intel, followed up with a potential showstopper. Yes, it is. There is a double satchel right on in, and that is Mimic, who cannot see a single thing thanks to Sky. Twiz, though, sends those, I don't even know what to refer to. I'm not even going to go there. Away down to another planet. And this is now the attackers in a great position with a number advantage. Glyph to get under heaven, joined by his buddy. And they're going to hold firm here as Crabwalkers is going to have to retake and walk into their crosshairs.
I don't know if this is something they kind of really want to take back, as you can kind of see some sort of hesitation from the team as Supa and Tech starting things off and making their retake almost impossible. Medic getting 1, but instantly dropped as well. And 4 rounds here for MMG. And I mean, right now, the way it's looking, Strive, I think we could possibly see a map 3.
I think so too. MMG has been delivering, but you know what? The second half is going to approach us in a mere 6 rounds. And Crabwalkers is also sitting on 4 juicy ultimates, Empress, Rez, Knives, and the Cosmic Divide available respectively. However, Omen ultimate and Jet ult available on MMG. So if Crabwalkers dumps everything here, it's going to be a nice opportunity for them to get even closer and close it up here with a 3rd round, as that is the first one. Overdrive chooses to go with the Knives, and respectfully so, considering they are on a save, but that is Glyph lurking in the abyss. They got to clear all their corners. If they don't, gonna be trouble. Oh, Twiz hard clears that, and I mean, no. I was about to drop a really bad word. Twiz hard cleared the marbles out of that corner. That's a vibe.
Oh my goodness. And starting things off in favor of Crabwalkers, like I said, don't dismiss the shares. And look at Overdrive in his positioning. Already towards spawn, Knives out. He knows he's cut off the rotations towards spawn. And right now, because Glyph was taken out at that A site, they know they aggress through A, so they have no choice but to stick to this B site.
Oh,
the Knives on Sacred has activated as well, but look at this flank. Overdrive coming in fast, but able to get one. Only one chance ready for that, but Mimic still here on the flank as well.
That flying knife drive-by that Sacred pulled was like stunning, as Mimic coming around from the behind, double Lear, but it's behind Tech. He swings off of it. Can he connect close proximity? No, 28 continues his barrage and tries to even it up, and he does just that, and that's the Cosmic Divide. Close proximity, Sacred whip. Medic now weaving left, right of the wall, and makes it look so easy, Endless. That is not the round you want to lose if you're MMG. That's the eco to Crabwalkers.
That was the eco, and on top of that, Medic able to leave with that operator in hand as well. But why contest at that point, right? I mean, the wall is up. He has to defuse. Just stay on the side of the bomb and just play the time. But Tech caught out in the open, trying to jiggle back and forth between each side of the wall, and Medic winning that duel.
It's the thing of beauty when you make the economy rounds work in your favor, and that's Overdrive Operator 4400 as well. So he's well equipped to get this round and the next, depending on how it pans out. Still, ultimates available for Crabwalkers. We'll see if that Nero Theft comes into play here and how it gets utilized. It'd be nice to see an aggressive push and the utilization of that as stars drop down towards A and early rotates as well. Crabwalkers sending 2 over. Tech opens it up onto Medic, an impact player for the likes of Crab Walkers. And that's the lockdown to ice the cake here as they're gonna go try and execute on this B take Endless, or is it just one big fake there? Smiles on the rope. Not accurate as Mimic is making that look too simple and leaves it one more time now in the favor of MMG rather to ideally come back here and get this fifth. Twiz swing getting out of heaven, gets the one.
Oh, Twiz.
He is popping off Endless with only 2 left. Killjoy down to basically no hit points by Pillar. If he peeks so much as his back, he is toast.
Oh! That flick by Mimic. I mean, I wasn't even expecting it, even though I could see it. Like, I was just trying to picture, will he expect that? And he does every single time. And look at Chance with literally no health to his name. Unfortunate situation for him in a 1 versus 2, and Crabwalkers come right back and even things out. 4-4, and right now MMG, I mean, they could still buy because their economy has been built up, but you got to be thinking right now Crabwalkers are building some sort of momentum, winning the last 2, and Smiles is still 1-7.
That tough predicament to be in as a Cypher. We've said it. If you're going to be a Cypher, you have to rely on frags. Utility is not in your favor. That gun's got to do most of the work, and so far, Smiles suffering. Once he gets on the scoreboard and wakes up, I think we're going to see a nice showing from Crabwalkers.
And Smiles has had really good plays the last game on Ascent, right? So I don't think it's going to take that much longer for him to wake up and smell the roses, but I feel like he's going to show up very shortly. And I mean, MMG, you got to be taking advantage of this right now before he shows up.
And on that note, that is Mimic to open it up onto Tech, and this is Crabwalkers continuing to build that gap that they want. With 3 ultimates available, they can sacrifice 1 because you have a Sage res. At the same time, though, that Empress is going to be a troubling situation. But given the number advantage, I don't think Crabwalkers is going to be activating much of anything. Maybe the Neural Theft at most.
And look at this tripwire. Will they activate it? No, he jumps right over it. And Smiles able to get the first, though.
That's it.
And now the Neural Theft is there, and he's going to be able to spam Chance through the wall as well. So he has officially woken up. 2 kills so far in this round alone. And he's going to get Glyph as well. No, Glyph more than ready for it, but it does deal a lot of damage to him. He only has 11 left. And right now, Crabwalkers has a great opportunity to regain this lead.
With 25 left and some huggies from Supa, that's going to bring Omen right back in the picture with full hit points. That's the blind as well. And off they go to get control of Mail. You can hear now Medic has put 1 and 1 together. He's going to deny this entry. Gets the 1. Can he get the 2? Close range. No, that's Glyph to respond. With 10 on the clock there, it's Twiz. Who's that's like walking into your house and there's a burglar sitting right at your front door. That's the equivalent of just what happened there. Poor guy. He's like, oh, this is free. I'm going to get in there. Oh, surprise.
Honestly, I don't know what happened, but the way Supa fell from heaven to hell, it was just so majestic. Like, it felt like it was in slow-mo, and his body took forever to touch the ground, but it could have just been a little bit of lag on my side of things, but man, that was a little bit funny to watch.
Yeah, that was a vibe. And that vibe got Crabwalkers another round, so they are on a 3-round rally. No defuse this time. They rely solely on kills. Still, res available. And now with the dog out, Endless, it gets denied by Smiles. He's got a nice setup. The camera picks up 1 as it's now taken out of the picture with just a wire to protect Smiles and B. The rest of the team is shifting over to support. That is also Twiz activating every bit of utility under the sun. Is there playing time here? MMG has a showstopper. Are we going to see it though?
And Sacred already posted up towards B main, hoping for some sort of aggression here, as 3 of them are just sitting in B main, waiting for them to make a little bit of a mistake. But right now, it doesn't look like Crabwalkers are going to walk into that little bit of a trap that MMG is setting up for. And here comes that ult, and the paranoia as well. They're going to be dashing into the site. Tripwire destroyed Sacred, coming in huge, getting 2 kills, but Mimic through the smoke. Was there a smoke? Who knows?
Smoke. But wait, no, there wasn't a smoke. What smoke? I don't see a smoke. Mimic don't see no smoke as he makes it look too simple. One more for him, and Dismiss gets away. Empress active. No, not enough bullets as Supa finally is there to respond. That's Twiz from up top. Gets denied, leaving it down to load some overdrive. No, and Glyph lives with 20 hit points and evens it up 5-5 Endless.
Man, that was such a close round. It could have gone either way. Had Mimic have had bullets there, I think he would have been able to close that down, getting Supa as well, but unfortunately runs out of bullets, and Overdrive with, I guess, a Deagle, a Sheriff at the end, unable to connect, and Glyph able to secure their 5th round to tie things back up 5-5. So this is getting relatively interesting. This is looking a lot closer than an even map of Ascent that we've seen so far. So now, this time around, MMG gonna try their luck at that A site. Glyph already making his way up ramp. Does run into some resistance on Twiz, but does take him out. Only down to 8 health though. But here comes that heal from Supa.
Supa to give everyone a nice big hug, bring them back into the game, as that is the knives activated, and here's a showstopper that Tech has been holding on to. On the side he goes, spots Overdrive, and he gets one right before he falls onto Glyph. That's fantastic from him, and Medic is there to support with Mimic from the behind. On to Sacred, leaves it down to 2 MMG members, and that's the res that Medic has been holding on to. Brings Twiz back to the party, and now in a 4 versus 2, Tech pinned in sight. The suction cup gently grabs him as he picks up 1, but gets denied by the flying judge. And on that note, sirs, down to Chance in a 1 versus 3. Cosmic Divide available as well, but they don't need to activate that. They gotta let, unfortunately, Chance is gonna have to come to them to get that spike.
And I mean, positioning from Chance, it's unfortunate that he was on the late flank. And I mean, a little bit useless at that point because it was just a little bit too late, and they have full control of bomb. They do hear B having or A having control, but right now Smiles continuously trying to fight and allowing Chance to get that pick onto him, but 10 seconds left and a dream. He's gonna try to get as many guns down as possible, and Crabwalkers securing their 6, so it's a little bit of back and forth here.
A definite back and forth as the scoreboard is telling us that tale, and this is it. Final round before the swap here, folks. MMG's opportunity to even it up on the board, get their 6th round. All ultimates don't carry ahead, so they got to use them in this case or lose them. And full buys on the side of Crabwalkers, leaving it unfortunately down to MMG kind of suffering a bit as they can't even fully equip up for this round.
And I'm expecting an aggressive peek by Overdrive, and it looks like he's setting up exactly for that, but will he connect? It looks like he shoots a little bit prematurely, doesn't get one, but he's going to continue to hold on that angle. He's going to get aggressive with the knives, able to get 1. I'm not sure if that was the play though. I don't know what he was expecting out of it, but Medic going to be able to wall off the team and the site, but I mean, they're still going to be able to get through it.
Again, Overdrive goes for the hero play, which to me didn't make that much sense. Is Glyph now getting a bit of Astra utility, concussed. He's okay though, in good shape, but it's unfortunately down to the lonesome Twiz, and that is fantastic. MMG Endless bounce back and get that 6th round. So fantastic showing on this initial half, and on the switch we go. We'll see what it has to bring. Such an even matchup. Ain't no room to even make a any kind of prediction, dare I say.
I mean, 6-6. This is getting very, very interesting. I still say the pressure is on the side of MMG as Crabwalkers still have an opportunity to not get eliminated by sending this to the 3rd map. But I mean, ideally they want to close this off, but MMG has no choice but to win it.
This is it. Do or die here on map number 2 for MMG, or else they are going home packing. That's Crabwalkers picking up 100 bones. And that is one heck of a turtle, mamma mia.
I mean, it's a speed demon turtle, apparently.
Yeah, clearly. And we're in his mouth. I mean, with that note, guys, we see a good setup here from Crabwalkers. I like the split up here as Mimic is going to have to get personal as that nade baits him out. Trades from Supa, respectively. That's Medic to support. Self-heal coming out, or sorry, a team heal rather, as Overdrive with that Sheriff onto Supa makes it look oh so easy. Chance, though, responds and leaves it down to a 3 versus 2, albeit 1, considering Killjoy's hit points are down to about 15 to 20 at best. And they're going to regroup, recalibrate, and decide what the plan's going to be. But they have an Omen hot on the flank.
Oh my goodness, Glyph already up here, close by, and will they expect it? They don't, but doesn't matter. Medic able to take him out, and down to a 3 versus 1, and they don't have any health on the side of Killjoy, so this is going to be extremely difficult.
Don't know, Glyph got a little panicky on the close proximity there as 2 swung him. He's not able to make it happen, but hey, all good as now down to 1. Chance, 20 hit points. And we'll see if he can make it happen. Gets 1, so good job on his part. Now he's been spotted out. That's the turret also. Gets a good peek. He is pinned at the opposite end of pillar as Overdrive with that Sheriff too strong. Easy pick, and that's the 7th round for Crabwalkers.
Man, I mean, I like the fact that they essentially played together there to kind of fight Chance, and it worked out really well, because had they have peeked that 1-by-1, Chance honestly had a good opportunity to force it down to a 1 versus 1 situation and then potentially even win it. But luckily they played together, they played it smart, and they were able to secure that pistol round. And right now, that's much needed. As you can see, the entirety of Crabwalkers on a Spectre buy, and they're going to be able to wreak some havoc here.
This is going to be juicy for them. If they can get the Spectre to work in their favor, it's going to get them the 8th and a good decision. But if it does fall on its face, which so far it's kind of looking like that, as Sacred opens it up with the Sheriff too strong, albeit he is down to about 10 hit points and getting a huggy from Sky back to full. He's still in the game, and that's what makes Sky a bit of an interesting situation. That heal is pretty OP.
Sky's essentially like the weighted blanket of the team, right? I mean, she's going to be able to heal all 4 players aside from herself. And I mean, it works out really well, but I mean, look at Supa. He's going to be trying to creep through this as the reload comes in. He's able to get Twiz, but Medic and Mimic are there to trade things off, down to a 2 versus 1, but still very, very winnable for Chance, as he does have a Sheriff and a Spectre now in hand. So if he can get 1 opening pick here, that could be huge. But Overdrive with that long-range Spectre says no.
Overdrive's play was on point there, chose the peak, knowing that he's kind of up above potentially. There's not too many opportunities, and that headshot angle, a bit of a tricky one to connect, especially with the flick. And they bring that home for round number 8 here. Crabwalkers leading the charge, and that Sage res, folks, so early in this half is going to be a huge wrench in MMG's plans.
And this is going to be crucial here. I mean, Crabwalkers ideally want to deal as much damage as possible here, because MMG has full guns, and the next round, Crabwalkers will still be able to buy. So if they can get as many guns down for MMG, it puts them in a bad situation for the next round.
Mega, and on that note, Overdrive goes right up close and personal in mid-tech.
Oh, tech.
What? Hello? How did he connect 1 so close and 1 at the bottom of mid? I am speechless as Medic finally responds to that 2K. Still, res is available, so I would not be surprised if Sage goes towards mid to res. We should see that in a moment here, as the rest of the team is going to protect. That's the wall, and the res onto Overdrive, the impact jet now back in the picture, and he opens the knives as well. So here we go, a res and a combo coming out, and this is Crabwalkers on a 4 versus 4. We'll see what Overdrive can do with those knives in hand. His position in this round is pivotal.
And they're going for the win this round, but Sacred getting Overdrive, who had the daggers out. And right now, they do know there's some presence closer towards that A site, as Overdrive was headed that direction. So the rotations are still starting to come through. But right now, I mean, it's down to Supa and Sacred to hold down this A site, as the rest of the 3 members of Crabwalkers. Mimic starting things off, getting a huge pick onto Sacred, and now here comes the rotations.
And this is it, Jordan's laced. Everyone is getting over to A as the spike is making its way onto site. That's Supa holding firm at backside and screens, and marvelous job from Supa. He holds his ground, does not back away, and is able to get a 2K and the round for MMG, and they are back into it one more time.
I mean, 8-7 still in favors of Crabwalkers, but I mean, here comes their buy. Mimic being the only one on a Sheriff, but I mean, we've seen him absolutely shoot out of his mind. So Smiles picked it up ever so slightly, but still not exactly where Crabwalkers want him to be. But luckily, Glyph on the other end is having the same type of game right now. So pretty even all across the scoreboard here. The Supa being the main difference, having 2 more kills on that side of things, but it's still anyone's game.
Without a doubt, with only a 1-round difference, there's so much opportunity left here in this matchup for MMG to get back into it and take them off to map 3. With Crabwalkers leading though, it's going to be interesting to see what MMG can do, how they decide to play it there. Tech, Satchel to get away nice and quick as he felt threatened by the mid presence. And on that note, looks like Crabwalkers is going to recalibrate and get back towards B, and that is a good pick from Smiles on the opposite end of the spectrum. Gets one, and he's going to continue baiting that, keeping 2 members over as Rotate's also going over. Oh no, Crabwalkers has basically abandoned B, and this is it now. Oh, sorry, MMG has abandoned B. Crabwalker's going to waltz right into sight. That's Mimic to Lear up close, and they're going to get right on in.
Man, Smiles had an absolutely huge round there. I mean, we just talked about his performance thus far, but he got 2 huge picks for the side of Crabwalkers. And right now, 4-2 situation. Medic, unfortunately, unable to take out that ult from Supa, but Supa's going to try to go ahead and get this halfway, and he's going to be able to do exactly that. But what just happened?
Huh?
What?
Hello?
Try me.
Question marks in chat, please.
Oh my goodness. What a huge round by Supa, and I don't know if I want to say it, but Strive, I feel like the momentum has completely shifted. Supa, after that clutch, I feel like they're going to win this and send it to map 3.
Yeah, that's a vibe. We can watch here. Supa on it, off, 1, and they just waltz right in, and I think he actually stopped shooting, so Supa just finessed the marbles out of Crabwalkers and got that defuse to even it. This is now, like you said, a brick wall here for Crabwalkers. For them to bounce back after that, that clutch is demoralizing and a tough situation.
Extremely difficult, and right now, I mean, Overdrive stuck towards mid with a stinger.
Oh, no.
Able to dash in, but gets traded out instantly, so that was good value. I mean, a 1-for-1. Twiz there to protect his teammate. But look at Miles still trying to lurk through, but Mimic once again. So right now the trades have been going quite evenly, and the Sage able to heal themselves up. Twiz gonna set up all his utility here to allow Mimic to lurk into that site, and A is completely open. So it's up to the rotations here for the side of MMG, and will they run into Crabwalker's post plant?
And that, my friends, is the beauty of Astra. The global utility usage is awesome. Glyph, Lear, but the angle is tight, so he chooses not to reveal his position, now spraying so they know that there is a wild Glyph sitting at screens. With a half-broken wall, it leaves him limited opportunity to swing respectively. Denies Twiz the opportunity. Here's the jet up close. Can he make it? No. Beautiful dash away. Twiz still in the game, down to 65. That is Medic onto Sacred. Out of the picture now. Supa responds with Glyph, and now 2 versus 1 against Mimic. Holding steady on the wall, swings it. His crosshair, he was trying to hide it, didn't want the tip of his gun visible, and Glyph makes that easy work as MMG crawls away, and they are ahead by 1 against Crabwalkers.
I mean, they've regained the lead. So, again, I mean, we're continuing to see this constant back and forth between the 2 teams. No team wants to give this map up, and rightly so. I mean, $100 on the line. They've been playing for quite some time now, and
1 second, peeps.
I mean, I feel like their tiredness is going to start kicking in soon. So ideally, they want to win this as soon as possible. But right now, Crabwalkers, that was a very, very good attempt on that eco round. Being able to get that bomb down, but here comes their buy. Can they even things up once again?
If it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. Endless. Crabwalkers running out of opportunity and breathing room as they are nearing the end of this matchup in a potential map number 3, which is where they don't want to be for sure. Sacred, though, fearlessly takes the aggressive. Oh, hello! That was a flick and a half. Endless onto Overdrive. He fearlessly played mid and whacked that mouse around and got them the round, or the man advantage, sorry. Still, Empress available, Neural Theft available as well on the side of Crabwalkers. Seekers reveal Mimic as he's down to 10 hit points now, pinned in the corner. With the group up towards A, that's the lockdown as well. to keep them at bay. And you can see the attackers are not really committing. So they're going to sit outside that radius, wait it out a bit, and go from there.
Oh my goodness, Super is in such a good spot as Mimic had no choice but to fall to the other side of sight. But Smiles taking things out and kind of bringing them back a little bit closer to being able to make something happen this round, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The MMG so well set up as Smiles going to be able to reveal 1 and 2. But through that reveal, I mean, Twiz already falling back towards that B site, but Sacred
30 seconds
is
left.
well aware of what's going on. Oh no.
Oh boy. Hello.
Oh no.
Enemy
No.
remaining.
Medic.
Spike down A.
W key through the muck and gets denied as Glyph is just patiently waiting to cut that off. And it's down to Twiz in a one-way. Glyph, that positioning on fleek. I mean, Twiz should have known there was some funny business happening there with that one-way, and he still went for it. So this is MMG now, 3 away from taking us to map number 3 as well.
Oh my goodness. And I mean, Glyph has stepped up as well, along with Smile. So both of them have officially joined their teams in the match. But right now, MMG just getting the best of Crabwalkers. There's nothing that they're doing. I mean, 4 rounds straight for MMG. And they're starting to hold down this defensive side, which forces Crabwalkers on another save yet again.
And on we go, Endless. This is going to be a chance here for the attackers to bounce back. That's Twiz dropping some utility and stars towards Mail. And here we go. This is the chance now. Are they going to execute on this or going to just play it as a fake? The wall denies some opportunity as they're going to try and shoot that down. Falling off and reuniting with Mimic, who is leading the charge towards B. There is 2 members, though, posted up close proximity. That Sacred operator opens it up onto Mimic. Dash, overdrive, does not know that there is a wild race sitting above.
Oh, Sacred.
Spike
Massive
down
shot.
B.
And this is it now. Down to a mere 1 as MMG going to approach the good old double ones. And a 2 away from victory, Endless.
Man, I'm telling you, after that super clutch, the team is hyped up, they're ready to go, and they've all shown up, and the way Sacred and Tech played that crossfire on that B site so well. And, I mean, Crabwalkers, they didn't see it coming at all.
No, not one bit. And this is now it. MMG, a mere 2 rounds away from bringing this home. The turkey, as we're going to get our map number 3 that we wanted on good old Icebox Endless. So this is a chance for Vermilion Rose to whip out the good old strat book one more time and maybe flex some of that wall plant strat. But with Crabwalker sitting on 3 ultimates, we'll see how that pans into this round as we're running out of opportunity to make use of that. So Miles, double cage as he is going to shift his way over. Into ropes he goes. And with minute 15 here, they just want to get some early info, maybe pick up a kill and reunite as a team. As looks like the rotate's coming back towards A. With 2 members there, it's going to be a good opportunity, but the rotates are going to come out very quickly.
And I like the flash from Supa, just to be able to see if he's going to get anyone blinded. And I mean, I don't know if he did, but oh my goodness, overdrive, medic, oh Mimic, no one can take him out. Supa is just absolutely on a different world right now. A huge 4K and all that's left. Look at Supa trying to go for that ace, but remember, here at GLG Pit of Valor, there are no aces.
Okay, so Supa just went full aim labs on Crabwalkers there and just finessed the crosshair placement. So patient. And this is it now. Match point. MMG 1 away from taking us onwards to the 3rd map here tonight. This is as juicy as a Pit of Valor can get, folks. This entire night has been filled with really, really slippery matchups. And this is it. We'll see with basically full buys across the board for Crabwalkers minus Medic. It's do or die.
This is absolutely insane right now. Supa, just like I said, he's on a different universe. They need to be able to ground him back to earth because they don't even have any hope of winning if he's just playing at this type of level. Glyph and Tech, it looks like it's a map 3 strive. It's all down to Twiz in a flawless victory, and they come back 13-8.
My dear
I
Atlas,
don't know.
that is that's a vibe. That's a thing, my friend. Is now we're going to map 3. So let's talk about it a bit. This just kind of fell flat on its face. There was a good opportunity for crab walkers. They were showing up, and honestly, it just looks like MMG just kind of figured them out. Honestly, nothing was working. It was just denial after denial after denial. And I will say, their fragging went from about here to like way above the screen. Like they really stepped up their shots, man.
Out of your field of view.
Yeah,
we don't even see.
No.
Supa, I mean, which flavor of drink control did you just have? Because I'm gonna call them right now. I'm gonna order some.
Yeah,
but
seriously.
I mean, nonetheless, man, like absolutely dominant. And the thing that kind of confused me there was the side of crab walkers. I mean, they rotated. They took all that time to rotate towards that A site, but they peaked one by one. Like there was no hope of trading. They peaked one by one separately every single time, and Supa just punished the living hell out of them. And I mean, what do you expect at that point, right? There's no teammate there for a trade, and I feel it, right? I mean, crab walkers, their confidence. I mean, especially being on that attacker side, if you're getting shut down round after round, it's so difficult. Like it's so difficult to regain momentum or just to build your confidence back. And man, the last round as well, flawless to end things off and send it to map 3. What are we expecting on Icebox Try?
I'm expecting is anyone's game because that's what this has shown me so far. No predictions. Even Strive from the future has no bloody idea what's to come. So with that note, guys, we're going to send you off to a very quick break. We're going to come back and take you onwards to our final map here tonight. So this is your chance to freshen up, splash some water on your face, and get ready for a semi-late evening here in the world of GLG as we go onwards to map number 3. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Back very, very shortly. So, in true GLG fashion, Endless and I are back for map number 3. I mean, at this point, I think I'm fairly convinced that Endless and I are slated to cast every best of 3 to its fullest third map. So you guys can almost assume, call your girlfriends, your wives, your brother, sister, whoever you have plans with in the evening, right? You say, I'm going to hang out and watch a GLG stream. If you see us doing finals, you better call the person and say, no, you know what? It's going to third map. I'm canceling, because that's the truth. And here we are now. Not only are getting third map, Endless, it's the best map on the planet. It's the blocks of ice. Ain't nobody complaining. And maybe we can even see the beautiful strat book come out again. That beautiful wall plan. I am going to sign my name on it. There are going to be sages in this match. You watch.
Hold on. Before you go all the way there, wall plants. What kind of strat is that? I don't think I've ever seen it.
It's like the best strat ever. I don't know. Do we have the strat book production? Can we show it today? Okay. No, production's telling me unfortunately, they burned the strat book. Yeah, it was too OP. We were told that we cannot show it. Like Riot contacted us. Like, no.
Go figure, right? The only strat for Icebox is burned to the ground. I mean, fire is clearly not a good, I guess, combat for the strat book. I mean, on top of that, the Sage wall is made of ice as well, and I don't know. I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. But
no.
Nonetheless,
it's gonna come out.
Nonetheless, map 3 and every single game, our best of 3 that we've casted, it doesn't even matter if it's the grand finals. I remember I think it was the Valor. I mean, the second day we were supposed to do 3 best of 3s or 2 best of 3s, and every single game went to the third map, and everyone was just waiting on the results of the matches we were casting. So it was just nonstop. Every single time we have any best of 3, we hit all 3 maps. So, I mean, I don't know if it's a curse, if it's a blessing, but hey, more Valorant, more casting opportunity, more time to hang out with you guys. I mean, we're going to go into Icebox right now and check out that agent selection. So let's see what people are going to go with. And like Strive said, will there be sages?
There will be sages aplenty here, Endless. I have faith in it, and I'm hoping we get a Viper too, because we saw Viper show up, making defuses a absolute miserable nightmare. When a Sage knows the lineups, to get on that spike becomes a bit troublesome.
No wall plant?
Hello? Okay, so maybe Riot not only destroyed the strat book.
There.
No, wait.
Chance.
Hello? Yep, there. Okay.
There they go.
Last minute lottery. It is live here, folks. Riot did not do Sage. Let's go.
I was honestly thinking, like, oh my goodness, could this be that opportunity that there's just no Sage? And do you bite your words this time? Because you were almost 100% certain there was going to be a Sage, and they kind of tricked you till the last second, man.
I mean, if I could bet money on anything in this world, or invest in anything, it's investing in the chances of a Sage showing up on Icebox. No stock, cryptocurrency gives me the same amount of confidence as seeing Sage on Icebox. It's almost a guarantee. As we get our way into map number 3 here, folks, this is it. The ultimate and final matchup between these two teams. Winner of this is going to take home the victoire and be the holder of 100 beans, supported by the lovely SYR Esports, doubling our usual Pit of Valor prize pool to a whopping $100. So thank you to them. And of course, Drink Control, code GLG10 for supporting us. And let's get into it here. Icebox, we are live.
Have you ever considered, I mean, you know that backside of that B site? What if they opened that up into the map and made it a part of it? I think that would be so interesting. So many new angles to play with, and it'd be quite dangerous.
It'd be very pickling indeed, as Chance gets on through, and that's the wall plant one more time. Are they going to capitalize on it? As Smiles has a response there with the frenzy, evening it up. Now, with ample amount of time, looks like MMG is going to bail ship. They're not even going to commit to this beat, leaving Jet alone at yellow to finesse his way. And no, that's Mimic getting aggressive on mid, out of tube, and that's good information and a pick. And with that, he heals away. That's the Devour, and he poofs as well. On to Kitchen he goes as the rest of the team is reunited. And by the looks of it, walking right on through tube. And we'll see where they go from here. They can easily wrap either way, as there is 2 members coming through. Does Crabwalkers have an answer? I think they do, considering the number advantage.
And Mimic, oh my goodness, stuck at the top of site. Not sure where to look or where the fight is going to start, but he does get Glyph. And oh my goodness, Tech helping out his teammate, and Chance going to be able to get this bomb down in a 2 versus 2 situation. Crabwalkers forced to play the retake here, and Chance going to be able to heal himself back up to 100 health.
All's good in the hood here in this 2 versus 2. Anyone's game on round number 1. Smiles picks up that ghost. Off he comes around the wall. That is that crosshair placement on Fleek, and now that is revealed Overdrive's position as he drops down, doubled up towards yellow. I like it. They have the trade ability available. That's Overdrive 1. Oh no, Tech. Oh my god. That was tough. I thought that was going to work out in the favor of Crabwalkers, but that's MMG picking up round number 1.
Round 1, and I mean, Tech, huge 4K to start things off, and what seemed almost certain to be a Crabwalkers round was instantly turned around due to Tech's performance there. And I mean, you want to keep that momentum going, especially after Supa just absolutely dominated Split. And now they're going to go ahead and take that first pistol round and going to be able to buy up some Spectres, and surprisingly enough, Strive, 2 Vandals with light armor here.
If you want to go out, or rather go in with a bang, nothing beats doing it than with 2 Vandals on round number 2. And this could easily backfire as well. Chance, though, with Supa on that Vandal, say, no, we made the right call. This was part of our master plan the whole time, as that's the 3rd. And this is Crabwalkers not even getting a chance to do much at all. But that's Medic from downtown, denying Sacred with the classic. But it's okay, that's only 1, and I don't think they're going to get much more. Medic close proximity trades out by Tech. And hey, all things considered, they got 2 bodies out of the picture. They're gonna most likely keep all the Vandals, and they do just that. So not too much of a hit, minus some bodies out of here.
And I mean, I think that was a very good decision by them, because now, I mean, they're gonna be able to buy up Vandals as well to kind of combat the guns for the side of Crabwalkers here, having 3 Vandals in hand and still having enough money to buy up the next round. So this is going to be so crucial for Crabwalkers, because if they lose this round, another save will be on their side, and MMG just building that economy.
The economy continues to inflate as the one-way orb, kind of, or not one-way, but the blockage coming out there on long by the Viper. That's the knives activated here on MMG's side. That is Jet going to try and make an impact there. He's sitting on top of yellow, ready to dash and updraft. That's Twiz as well to deny yellow entry. So blocking off the one side, keeping them at bay, and I think it's going to force them to fall off Endless. I don't know if the commit is the right play.
And man, that Viper wall and orb is just so strong, but Tech instantly taking out Twiz to eliminate any sort of wall, I guess, damage for that matter. And man, right now they're just looking to fall off. They have the entirety of A, really, but Mimic is already on that rotation as well.
And as they rotate around here, we see them regrouping and bailing ship on B. They made it over to A now. And Mimic up close and personal, kill, and that's the dismiss. As we expected, he gets away. Res from Chance onto Glyph. That's now the likes of Sky.
Oh, Mimic!
Oh, 3-piece combo close up with Overdrive. Glyph, the Res monster is back. Can he get one more? Yes, he can. He has Seekers. No heal is possible on himself, so he just kind of wanted to give him a bit of himself a morale boost, rather. And with 14 on the clock, 20 hit points, he's got them. This crossfire, or rather opposing hold, is beautiful. They've got each other's back. Plant going down, and it's just going to be a swing coming out here from Mimic.
Man, Mimic came in huge there, getting 4 kills that round to secure things off. And I mean, sure, MMG had a res to use onto Glyph, which it did end up working a good amount, but not enough this time around. But MMG, like I said, still has that economy, still able to buy up this round with full armor, but it leaves Overdrive and Medic with no guns really. And it looks like Overdrive's just gonna buy Medic that gun and try to get an orb to unleash that ult there. But nonetheless, Twiz gonna be able to have that Spectre in hand.
all good here on the side of MMG, as they're going to regroup one more time for the good old textbook be aggressive. And by the looks of it, how history has shown itself fall off after. Beakers now trying to get some information there. Twiz reloading. Can he destroy it? Has support from Sage, as this time Plant behind the wall is looking highly probable, but they're still not committing. As Sacred opens it up, and this is it. They're going to fall off on this. I don't see them going all the way here as they pulled so many rotates. They've got to pick two, and they got to go. Overdrive is already making an impact, and albeit a bit too late, I think, they finally decide to fall off, but Chance is not giving up post.
Man, the decay is just so strong, and right now it looks like they're going to be re-executing towards that B site as they're not really trying to fall off. But look at Twiz. Look at that angle. He's going to be able to push through, able to get one, but Chance is still there waiting to take things out. And I mean, Glyph luckily there to trade things off. Otherwise, Mimic would have been in a very good situation to finish off that round and tie things up.
Right here.
Looking healthy and strong is now bringing it down, unfortunately, to a bit of a pickle here for the Crab Walkers, as they're going to have to fight back on 2 rounds. And looking at their economy, they're hella broke, Endless. It's going to be a tough pickle. We've seen them excel with Sheriffs, but even that buy is kind of a stretch for some of these members as they're sitting on very, very little funds. And on the opposing end, MMG, full guns one more time. That's Medic with the Marshal. No connection so far. He is still somehow alive. That's the updraft. So he's going to probably bail ship as he's in a very vulnerable spot. And just that happens as Chance makes it look too simple. And on the attacker side now, leading with a 2-body advantage. The entire map is kind of their oysters.
Mimic, another opening pick for the side of Crab Walkers. But I mean, he's doing what he can, but the rest of the team, they're just falling apart, not able to hold the site. And yeah, so be it. They are on that eco right now. But this next gun round is just absolutely crucial because MMG already up 2 rounds and make that 3 rounds now. The padding is getting bigger and bigger, and you don't want MMG on a run, especially after dropping the second map to them, as the momentum is currently all on their side.
Completely agree with that statement. Endless is now MMG leading the charge, and they're going to be okay to buy. Sacred is going to most likely request a weapon. He's got funds on the hands of Chance, Tech, and Glyph, and even Supa is the richest, so he's gonna buy them, or buy for him rather, and all is good there. And this is it. Gun round now. Overdrive Operator has to make an impact. If he falls away from this, look at Mimic. Goes full aggressive, jumping up close. Does Tech expect it? Yes, he does, sir, indeed. Connects with a beautiful crisp headshot onto Mimic, and I think they're gonna capitalize and keep on going through to this A site.
Oh, there's the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't connect. It doesn't connect to anyone. But look at the amount of space that Tech has already created. But Smiles there to trade things out. Supa once again with 2 huge kills, but unable to finish off the 4th there. But Twiz actually getting 1 with his orb.
So far, Crabwalkers are having a heck of a time dealing with MMG. They simply cannot deny them this opportunity. And now, looking on their side too, respectively, 3 ults available on both ends. Crabwalkers have the Devour, the Viper Pit of Doom, as I like to call it, and a Sage Res, but keep your eyes peeled. There's the Omen difference here on the attacker side, which I still have yet to see pan into this matchup, and that teleport, given the size of Ascent, is a very, very strong ultimate.
Oh my goodness, Tech with an absolute jump shot onto Medic, which now Twiz has no choice but to fall off and play for the retake as the entirety of his team starts rotating over. But here comes that wall plant that we're so used to seeing. He's on top of it this time around. Will they expect it? He's waiting for that sound cue of the plant to peak this, but the orb is going to disappear.
Oh no!
Chance able to spot him close range, but here comes that heal onto Sacred, so it doesn't even matter.
That's so unfortunate now. Oh. Smiles, hello!
Oh! Dude, okay, that would have been a pretty big clip had he been able to take out the Jet as well, but luckily he didn't. He got 2 huge picks, and Tech able to hold true and prevent that little run that he was trying to make there.
Yeah, that would have been a set of frags and then some, my friend. And that just goes to show you, the Sheriff, 1 to the forehead is all it takes to make the magic happen. And this is it. MMG have 5 rounds to potentially grab and could end this on an 11-1 if they keep the streak up.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now at all for the side of Crabwalkers. Only 1 round, and oh my god, just like that, Mimic down to 1 health. But he does get that heal, but it's not going to do enough. Overdrive, though, on the other end, able to get Supa to start things off for the side of Crabwalkers. So looks like it's going to go towards that A take. They're going to go ahead and res Supa back up. But here comes the ult and the flashes towards that A site. Twiz playing in his smoke. Able to catch Glyph off guard. And again, they have a 1-man advantage.
Empress denied as Twiz is holding firm on site, and this is fantastic. Crabwalkers back on the board with what is looking like a round number 2. As it's down to merely 1. Supa lurking in the darkness as he's able to get smiles, goes up into Nest, and with tons of people looking straight at him, for him to get away unscathed is going to be pretty tough.
And I mean, he's instantly getting spammed through that wall at Nest, so he's gonna go ahead and teleport out of range and try to make another play happen. But Overdrive still at the back of sight, holding an angle along with Twiz up close, but he does spot a couple people back there. Overdrive misses the op shot, unfortunately, but 14 seconds left with the dream. Supa getting Overdrive, trying to save his gun and just get as many kills as they try to aggress him. But here comes that Viper wall, and what a hole in it. It helps Supa, and he's gonna try to prevent them from getting this off. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, no, but still, good value. I mean, I commend him for what he attempted to do. He was able to get 2 picks respectively, and although losing the round, gets some good value out of that. And they get to keep that up, toss it right back over to Overdrive, and off they go for another opportunity, and maybe even a third after this round.
Another opportunity for that matter, and Overdrive back with that op once again in hand. And I mean, Supa doing whatever he could to kind of hurt their economy, and he does get another 2 down. So that was very well, I guess, like you said, the value that he gained, absolutely huge. But Overdrive, doesn't matter about the flash, he's going to be able to get that opening pick. And this time around, it looks like they're going to try to hold down this beat, but Mimic, where are the bullets going?
Not in the right place, that's for sure, as there is a flying tech right above green. That's the wall plant now. Smile spamming, but that wall fortifies and gets not, or is not taken out of the picture. And at this point, Medic connects on a beautiful shot onto Tech, who is a fragger and a half. And off they go here with an opportunity to retake. They have 1 member difference. Now make that even as Sacred holds firm from downtown onto Medic, leaves it to only a mere 1. This is Smiles on the retake against 2 members. Chance lit, taps it. Side Lear, but no, Chance's positioning so good, and there was arena support from Yellow as well. And that is it now. MMG, round number 7, and we are approaching half being done with only 3 more rounds on the table.
That is huge, and I mean, the only one with really much of an economy right now is Overdrive for the side of Crabwalkers, in which they're gonna buy in order to purchase next round. And Medic, having a Vandal in hand with light armor, I'm looking for them to make something happen off of that gun. I mean, they're gonna have to get some sort of aggression going, because MMG is just running all over them right now.
No, they're absolutely clobbering Crabwalkers here. They're sticking true to their very simple strat. They get aggressive on beat, and from there they decide, are we gonna execute or are we gonna fall? And depending on how the flavor works out, like this round, and this is so bad, Mimic, who's a impact agent on that Reyna, is getting eliminated or taken out to so little HP so early. It's tough for him to do anything, as Twiz gets up close and personal but cannot compete with the firepower of Chance on the Vandal, and leaves it down to 2. By the looks of it, Endless. MMG is gonna pick up round number 8.
And here's where my question is, I mean, should Overdrive have really activated the knives there? Was he really trying to win the round? Because it didn't seem like there's really any opportunity for them to kind of get themselves back in it, as they lost so many members early on before they even took the entirety of site. But yeah, they're on an eco as well, so it makes it a very hard decision. Do you use that all right away? or save it for a gun round to be able to kind of build a little bit more of an economy.
Yeah, felt like a little bit of a hero play and a bit of a stretch, but now he's got an op, so he's equipped to ideally fight back. But with only 2 rounds on the table, MMG are on the verge of a 10 to 2 half, which would be pretty darn juicy if you ask me.
The Overdrive still with that op in hand, trying to make a play happen. Tech about to peek that, and it's a battle of the ops at that point, but both unable to connect. And there's Glyph. Tech getting that re-peek onto Overdrive, which gives them that man advantage, but not unless Mimic is able to even out that situation. So now down to a 4 versus 4. Sacred already posted up towards heaven, and if Medic chooses to peek this, that could be a very dangerous move. Sacred trying to get that Vandal in hand, and bomb is going to go ahead and get planted, and they're going to be able to play this post plant.
The Viper Goop is used early, so that hold is not going to be an option here from the depths of A, as Sacred opens up a nice shot onto Smiles, evens it to a 3 versus 3. Now make that a 3 versus 2 and make that a 3 versus 1. Just like a ladder effect here, as Mimic finally comes around from the back end to equalize. Leaves it down to only 2 members to hold off. He's gonna have to tap it as this is taken down, but Tech on the close range gets a 3K and makes it oh so easy, and that is the 9th round for MMG.
Oh my goodness, a 9-2 half so far. It kind of gives me a little bit of a payback to what Crabwalkers did to MMG on Ascent, but
yeah,
I mean, they have the opportunity to hit double digits in the first half on the final maps drive. I mean, there's no better setup right now. Winning the last map, and on top of that, being up such a big margin, would we say it's commanding yet?
Oh man, you haven't said it this entire stream and now you dump it on me. It is indeed commanding endless, without a doubt, as that's Mimic up close and personal. That's Empress active, so he dismisses, has the auto heal as Sacred comes around with the counteracting of that. Gonna go for the full Devour up to 100 plus 50 bonus. And on that note here, he has Empress available. No other ultimates on the table. And this last round, he's gonna activate it. Doesn't want to lose it. Thumbs up indeed, and off he goes. Traversing his way across the rope. Getting into Nest. Has control, but has a Smiles and a like member opposing to him. Is there a swing from behind? No. Gets it. Dismisses away, and he is in a safe. Gets one more with the 4K Endless, and here we go.
Is this a potential first ace? Nope.
No. As Twins just absolutely denies him.
Here at GLG, once again, there are no aces.
It's so funny because as soon as the kill came out, you just laughed, and I knew right away what was happening.
Every single time. I mean, this whole night, at least for what we've casted, has just straight up been 4Ks, 4Ks, 4Ks. There's no ace. I haven't seen one tonight yet. And I mean, everyone has either come so close or their teammate just simply steals it. I mean, I don't know what else to say.
They've easily left it for the poor guy. He worked so hard for the 4. He's like, nah, you know what? Cool. I'm gonna just take this from you.
I mean, all of them have worked so hard for the 4th, right? And I mean, going for that 5th, as long as there's a guy named Paco on your team as well, I mean, he'll take it every single time.
Paco, textbook at that. And we're ending off on that much talked about 10-2 half endless for MMG, and it's going to be a battle, man. Honestly, Crabwalkers have a 3-round gap to breathe before they get eliminated and give the win over to MMG. To come back from this is going to be basically flawless pistols, and from there on out, maybe a rally once, opportunity to give up maybe 1 round comfortably, but from there, it's going to have to be near flawless if they want to bounce back.
See, the biggest part about this is they have to win this pistol round. If they do not, it puts them in such a bad situation because there's really not much else you could do. I mean, the second round, do you force or do you not? Do you play for the tie or do you play for the win? And that's the ultimate decision. And most of the time, they'll play for the tie to send it in hopes to send it into overtime. But at the same time, if they do lose that round for that save, I mean, they're left with guns for 1 round, and any little mistake they make, they throw the game away.
Yeah, and it's this type of situation is not fun for anybody. I being on the receiving end of very tight halves, it's in this level of play. To come back from this is a mental storm, right? You're gonna have to overcome a lot of team hurdles, mental obstacles, and really and honestly, it's kind of uncomfortable, being in a position like this, and it takes a toll on you as a team. But at the same time, team spirit is built upon moments like this. Coming back from tough situations, these big deltas is what differentiates an average team from a really good team. You can only rely on skill so much before it honestly becomes mental.
Definitely. And when it comes to mental games, I mean, that's where majority of the time in FPS games, you just start to wear yourself out. You're like mentally, right? It's not even necessarily your teammates, worrying about your performance. It's just you physically just sitting there being like, okay, I mean, do I win this fight or not? Right. And once you get into that little mental battle with yourself, it makes an FPS game like this so much more difficult, because every time you're peeking someone, and if you have a sliver of doubt that you're going to lose that fight, 9 out of 10 times you do.
Truth. It's a mental battle with yourself on a regular basis, and you question your performance and how you're fitting into the overall picture. As we're getting an interesting view of a fun caboose taking place with a bit of a musical show to go with it. Let's appreciate this for a moment here, as crab walkers are crab walking their way to victory here, folks. A first for us. We haven't seen too much crab walking here, but this is it. Pre-game. If you're gonna do it in pre-game. Not when you're live, because that's a quick way to get your head clean removed. So, oh, no more crab walking. I'm kind of heartbroken.
And right now, I mean, it seems to be a tactical pause, so they're going to be sitting around discussing what they can do to ensure that they win this pistol, because now they are on that attacking side. So realistically, I mean, this is one of those maps, like I said, it's always been more so defensive sided that I've seen. But then, I mean, you have games like this where MMG just absolutely destroyed them on that attacking side, giving them 2 rounds. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work.
I don't quite know either. With the current situation, I'm gonna go ahead and whip out Strive from the future and give yourself a prediction here. I think it's gonna be an easy dub. I don't think there's gonna be any rounds in the tank here. 13-2. That's my prediction.
13-2. I mean, if they win the pistol, it's basically as good as 13-2, and
yeah,
that would be a fantastic way to end things off. And sorry, production just kind of gave us a little bit of an update. It is actually going to be a tech pause, so I'm thinking it's probably on the side of Overdrive. Currently hovering at around 104 ping, so some sort of lag entering his system right now, and I mean, they're going to need every little ounce of hope here, along with no computer issues, to be able to pull this one off.
You need every last MS, every last reduction in ping to the server. And with Overdrive hopefully reconnecting soon. I know some of the GLG folk here, production and the team, have been having some odd internet issues recently too. Hopefully all's good there as we wait for him to get back into it. And I'm torn. I'm kind of heartbroken how this series panned out. I will say one thing. I believe as weird as it is, I kind of want to comment on some of the individual plays a little bit. Overdrive got a bit too hero-y for me in this matchup. Went a bit too deep in a lot of cases, overstretched his limits, and tried to be, in my opinion, a bit greedy. And that's troubling as a Jet, right? I think as an impact player, even Mimic too. We saw Mimic pop off the last game with Overdrive, and now they are kind of not excelling. And do I attest it to maybe some hero plays? Potentially. That's just my opinion, though.
I definitely feel you on that. And I mean, while we're waiting for those that are just tuning in, we have our Moonrise tournament coming up on the 16th, and I believe that's going to be Friday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern. So be sure to stop by for that. And for those that are interested in participating in a Pit of Valor, signups are open for next week. So if you didn't get an opportunity to make it into this week's event, make sure you sign up as soon as possible, as next week's event, the signups are already open. And then on top of that, guys, if you're a manager or a coach, on the 19th, GLG is actually hosting the Parent Teacher Invitational, so we call it. It's basically a charity tournament to give back to the community. So DM GLG on Twitter if you're interested in participating. And again, it's only for managers and coaches only. Okay, and on top of that, in May, we have our $1,500 Team Synergy Invitational and an EU only event, which is the 15 Kings event, which is €1,000 invitational. So that is going to be super exciting. So stay tuned for all of that.
GLG here is we bring you everything right from Pit of Valors to big prize pot events. And it's an opportunity for you guys to have some fun, watch some awesome gameplay. And from here, guys, it's only up. Let's be honest. We've had the chance to really grow. We had Valam, which was a whole 4 or 5 week fiasco. That was a mission. We've had our Radiant Arenas back in the early days when I first joined. And now here we are moving onwards. And we have Moonrise. We have the Parent Teacher Invitation. These are all amazing opportunities. So you know what? Keep us in the back burner. Hit us up on the socials. Follow on Twitter, on Twitch, and stay tuned for all the goodies. Because you know what? It only goes up from here, folks.
Exactly. And again, a huge special thank you to SYR Esports for basically sponsoring this week's Pit of Valor, which is the 35th Pit of Valor that we've ran so far, and they doubled the prize pool from $50 to $100. So huge thank you for them. And for those that don't know what SYR Esports are, they're basically a community of professional gamers and esports fans. So they started off as a group of friends competing online, and it eventually evolved into a leading gaming organization with the support of reputable sponsors and affiliated organizations. So huge shout out to them. And on top of that, another huge shout out to Drink Control, which is a meal replacement. Your favorite cereal flavors with real cereal pieces. I mean, what more can you ask for? Use code GLG10 for 10% off your order. And we recommend the starting kit if you haven't tried it before.
Sounds like a great way to just, eat really good food and really quickly. I'm not going to complain about eating my cereal as a meal. I mean, ain't nobody complaining, and it's sure as heck going to be better for you than actual cereal. Take that from Strive, who could easily eat an entire box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch in one sitting.
Oh man, I mean, don't get me started. I mean, it's late, but I could still go for some Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh my God, the things I would do for Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now. It would be questionable activities would take place for Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Nothing. Oh my God. Why do I talk about food at 1 a.m.? Why?
I don't know, man. You know what we should talk about though? Where is Overdrive? I mean, his computer probably getting overclocked right now as we speak because it doesn't seem to be running smoothly, and he needs to kick it to that Overdrive gear,
Overdrive is like probably at Micro Center right now, buying a new PC. He's gonna come home, install Valorant. Endless and Strive are going to be 62 years old, prune, and waiting for this guy to get back to his desk to connect up and start this game. So we'll be patient. We'll give him some opportunity. Who knows what the situation is, as he's going to hopefully rejoin us soon, Endless.
I really hope that's the case. And I mean, I'm sure the players are getting a little bit bored right now, or maybe this is just a tactic from the side of Crabwalkers to kind of ruin a little bit of momentum that MMG is carrying on their side, and maybe trying to, turn down the flame, You
think so? I mean, this is disconnected. I mean, if anything, I don't know. I'm kind of stuck here, Endless. I want Overdrive to come back.
I mean, obviously, all jokes aside, I don't think that's really the case. I really do hope he fixes his internet as soon as possible so we can get this match underway, as I'm sure both teams are antsy and they're ready to go. But nonetheless, I mean, they're going to need all 5 players to make this comeback a possibility, because right now MMG is just completely outclassing the Crabwalkers.
Oh boy. And tough situation as we're still waiting, Endless. I really hope that Overdrive comes back and they can make this happen.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, I'm not sure what is going on, but maybe there is a little bit of a disconnect coming up, and I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, and not looking good right now. I mean, this could be it.
And I think so. As we come back to desk, Endless. I think. Wait.
I don't know what's going on.
The gang is trying to finesse their way. Will, who's our marvelous observer, is communicating with these teams, trying to understand what the situation is. On one end of the spectrum, they're saying potential DQ, but then Will has a feeling that it could be a joke. So I don't know what's happening. Question marks in the chat. So we shall wait to see how this pans out here, folks. This is interesting. An interesting way to end a night is I do have a box of Cinnamon Toast Crunch waiting for me upstairs with a nice 2-liter jug of cold Max milk. Now, I don't know where you folks are from, but here in Canada, we have a thing called Max. It's like a convenience store. I'm sure you guys, I have a feeling you guys have it down in the States too, if we have American viewers with us today. And Max jugged milk is the best milk on the planet. Hands
Not
down.
in a bag. Not in a bag, guys. Don't,
Listen, I'm
don't get
Canadian.
too scared right now, okay?
Listen, I'm Canadian, but I don't do bag milk, okay? I ain't about that life. Max Jug Milk is the bomb diggity schwiggity. And I will say, with Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now, just a canon of a bowl. Do you guys watch Matt Stoney? Matt Stoney does like those food eating challenges. He just did a Reese's Pieces cereal challenge. Like the bowl was honestly this big and it was just like filled to the brim. That could be me. That could be me right now. But no, instead I'm waiting here for Overdrive to figure his life problems out and get back on the game, man. This is 10-2 map 3. Like, this is, if there's one time you don't want to disconnect, this is it. This is it.
His team is essentially waiting for him to mount a potential comeback, right? Without him, I don't want to say that they might as well forfeit at this point, but being down 10-2, it's extremely tough. And if you have to come back and with only 4 people, and I mean, production just told us, I guess that's it for us. I think Crowwalkers are forfeiting here.
That's unfortunate. Kind of heartbroken. So
So, I mean, we were just told they're unable to get a sub and they're unwilling to play 4v5. So, unfortunately, they're going to have to be surrendering here, and MMG is just going to be this week's champion. So, I mean, unfortunate to see. That's the way it panned out. But, I mean, I feel like that was destined to happen anyway, as MMG, absolute slaughterhouse on that attacker side on Icebox. I mean, 10-2 first half. That was huge.
yeah, you can almost kind of expect how that would have panned out. To come back from a 10-2 on its own would have been hard, albeit we're not going to dismiss it, right? It's not reasonable. We could have very well had Crabwalkers bounce back, considering they had 5. They would have excelled on that second half, but that wraps it up here for tonight. Endless. And you know what? With that, I'm gonna, put the icing on the cake here. And one more time, shout out to SYR Esports for supporting us yet again, getting us that double prize pot. $100 is going to the likes of the winners you see below with the double ticks. That is MMG, gonna bring it home. And of course, a big shout out to Drink Control, your favorite meal replacement. That code GLG10 is always available for 10% off your order. Use that code and support us, support Drink Control. Keep yourself feeling good and strong. I want to go ahead and thank, of course, production, our observer Will, and for Endless, of course, for joining me again, and my right-hand companion through all these events. And guys, don't forget, socials, Twitter, slap a follow here. Be sure to check out Moonrise on Saturday, Parent Teacher Invitational on Monday. There's so much more to come. Pit of Valor signups for next week. On behalf of Endless and I, thank you. We wish you all a fantastic Thursday and an even better Friday and a great weekend ahead. Much love to you all. Have a fantastic night.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight. Your mic's muted, but you know.
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance.
Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome everybody. Here we are, and welcome everybody to the
Play from the mid.
On the way, we'll get this round.
Why not an ace? Absolutely. Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber. Connect. Oh, next. That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you and good night.
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
And stay safe. Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?